the geography, the Renzo region. General Sari is for the fighting groups. The fighting groups which were not originally NRA, Rescue Front, those groups, especially from West Nile, but also for West Nile also. Honorable Huda, woman, Muslim, young, Chekamondo, that area of ours, Kapchorwa, Sebei, which is always giving us a lot of support, 100%, but sometimes it's sat on by my Wagisu. My mamas are sometimes sitting on them. So bringing them up, the people of the population used to be very small in Sebei. When Okote gave them a district in 1962 or 64, there were only 20,000 Sabine. They are now 400,000, so the population has gone up. Even when we came, the population was small, it was like 100,000. But they are now 400,000. All very strong NRM supporters. Barbara Nekesa, that is youth. Youth, female, and fighter. She has also been fighting there in the...
And the bouquet.
In the Busia. And the bouquet. So these are the names I am proposing today for approval. Somebody please type them properly and distribute them. We don't have somebody to type. But before I forget, I need to introduce, maybe I will do that later after I finish this job. But I need to introduce you the new SEC members because they are here. The ones you some of them, some you elected yesterday, but others were elected by the leagues. You may not know. So I present the 7 names. Thank you. Maybe let me find out. Dr. Gunda, you're ready to serve? Yes. General Tafiri, are you ready to serve? Dr. Chionga, are you ready to serve? General Sari, are you ready to serve? Honorable Huda, where is she? Honorable Chekamondo, if she's here. Honorable Barbara.
Thank you, Chairman of our party and the President of the Republic, distinguished members of SEC and NEC, honorable colleagues. I just want to say that I'm really honored. When I woke up early in the morning to come here to Kololo, I didn't even know my name would cross the minds of the people in SEC. But since you came up with my name for nomination to serve in SEC, I want to say that I'm really, really humbled. But, Your Excellency, you've given your reasons as to why everyone was nominated. And when you came to my name, you said she is a fighter, she has been fighting, I'm indeed a fighter. But, for the cause of our party, I can see that the members who have been nominated, most of them have been there. My sisterhood's position is at stake here, because we shall now stand three to determine who covers this fifth position. For the good of our party, I will step down for the sake of food. Last Your Excellency, the saying goes that he who fights, now in this case, she who fights and runs away, lives to fight another day.
So, very clever girl. She has said she's withdrawing to fight another day. Thank you. Now, that leaves me with Chekamondo.
And the wood automatic women. There's no way you can reduce the women.
Some people want to speak for Chekamondo.
Yeah.
There are some people there.
I will also speak for her.
My name is Mamusho Lawrence, flag bearer for Queen Constituency. Honorable Chekamondo is not able to be here because she's not a member of NEC as yet, because Kapchara is one of those districts was affected by poor packing of materials. But Your Excellency, we are very privileged from the survey sub-region because the policy of NRM is all inclusive, including the small tribes. Therefore, Honorable Chekamondo is so pleased that her name has come, and with the leaders that are here, back 100%. We thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we ask the fellow delegates to consider the small tribes in Uganda, which have contributed to the overwhelming support of the NRM. All small tribes together makes NRM the biggest party together. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Excellency, sir. I'm called.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellency, sir. I'm called. Excellency, sir. I'm called retired Major Leonard Chemonges. I've been a staff. I am also aspiring to be the MP for Kapchara municipality. Yes, sir, you have spoken on our behalf and very convincing. The purpose of bringing Honorable Chekamondo, unfortunately, the husband is sick, and she's my neighbor. And I'm saying it from the point of glory. The purpose of bringing Honorable Chekamondo's name is to cater for the Sabay region on the affirmative action. You are very much aware that if voting was to take place, being few people, we shall not make it. But because we are numerically inferior, because we are few, you have deliberately and correctly so decided that we, who come from minority tribes, be catered for under this arrangement. And Your Excellency, sir, if it was possible, instead of dropping any of the remaining 6 people, I beseech you, sir, to kindly allow all the entire 6 members to be part of the next. And we are saying for purpose of equity, for purpose of representation, let Honorable name remain in the list as part of the members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm so much honored to see that you had nominated 3 women on the list. Now that Honorable Barbara from the East and Wukedi has stepped down, there is no way you could leave out Honorable Chekamodo from the East. Your Excellency, Honorable Chekamodo served as a minister diligently. She was so good, and we who are your mobilizers kept on visiting her office, and she served us very well. Above all, you've heard that her husband is sick. She's also my neighbor in Ntinda. I think we need to give her this opportunity, and even her elections. She has a problem with the elections of Kapchoro. I wish she's going to make it. So I think she would do well here. And Your Excellency, I also introduce myself to you. I'm the flag bearer for West Budama South Constituency, Muzei. I stood against men, Muzei, and I made it.
So we don't have to, because what are you going to add on now? You want to add more names? Okay, you. The 2 of you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. With the all of time, I would suggest that the 6 names will have 4 gentlemen in the position. For the issue of affirmative action, I would think that the 2 women remain. We now go to the 4 men and confirm. Thank you. I am the newly elected Vice Chairperson of U3 Northern Region. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Chairman NRM Namutumba District. Your Excellency, we propose that for the good of the party, let Honorable Chionga step down.
Thank you. I therefore suggest that the Honorable Chionga steps aside.
You should give reasons why.
Your Excellency, you have presented the names of the historical, but we see when we recommend Dr. Gunda, again you bring Dr. Chionga, almost on the same.
The historicals are a bit men on the list.
Your Excellency, you need to bring also younger people to exercise powers, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The President of the Republic of Uganda, our senior leaders, SEC, dear SEC members, Sarekamba, the sitting member of Parliament for County. Mr. President, these nominations, the way you see them, are basically for the mobilization of the country. And when we look at the NRM policies, first of all, it guarantees 40% of women. And when we look at your nominations, we have 4 men and 2 women. So basically, I would think that the 2 women should be retained, and then we reduce on the number of men. Such that we have 2 women and 3 men. That's 1. 2, Mr. President, when you look at it regionally, you have picked 3 historicals from the West. You have picked General Mosari and Huda from West Nile, and only Chekamondo
Chakamondo from the east. So she's a harmonizing factor from the east. So there is no way we can drop Chakamondo. I would humbly request as a revolutionary, Mr. President, that let us allow and give this opportunity to the three historicals from the west. One of them should step down for the good of the party, so that we have two historicals from the west. We have Moses Ali and Huda from the north, and then Chekamondo from the east, so that we balance the equation for the respective models of the country.
Thank you, our President. Essential Dorothy, flag bearer for Kamonge District and the Oman Member of Parliament sitting now. I have come with suggestions. I would like first thank you for having appointed these 7 names. Despite the fact that our younger sister, Nekesa Babura, she has decided to drop out. But my request, our chairperson and the dear president and members of NEC and SEC present, is that we retain the 3 historicals from the West. And for the case, yes, I'm giving a reason as to why. But for the case of gender, because this is for mobilization purposes, if we can see the age, yes, I'm suggesting that out of the West Nile,
Please, now I can see why. You see, I've been wondering why you people fight. Now, yesterday, I saw myself. There was a Kadodi. I thought the Kadodi was for entertainment. So, somebody was campaigning when we were voting. So, although my eyes are not as sharp as they used to be in the past, but eventually I saw pictures, people running with Kadodi. But this is voting. Why do we allow people to run? I saw the picture of Mura Kadodi. Now, when somebody speaks, you listen to somebody and then also respond. Because organizing meetings is part of the skills. It's really the fault of the secretariat. This secretariat, these young people, I really want them to go back to the NRM. Organizing meetings is also part of a skill. Because if you do like this, somebody will fear to bring up an opinion. And maybe that opinion is the one which is right. So you intimidate. Let people speak, and you will get a better solution. So what were you saying?
Mr. President, I'm saying, since we have 2 names from West Nile, and we have to consider the gender equity with our percentage on this, out of the 6 names that we have, I'm suggesting that I request kindly to my father, my dear father, Moses Ali, to step down, and then we have, yes, then we have Honorable Huda and Honorable Chakamondo, so that we can have the gender balance, because these are the people from the West. They are all from the West Nile, and we have said that we have to also to retain Honorable Chakamondo from the smallest region. We retain Chakamondo, and then we also retain Honorable Huda, and the first 3 names, Dr. Rakana Rugunda, Rafina and Yonga, to make the number 5. I thank you.
God says, I'm even intimidated to speak in front of an audience like this one because they are shouting. This is my first time to speak under a big audience like this one. My name is Florence Chilemelwa. I'm the woman's representative in the...
Now you hear, you fellows, members of NEC, you here. One of our members is from Boston. She's shocked. She says she has never been to such an audience. So please don't cause her a heart attack.
Thank you.
she's saying she has never been such in front of such an audience.
Shouting.
Shouting. You are now going to cause us problems in Boston. When our daughter goes back, she will say those relatives of ours are still in the forest. They are still wild. So please. Yes.
So my suggestion, I heard that the diaspora hasn't been represented in the SEC. We've been requesting to be represented for a long time. We've been advocating for the diaspora to be represented in SEC for a long time. I want to go into details to the problems of the diaspora, Mr. President, as of now, because we have little time. But since one of the ladies has stepped down, and we have to balance this gender issue, we, the diaspora, are looking for a position on SEC, and I'm ready to serve as a member of the SEC.
Okay, order, please, order. Thank you, Chairman. Don't worry about these Ugandans. Some of them have just come from the village. Don't worry.
We need people who are going to move down there and mobilize the young people. What language are they going to speak? How do they present themselves to the new electorates down there? So just putting names aside, rather up in front of the conference, I think, is not a problem. But what are they going to do? How are they going to perform when they go down? Because we have to put into consideration the message that they are going to carry the people. And are they proud pullers? That is a problem, because mobilization has to do with proud pullers. Let us discuss names of people who are proud pullers, because mobilization is not to sing or whatever or the age you have, but how much you can tell the electorate and convince it. That is my point. We need youth on this committee. I thank you.
Okay, now, Major Kapoza, let the people who want to speak stand on this side, all of you. Stand here, and they write you. We write them. They write you, because we must go and deal with the bigger group. Then I suggest that somebody write them, the one who wants to speak. Somebody.
According to the wind,
Then we go and address the bigger group. Then we can have a meeting after the bigger group.
Your Excellency, make a ruling on that.
Huh?
Rule on that.
What were you saying, Mzee Musoke? You had an idea?
Make a ruling on Chekamondo's issue.
Thank you very much,
You can reach there.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
You record your name, so we'll do it there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
it is not advisable to create problems in order to solve them. The Constitution does not require you to produce 7. You're supposed to produce 5 names. Therefore, for you to produce 7 names is work half done. Then go back, have you had these people, and produce 5 names.
No, I must advise my elder brother, Mzee Musoke, that actually the NRM Constitution forces me to bring more than 5. I'm not allowed to bring only 5. Because can somebody read it? The lawyer.
For democracy.
Now there is a way I will solve some of the issues Like for instance, the vice president does not attend, is not a member of SEC. But the chairman is allowed to invite anybody. So I can invite the vice president to come and attend SEC as an invited guest. The same with the deputy speaker. Deputy speaker, because the speaker is a member of, she's a member of NEC by being vice chairperson. But the deputy speaker is not. But I am going to be inviting the deputy speaker to attend SEC as an invited person. So let's go to Nambole. We finish with the bigger group. Then at the end we can resolve this. Thank you very much. I now. What are you saying? The bag.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for helping us by saying in the future we should be more aggressive in mobilization than distributing conference materials. But Mr. Chairman, we need to plead with the NEC members that in the last 4 days we have really been overwhelmed. Been overwhelmed because we've been running 2 conferences.
Can we have a lawyer here? We have a lawyer? And reporter now, there is an opinion that if we don't finish this, the 3rd Delegates Conference may not be considered full.
That is right. That is right.
Uh-huh. Would you like to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It all depends on the business that was supposed to be accomplished by this conference. If we don't finish, and yet items at this conference were supposed to be introduced to the national conference, then there will be a technical problem. I think we must accomplish everything we ought to have accomplished before we go to the national conference.
Oh. Okay, then in that case.
We vote for
Okay.
We vote by hand. We vote by hand.
Yeah, but now my daughter here is telling me, just listen. He's saying that in this case, the decision is not by the national conference. This particular issue is not decided by the national conference. It is decided by NEC here. But what is crucial is that once they are elected here, they become members of the national conference. So can somebody argue that because they did not elect in 2 constituencies, therefore Parliament cannot sit? That's why I would like a legal opinion. The lawyer, please, Adolf. If we did not elect now and elected afterwards, would it to be unconstitutional?
Illegible.
Your Excellency, sir, the composition of SEC is very big. It consists of the national chairperson, the vice chairperson, 6 vice chairpersons from regions, NRM parliamentary caucus chairperson, chairpersons of special leagues, chairpersons of commissions. So even without the 5, SAGE can transact business. Therefore, if it's not possible to have these people elected now, NEC can elect them anytime, even after the national conference.
Okay, so because the other big number of people are impatient, they are there, they are many, and they need to go away, I think we should go. If it is legally not a problem, let's go and what are you saying in Yoda?
Your Excellency, the Constitution says SEC shall consist of the following: 5 eminent persons elected by NEC from a list of persons nominated by the National Council. It does not give the number. You can bring a list of 5. And my suggestion is that really these people were elected this year in the State House, all the 5. They have actually not even served a year. Why don't you bring us the list of these 5 who have been there? And we just continue with those. In any case, most of the other people have also come back.
But legally, Adolf, from the list, because if you only bring 5, you are the one who is electing, it's not the NEC. You are... What do you say? What is the legal thing there? Unless, my not so legal mind, unless you are the ones who resolve, that instead of the 6, let's have only the 5. I think if you resolve, I don't know.
Yes, yes, I agree with you, sir.
If you resolve that, you pass the resolution and say, instead of bothering us with the 6th name, let's go with the 5. Then it will be you, not Can we go by that?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We do not understand when you say the 5. Are you talking about the old 5 or you the Chikamondo?
The old 5.
What about Chikamondo, Your Excellency? Are you living out Eastern Uganda? Are we not part of this country? This is not possible.
Okay, listen now. So, Adolf, now you sit down, son. It is not illegal not to finish this business before closing the conference. I adjourn you, we meet in Nambole.
Just some quick announcements on the issues of conference bags and the allowances that we're missing. We've got from our record in finance that only 87 delegates of NEC missed their allowances. And the money is already behind there being given. If you know you missed, please go and receive 2 bags. Brought here. But now we are rushing for the conference. Please bear with us. Let us follow you with the bags to Nambole now. Thank you. And we have buses that can be used for transportation and we move faster than individuals driving their cars. Okay. Those who can use the buses that are ready so that we move together as a team to catch up with the time at Nambole. Thank you. Where are the buses?
That's the NRM National Executive Committee meeting there at Kololo, and the President nominating a few people, and that decision is still pending. They don't know who will join the rest of the top leadership in the SEC. Those names a point of contention, east or west. Joel Senyonyi, the President very astonished that most of these people are still fighting over who represents who, And is that the point now? It's about representation, or it's about what you bring to the table?
It's interesting. The president actually clarified when he was suggesting these names. According to the NRM constitution, the chairman of the party can nominate some names to SEC. He nominates, of course, a list of them, and then eventually they are elected on. But of course, they were quibbling over that. Of no, you give us the exact, and then he says, but what does the law say, and that kind of thing. Yeah. But he gave his reasons why he was bringing on board the people that he was. You know, he suggested 6 names, 7 actually. Dr. Rakana Rugunda, General Kainda Otafire, Barbara Undo Nekesa, who decided to step down. Then Honorable Hudu Oleru, and then Honorable Rukia Chekamondo, Dr. Chris Basyonga, and General Moses Ali. For each of these giving, you know, a reason, saying they were part of the struggle, or that kind of thing. Then, of course, the regional balance is trying to cater for that. And as you could see, some felt they were disenfranchised. They wanted a little bit more than they were given, or that kind of thing. So, yeah, there you are. But I'll tell you, I like a few things that His Excellency the President said. You know, he said that don't fight, don't be violent towards our opponents. Cajole them, reach out to them so that they can join the NRM. And I thought that's a good message, because you see, many a person are worried about next year's elections, for example, because they imagine there's going to be violence. I have friends that have told me that, you know, I'm looking for a country where I'll take my family during this electoral season. They're not too sure that peace and tranquility will prevail. Now that's worrisome. So when you hear His Excellency the President say, look, don't be violent, and, you know, just talk to them nicely and so on, I'm thinking that's a good message. And I'm hoping that the members of his party have actually heard that, you know, and that they will heed to that.
Well, the president also stressing not urging his members not to brand other people, Mbabazi people and so people. Is that going to stop? Isn't it asking for too much? That is inevitable.
I'll tell you, of course time will tell, but give it to the president. He sounded euphemistic, you know, reaching out to people that are his political rivals, and telling his home, if you like, you know, as the head of the family, that, you know what, yes, I know our neighbors, you know, their goats come and eat our plants and that kind of thing, but don't beat their children, don't speak harshly towards them, talk to them nicely, that kind of thing, you know, because it's a family setting, as you could see, you know, his children were coming to daddy, now sort out this and that kind of thing, you know. But I'll tell you, I like that he's saying, don't be violent, you know, don't brand this one, this or the other, and I'm thinking, that's good. That's coming from the president.
Let's play politics fairly and
absolutely,
in a more clean.
And that's what I would want to see for you know, our politics, because you see, much of the time you keep hearing people in the opposition abuse the president, calling him names, then the president calling them fools, samosas, and you know. So
this is a good spirit.
This is good stuff.
As we look forward to decision 2016, let's just bring Kata Raymond in, who is at Kololo. Kata, can you hear us? All right. Raymond, just give us right now a feel of where you are now and what some people are saying, especially if it was hard to decide who to send to SEC, of course, based on representation and gender. What's the conversation now there?
Brian, first of all, I might want to let you understand that the National Executive Committee is the second topmost decision-making organ of the ruling party.
Right.
So what has been happening today is more of a healing process from what we saw yesterday. People that lost elections, people that were made to stand down for others. So the president looks to be accommodating people that were standing down. One of the people that we see has been fronted from the presidency to sit on SEC is Moses Ali, who stood down yesterday in the race for the northern region. The other person that we see coming, being suggested by the president, is Otafire, who also lost his election and was at the delegates conference yesterday. So what we see more is a healing process for the party. What we see is a decision making for the party. But they have not yet decided who will be the 5 members that will sit on SEC for the next 5 years.
Well, the president coming out strongly and saying we should have politics where there's no branding, where there's no violence. Is that feeling what all the members are carrying away? Are they glad that the president is looking at politics of such nature to guide us into the next election?
Now, the president has been on the strong end of the divide with the party members. It's been 3 days now of covering him, and he's been saying the same message all through, that he's dismayed by the level of money and the level of violence that was played out in the primary elections. Now, that is a message that may not resonate probably down to the people that are campaigning, because they say that the opponents they are going up against are people who have resources,
right,
people who have power. So they are doing their best in this election. So we are seeing many of the people that we have at least spoken to as NTV say they do not resonate with the message of the president, that is to stop violence, to stop the use of money in politics. And we can only bet, like all the others, whether that will stop in the coming election.
Well, Qatar also update us on, we just got reports that the Amama camp thinks he will be arrested today or tomorrow. Have you been able to talk to any authority there at the NEC to confirm or say no to these claims?
Well, what we know, the president told them early in the morning that party members should stop branding fellow party members. So the talk of who falls in Amama's camp and who doesn't has been ruled out by the chairman, and that would be a disciplinary issue if you talked about it at the moment. But what we can confirm, though, is that the camp is ready here for the nomination of the president tomorrow. And they say they will be returning here tomorrow to have a rally after the president has been nominated.
Right. Well, have you been able to talk to General Tafire and get his feeling on what many would brand as safe landing after losing out the other day?
Well, Brian, we tried yesterday and made a very strong effort to talk to Otafire, but the best comment that we got out of him is that he is still going to comment on this matter with time. So the benefit of time is what we are giving him at the moment, but what we know now that we've heard from the declarations of the chairman of the NRM is that he could have been suggested to have a position in the party, and that explains why he has been taking it on the down end. But he has been showing up with the same chubby and smiley faces at the delegates conference as all the others that are here.
Well, Qatar, let me bring in Joel Senyonyi, who has something to ask.
Yes, Qatar. You know, I did hear the president talk about, in a very euphemistic way, telling these people that, look, it's important that you don't violate to our opponents, cajole them, reach out to them. From your observation, do you see that message sinking down? I don't know if you've been able to catch one or two of those people to just get a quick response from, in response to what His Excellency the President had to say.
Well, we haven't yet been able to speak to people after this declaration came from the chairman. But what we know is that it's a healing process, and all regions are looking for accommodation at the top organ of the party. So there's a lot of politics at play at the moment. People are moving, people are bargaining, people are throwing chip cards at each other to see which one sticks. And well, like we
and the rest of the team are moving to Nambole, I believe. What's the program going to be like from there? What's going on next?
What's happening here as they move to Nambole, the delegates who did not get their 500,000 of transport allowance are picking their allowances, and then they will be boarding coasters to leave and go to Nambole, join the others, because the national conference requires their attendance. So what we have right now is people picking on materials. I must let you know that there's a book here that was written by General Eli Tumwine on the NRM revolution and how far they've come. So all we know for the moment is they're picking money and materials to go to Nambole and join the others. for the national conference.
And yes, that's what I wanted to ask as we wrap this up, before we can join Maurice Utol at the national conference at Nambole. What are we expecting is going to happen? We know for NEC, yes, there were, approvals here and there. What key happenings are there going to be at the national conference?
What you can predictably say for the moment will happen at the national conference in Nambole is the endorsement of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as the party flag bearer into the 2016 elections. I cannot predict with accuracy the rest, but that for sure is the main agenda at the national conference. But also the conference is the first sitting of the NRM in the new session with new leaders that have been voted in. So we expect the introduction of new leaders, and we also expect them to tell us what will be the agenda for the next 5 years, and more so with the heels of an election that's coming up.
Raymond Kataha? All right.
Well, Raymond, before you go, the possibility that members of the diaspora will get representation in the SEC, how possible is that going to be with names that are forwarded, some powerful names there, with both historical importance to them, but also gender?
Well, Brian, two things stand out. One is these names are part of a suggestion that is labeled in the NRM constitution to have 5 members suggested by the party chairman to join SEC. Now, these 5 positions have been used as a lobbying tip by the chairman for people that stood down and also people that lost elections and are influential in the party. So the chances that a person from the diaspora will step in to be part of the 5 people, we can only imagine, but I think those chances are very slim given the level of numbers of people that stood down and also the number of incumbents that lost an election. We have about 10 ministers that lost their primary elections, and these are political bigwigs that the NRM will want to keep within the party. So moving forward, I think the 7 names that we have at the moment, to choose the 5 names, and the fact that there's no member of the diaspora in the 7 names means that there's a very thin chance that we'll have a member of the diaspora on the SEC. But we can only imagine what will happen next.
Oh, thank you so much, Kata Raymond. They are brilliant reporting coming in from Kololo Independence Ground as NRM wrapped up its National Executive Committee meeting. And now to Nambole, where the Delegates Conference will continue and will close today. We'll be connecting to that in a couple of minutes. But Joel, the diaspora coming out strong and, wanting their place at the table.
I tell you, I think we have trivialized politics in this country, that everybody and their mother wants a place in, I don't know, with due respect, I don't belong to the NRM, so maybe they have their reasons for wanting to do that. But look, we have had the diaspora say we want a member of parliament too to represent us. You've had the elderly say we want an MP. The unemployed say they want an MP. The uneducated. I'm thinking, come on, what is all this? For goodness sake, representation will end up losing meaning. Everybody cannot be represented to the letter, yeah? And me, I'm actually just looking at the general national picture. Of course, it does play down even to parties and that kind of thing. You cannot have a representative for everybody and everything. It just cannot work. So you want to get to a place where you say, all right, we have these fellows, they will represent us or that kind of thing. That's why we have a stupendous budget for leadership in this country, because there's this position, there's the other, now carve out this district and create something else. No. If, by the way, it would eventually be resultant to provision of service, etc., I would be for it. In fact, let every Ugandan become an MP or that kind of thing. Yeah? Right. But you and I know that it just does not work that way.
Right.
So you want to get to a place and you mature up and say you just cannot have everything as it goes. Yeah. So I believe sometimes we want to split hairs.
You were talking earlier to a professor, and you were talking about governance and democracy. And if this is the decentralization, decentralization is believed to bring services closer to the people. Doesn't this, if you get as much representation of all these special interest groups, isn't it supposed to bring those services closer to the people that need them?
Look, there's no evidence, factual, logical, or whatever the case might be, that will tell you that the case is when you have all these, people in place or that kind of thing, But you talk about representation, Brian, decentralization for that matter. Look, decentralization is good, but again, you do not want to water it down too much. And there's proof that this has not quite worked. Yeah, so yes, you want to send a bit of power to a certain level, but again, if something does not work, then you drop it. Yeah, so I think in our country, it's a patronage system really that we are doing. Yeah, create more positions to be filled with cadres or people, and you see, it's working either way. You know, NRM pushes for it, even the FDC. You've seen some of these. You remember that MP who nearly apparently was trying to strangle himself. Some people were saying, well, it's unfortunate he didn't succeed. We had wanted him to, you know. So it's playing out on both sides of the divide, yeah. But I think we need to mature up, yeah. Everybody cannot be in a certain place somewhere. For goodness sake, you can't contribute to the betterment of this country away from Parliament. You don't have to be in that house. You don't have to be in SEC. You don't have to be in, I don't know, wherever it is that we think is the power center, yeah. Wherever it is that you are contributing to the betterment of this country. But this splitting of hairs and want everything for everybody, it just does not work. It is resemblant to a broken down system, I like to think.
Well, let's take a look at some of your messages there. If you're just joining us, we are going on with extensive coverage of the NRM, of course, from the primaries now to the Central Executive Committee meeting, now to the NEC meeting, and we'll be going to Namboole very soon for the third and final day of the Delegates Conference there. But a question here, and Joel, this is very important. Someone asked, why is John Patrick Amama Mbabazi the main content in most of these speeches?
Why shouldn't he be? Is there
well, there's Besigye, there's our dear friend Dr. Abed Bwanika. They are presidential aspirants.
Then there's a lady, you know, there's a lady in the race. We should host that lady one of these good days, you know. That's comforting because we're looking at just the men and we're thinking, wait a minute. Look, Amama Mbabazi is the biggest quote-unquote rebel of the NRM, if you like, and they have branded him that. Even though it's interesting, the president is coming out to say, tone down a little bit, this is not called for, and that kind of thing. He's their biggest problem, I like to think. Basically, they don't expect any different. You know, when Dr. Kiza Besigye stands up and says, Museveni is a bad man, etc., etc.,
it's
people are saying, tell us something new. That is who you are. That is what we expect from you. Anyway, but Amama Mbabazi, a man who has worked with the president for donkey's years, I think he's worked longer with the president than anybody, you know, within the NRM circles. I could be wrong, but he's one of those that have stayed with the president a lot longer. We are told he knows too many of the secrets, etc., etc. I don't know how much he knows, but you see, when such a person breaks ranks, it's a big story. You know, it is unprecedented. It is different. Nobody has broken ranks with the president at the level of Amama Mbabazi. You know, at some point people thought he was his blue-eyed boy, his next man, or that kind of thing. So, as you can expect, the talk will keep about this man. And even then, the NRM in many ways is timorous. They are worried that this man could slowly but surely nibble away at their members.
At many of it.
You know that 10,000 people did apply, they did contest to run within the NRM primaries.
Yes.
But the positions they were filling were about 2,700. Now the worry within the NRM ranks is that there's so many people, they are disgruntled, those that will lose. Yeah, it is likely, highly likely that Mbabazi could chew up on them. So it's a big concern, you know. Mbabazi has a higher chance of grabbing them away than Besigye or Abedi Bwanika or that kind of thing. Mbabazi has worked with them a lot longer. He's been Secretary General of this party for a long time. He has run the show, you know, and that is why many times you see people saying, but this one here is connected to Mbabazi, this minister or that kind of thing, yeah. He had penetrated the system to the core, and so they have every reason to worry. They have every reason to talk about Mbabazi. Absolutely.
Let me get your thought on especially the historicals that are probably booed or not liked in the NRM, and one of the members there are coming out strongly and saying maybe Dr. Crispus Chiyunga should actually step down.
Look, even though some people will say that the NRM has come of age in a way, they are saying away with the old guard, come the new tax, you know, away with analog, in comes digital. But again, a friend was telling me that, look, it's hypocritical for members of the NRM to say, the likes of Otafide and all these others, they are old, they are antiquated, they are outdated, and so we need to throw them out. But then the same people are the ones huffing and puffing the sole candidate. It's quixotic, it does not match, you know. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Now, it's okay for you to like President Museveni if you're in the NRM. But you see, when they use that exculpation that these ones are old, they have been here too long and so on, so we want them out. But then for the other one, the sole candidate, it's a little bit confusing. Let them have other reasons. Let them say that maybe these guys, I don't know, Tafiri and the others, they have not performed. That's believable. But when you say that we are throwing them out because one
they are
other
old
people
and then
serve,
you're keeping the
they
chair.
have run their race and that kind of thing, hey, why doesn't the same apply to the others? You know?
Right.
But I just like to think that in many ways, maybe they have lost favor with the inner sanctum of the party. And once that happens to be the case, people out there, the rest of the peripheral, the members, they can sense, they smell the coffee. They realize that this man here is not liked anymore. He's become a liability, so let's dispense him off, unfortunately. But it's good to see that some young folks, get into leadership positions in NRM, in FDC, wherever the case might be. I think that's a good thing. But we need to train them, we need to nurture them, because many times young fellows, they're just happy to be honorable. That kind of thing. Yeah, but then what? They need to be well nurtured, they need to be well mentored. Challenge is, who is mentoring them?
Who is mentoring them? Maybe that's a question you can help us answer on our Facebook page. That is NTV Uganda. We're still, of course, covering extensively the NRM Delegates Conference at Nambole. Very soon we'll be joining Maurice Ochol there. But also some of your comments here as far as that is concerned. Let me just read some of those. And of course your reactions to the claims from Honorable Amama Mbabazi's legal team, saying that they have credible intelligence that he will be arrested today or tomorrow before at least the nomination, and the DPP is working on those charges of murder, money laundering, and spying for another government. That information we cannot independently confirm, but according to the legal team of Amama Mbabazi, that is what is going on. Businya George saying here, that's not a surprise to me. It's Mbabazi who has been bringing up trumped-up charges against Besigye. And it's public knowledge that JPAM has been involved in corruption. I wouldn't mind him being arrested for genuine cases.
That is to say genuine cases.
That's what Businya says here.
All right, I'm
Jackson
looking at
Omega is saying that is scaremongering. The intelligence know that they are playing into Amama Mbabazi if they dare arrest him. Is this going to round up a lot of sympathy for him if they arrest him? Will people say, oh, the man is, going exactly what Besigye got, and probably that increased the number of people who voted for him 2 or 3 years ago? Is this the same thing that is going to do for Amama?
Actually, many a pundit will say that the NRM does something called self-deprecate. You eat up on yourself when you beat up on the opposition and you're hard towards them. I imagine that's why His Excellency the President is actually saying, look, don't be violent to our opponents. Cajole them, reach out to them in a euphemistic manner. I think that's a good thing. Because many times when they clamp down heavily on them, that sympathy vote is inevitable, because people will see and be like, okay, this person we don't like, but they're not being treated right, yeah? So it's important that you do that. So the Trump tap, I don't know whether the Trump tap yet, we can only prove after, court has said 1 or 2 things about this particular subject matter, but for now, it is just rumors that we hear from, well, not rumors, it is a statement released by his team. They're saying that we have intelligence, this is what is going to happen. We can only wait and see, will he be arrested? If so, for what reasons? Will these 3 major charges that they are raising, murder, spying, and money laundering? I don't know. Excuse me. So we'll keep watching and we'll see how things unfold.
Biggs Birigwa is saying that they are looking for news headlines and trying to divert people from their failure in London.
That's also possible. I don't know. It's possible. They want to keep in the limelight. Everybody who is, who has political ambitions up their sleeves at this point does not want to leave the media. So it's possible. I don't know.
Carol is asking, why wasn't he arrested then? I thought the president was a general. Then why should he be a coward at this point?
Well, is he being a coward? I don't know. Many people have said that the
being
NRM
wise.
fears Babazi like a plague of sorts. Yeah, that is why they act in panic. Whenever the man coughs, they get a cold. I don't know. Maybe he's powerful. Maybe he's not. I don't know.
Well, let's bring in Morris Ochol, who is live at Nambole to bring us an update from there as far as the delegates conference is concerned. It's the final day. Morris, can you hear us? Well, Morris, tell us about what's going on there. We know that it is the final day of the delegates conference. What is the mood and the expectation of most of the delegates?
All the plates that have been used.
Well, for now, most of the delegates that have come in are excited that it's now come to the end of the NRM delegates conference. Of course, yesterday they endorsed President Museveni as the sole candidate, and today, looking at all the things that have been transpiring for the past few days, looking at the candidates that were nominated, looking at the people, of course, that were, of course, forwarded also to the representatives in the party for the different positions, shall today, of course, be confirmed. From different leagues to the youth MPs that were elected as flag bearers, all those are going to be confirmed today. Now we're still waiting for the president, who was at Kololo airstrip, and everyone here is all eager to wait for him today.
That is a good gesture of goodwill. Keep it up, and even those that are yet to be served and are disabled, give them the same cooperation.
All right, Morris, can you hear me?
Oh, Brian, I can hear you well now.
All right, we've been talking a lot about how historicals have been compensated with some positions in SEC and likes of General Otafire, General Moses Ali, who did not stand, and some were defeated. What are the other delegates feeling about that? Is there a sense of, do they feel disgruntled, some of them? Are they happy that these people are finally given a safe landing from the president?
Well, for the delegates that we've spoken with, of course, most of them are excited that it's good. Of course, they have given them a sliding ground for them, that all of them are compensated to some extent. Well, some of them have served, of course, the party for quite some time, 25 years to 30 years. So most of them, the eastern, the northern delegates and the southern, are saying that it was long overdue. Some of these people should have been compensated way back. And also the youth that are there, the youth have also said that it's a high time they have to take on the different roles that are in the party. And of course, some of them also say that President Museveni by 2021 should step down, just like these other veterans that are now stepping down and been given other roles. They think that the president should be like a leader in the party who shall be giving different advisory roles in the party. And for now, most of the delegates, of course, like I said, this is the last day. They're all excited and saying that now 2016, which is just next year, they're all going to fight for the party. Look out for the party, look out for the opposition, and don't give them any breathing space as they go on for the 2016 general elections.
The young people, the special interest groups, that election was held yesterday, and many young people are choosing to go independent. Tell us the latest. Have you been able to speak to some of these candidates? What is their future? What are they planning to do after the conference?
Sorry, come again, Brian. The sound wasn't very clear.
Yesterday, we had the election of the special interest groups, and one of those being the young, the youth.
Yes.
The ones that are defeated are choosing to go independent. Have you been able to speak to them after the conference? What are they planning to do? There were plans that they were going to the court to acquire a court injunction. What are they up to now?
For the ones that I've spoken with that are here, that is Davis Akampura that was vying for the Western Youth MP. Then some of those who are vying for the Eastern Youth MP. Then for the Northern, a few of them that have spoken to them think that they would going independent would be the best way, because they think that the party has deprived them from their rights. And also others are thinking that John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, of course, the Go Forward movement is the only way for them to rest and then settle their grievances, because they say that even if they go to the party won't listen to some of them. In fact, some of them, of course, accusing some ministers of being behind all this chaos. One of the ministers that many of them are really saying that really did them so bad was Honorable Bright Ramirama, whom they say that his son was forwarded and,
Yeah.
and is right now the flag bearer for the youth, Western Youth Legislature.
Well, Maurice, just tell us now what the program will be for the rest of the day. We're aware that the president is on his way to Nambole to close the conference. What is expected as they wrap up the conference?
For now, what we've gotten from the master of ceremony today is that the president is soon arriving, and of course, there are different texts have been designed for different people. For example, the National Executive Council members will be sitting just behind the side, and also members from the Veterans League will also be sitting at my side. Then the other side, that's where the historians will be sitting. Then for the Central Executive Committee, they haven't yet specified, but the president, of course, will be sitting in front. But more of that, we shall be bringing to you, Honorable Mike Simalu, who has been manning all this, and bring it to you all these other events to tell us exactly how the program is. Yes, Honorable Mike Simalu, you're welcome. NTV is live here at Nambole Stadium. Now, could you just tell us exactly how the program is going to run in depth?
Thank you very much. Today, we've had a series of meetings that have already taken place. First thing in the morning, there was a meeting of the Central Executive Committee, chaired by the chairman of the party, who is also the President of the Republic, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And the main subject was to look at his report and the report of the Secretary General, and also names of the expanded SEC. Then thereafter, they went to Kololo for the National Executive Council meeting, NEC, and in the same meeting, the chairman gave a report, and the Secretary General too gave a report, and I definitely believe the names were put forward for consideration. And right now what is going to happen is that those reports, the outcome of the National Executive Council meeting is going to be communicated to this meeting. And again, the chairman is going to give his report, and the Secretary General will give his report as well.
So
then,
what time do we see the president coming in here? Because they had said by midday, it's now.
yeah, that was supposed to be the time, but I believe he should be on the way here. Because again, we have a bit of limited time here because we want to give way to the Electoral Commission to prepare for tomorrow's nomination. So this meeting is not likely to be very long, and I believe that the chairman should be arriving any time from now and present and open the meeting officially. Now this is going to be the first meeting of the third conference, because yesterday we were dealing with matters of concluding the leadership, but now we have the leadership, so the meeting is going to begin today, and the chairman is going to open it.
Okay. Honorable, maybe could you just tell us some of the things that they're going to specify? You'll forgive us for that. They have just told us that the president has arrived right now, so they're just going on the podium to announce and people to get ready, of course, for the president. I can think, my camera person, could you just take over that side and show how the president's convoy has just arrived here? Of course, you could see even the speakers have been silenced, the microphones all have been put up, just to notify that the president has also arrived.
Fellow delegates, in the first meeting of the third conference of NRM, the chairman, there are all indications that the chairman is within or about to be here. So I want to request all of you who have already had your lunch to get settled in your places
Those are pictures coming in from Nambole, trying to get a steady shot there as the president arrives at Nambole to close the delegates conference. Joel, what's your expectation as they wrap this up? What message do you hope the president is going to give as we get ready for the presidential elections 2016?
Look, I'd like to hear the president reiterate what he just said, that their NEC meeting, calling on his supporters to be calm, to be tranquil. Elections should not be a do or die.
Right.
Yeah, so as they go out to campaign for him, for themselves, look for votes and that kind of thing. You know, we want to see peace and tranquility prevail in this country, and it takes all the players. It takes the NRM, the FDC, TDA, I don't know, whoever else is in this. You know, I think for me that's important. You want to hear that from a presidential candidate, but more importantly from a head of state. I want to hear that. You know, that sends messages of it is all right, even though there's a bit of concern here and there. You know, Uganda is going to live beyond these elections. Uganda is going to live beyond all these fellows that you see contesting for different positions all across the country, yeah? So it's important that...
That should be the message.
I want to hear that, and I'm hoping that he reiterate that. Of course, it's been a marathon for them, so they're looking forward to the nomination of their candidate after they endorse him here at the Delegates Conference. So it's going to be a buzz of activity, not just for the NRM, but for all the other players too. Tomorrow we understand that John Patrick Amama Mbabas is going to be nominated at Nambole, because after this conference of the NRM, the Electoral Commission will take over Nambole. You know, clearly it's a busy time for Nambole. And then we'll see the nomination of the candidate, aspirants now becoming candidates, and hit the campaign trail, which starts next week. So busy time it's going to be for these people. I hope they are good to go in many ways.
Well, we'll be bringing you all that activity there. We'll be crossing to Nambole in a couple of minutes to bring you the president closing the delegates conference, and of course the message being very strong to not brand people and supporters that they are Mbabazi supporters. The president encouraging them to have, you know, not to be violent. Joel, at one of the talking points also yesterday, the president saying there are 3 venues. There's the village, there's the school, and the workplace. Do not go on the street. And if you look at the comments on social media, many people saying the opposition has been focusing largely on the street, where the voters are not there. And probably that explains the popularity of NRM, because they've been able to go down to the villages to get the support.
Brian, the popularity, or at least according to some people, the perceived popularity of the NRM can be explained in many ways. You know, they're in power, so they've got the money, they've got access to resources, they've got access to positions. You know, you join the NRM knowing if I lose, well, I'll be appointed RDC or that kind of thing. You know, the opposition won't give you that. Especially if you're not sure they will win. So it can be debated, their popularity, yeah? But again, truth be told, the opposition needs to up its game, you know, and many a person in the opposition don't like to hear this. When you tell them, look, what are you doing to put your house in order? Many times their guns are pointed at the NRM. You're thinking, you should be spending a lot more time on building capacity within your party, building structures, having that in place. You don't see that. I keep challenging folks in the opposition. The NRM says they have a register with 10.5 million people or thereabout. Now, regardless of how these people came to be on that register, I'll tell you a good number of them registered. You know, they'll tell you, Joel, for me I registered. Why? Because I'm looking for a job. You know, so just in case this card is my ticket to a job, why not? Others actually thought that as they queue up, they're going to be given a transport refund. Yeah. So the reasons why people registered are different. There's a plethora of them. However,
well, if the transport refund is 500,000, then you want.
Who does not want that? You know.
Right.
But you see, how even if those are the reasons as to why they registered, the opposition, you ask them, so for you, what's your register?
What do you have?
You know who your supporters are. You know how many they are. You know, if the NRM tomorrow actually does rig the election, and let's say they get 9 million people votes, they'll say, by the way, all our 10.5 didn't show up. You know, so we actually did not rig. So it can play on their psyche or that kind of thing. So the opposition wants to be organized. Yes, of course, they are at a disadvantage. They don't have the monies, they don't have the state resources, etc., etc. But you want to see them using the bare minimum to put their house in order. Sometimes you're thinking, I don't quite see that. Yes, the NRM is on fire, but I mean, we've seen their primaries, there have been issues here and there. But about the alternative government, or that one which is in waiting? Are you ready? I don't know.
Right. That is a question you can help us answer on our Facebook page, NTV Uganda. go there and hashtag decision 2016. Also be sampling some of your comments on social media as Facebook and Twitter. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll be taking you live to Nambole.
Home of the champions.
You're good. To catch this and lots more, call us or visit our website and get your connection today.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time, you'll know you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Bannayuganda bannange, nze Ssaabasumba Dr. Spenkisto Lwanga, Ssaabasumba w'e Kampala era ssentebe w'olukiiko lw'abeepisikoopi olukola ku bya ssente ate n'okuzimba wamu n'okuddaabiriza nga tuteekateeka okukyalako omutukuvu Paapa mu Uganda. Mbasaba mwoyo nga bwe musobola okudduukirira omulimu guno nga muyita mu mobile money oba ne mu bankisi zammwe nga bwe tuzimba Uganda n'ebifo by'abajulizi baffe. Mbeebaza nnyo mubalimi baleetera Mukama abampera omukisa.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers and FIFA tournament football games on World Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
News Updates is brought to you by Salolin. Color your world.
And I think to myself,
What a wonderful world. Ooh, yeah.
Good afternoon to our viewers, wherever you're joining us from online and on air. You can actually stream live. We had a problem with a stream, but it's back on. And follow the conversation for this extensive coverage of NRM as they wrap up their delegates conference there at Nambole. Before the break, the president addressing members of NEC at Kololo, and now he's on his way to Nambole. We're going to cross over there very shortly. And let's just have, for those who have missed it, the top leadership of the NRM, that's the SEC, the first national vice chairperson, Alhaj Moses Chigongo, who is still the national vice chairperson. He retained that.
He has held that position for a bit. Same story with the second national vice chair, Rebecca Kadaga. They've held that for quite a bit, and even the person that comes in third there, Vice Chair, Western Region, Matai Chaligonza, he nearly got answered by...
What was the possibility of Matayo not coming back?
If he had gone on that ballot together with
Audrey,
he would get beaten, I think. Going by what we were seeing, this man was campaigning all over the place. There you are. Another one that's been around for a bit is Mike Mukula, Vice Chairperson, Eastern Uganda. Coming in is Vice Chair North, Sam Engola. He beat Henry Onek, and Moses Ali stepped down for him. And then, of course, Vice Chair Central, Alhaji Naduri. He's occupied that position for quite a bit of time.
Yeah. Let's move to Kampala, Vice Chairperson Kampala, where these people, well, Francis Babu stepped down for them, and they had to battle it out. Godfrey Nyakana coming out as the Kampala vice chairperson for the NRM,
beating Singh
Katongole.
Marwaha Katongole.
What name is that?
Marwaha. I think that's his Indian name.
All right. There are some of so from Kampala, let's go to Karamoja. Simon Alepa, and the Women's League chair replaced by replaced by Lydia Wanyoto. That they are replacing Jackie Mbawase. Clear sign that we are no longer part of this. We have started our own. She was invited and she didn't show up.
Interesting. The Youth League chair is Gaddafi Nasur. The Veterans League is headed by Jim Hwezi, who is also the Information and National Guidance Minister. The Entrepreneurs League is led by Robert Rukari. That's a new one therein. Robert Rukari there. This position was previously held by Basaja Balaba. The name was running away. Yeah, Hassan Basaja Balaba being replaced now by Robert Rukari. He's a businessman, done a couple of things. There are some newcomers, though not too many when you look at the SEC. A good number of these folks did retain their positions, of course, right from the chairman, the first vice chairperson, national, and so on. Let's move on and look at other positions that have been filled now. Okay, there you are. We'll get to that and more in a bit. When you look at what's happening on social media, everybody's talking politics, you know, NRM, TDA, and that kind of thing. I'll tell you, I like the fact that Ugandans are engaging. They are party to this, you know. Of course, it's unfortunate that some come off vitriolically. They are abusive and so on. That's not called for, but it's good when you see that people are alert. It's expected, but it's not right that people are abusive and so on. It heats up the tension and even this violence that many a person are worried about. Usually it's fomented by this kind of talk. You know, when you throw heavy jibes at the other side and they do likewise, it's not called for, yeah? So it's important that it's okay, engage and talk these issues, share your opinions, disagree with whoever it is you want to disagree with, that's okay, but do it as euphemistically as you possibly can, in a cool, calm, collected manner, and life goes on. That's the maturity that we are yearning for in our politics. We've not seen that for donkey's years.
Right.
I hope this is the time that it can start.
The pressure is on. 2016 is here, and the conversation is, are we ready for 2016? The NRM primaries being setting the stage for those elections, and you saw the president is coming out strongly saying, let us make sure we have a violent-free election. But a couple of minutes ago, the legal team of Amama Mbabazi saying that they have credible intelligence that their their client will be arrested today or tomorrow before the nomination. Let's just take you back earlier on to that press conference and what Fred Mwema said.
I am going to give you some information, an update on what is happening in the run-up to the nomination. Yesterday, our client, the presidential candidate, received disturbing intelligence information, which is credible, that there are plans to arrest him today or tomorrow before the nomination. The plan is to charge him with 3 offenses. The first one is an alleged murder that took place at his home some time back. You all know the story. The second one is alleged money laundering. And the third one is alleged spying for a foreign country. The information is that the office of the DPP is in advanced stages of completing the paperwork on the file, and that the plan is between now and tomorrow to have him picked up and arrested. We have our client, the presidential aspirant, has taken this matter very seriously. As you all know, he's not somebody who keeps company of idle talk or wasting time. The matter has been so serious, so much so that we have been asked to write to the DPP, and we have written a letter to the DPP this morning. I'll give you a copy of the letter. In this letter, we are raising concerns about the scheme to arrest Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi. This is calculated to try and frustrate his presidential candidacy. This is calculated to demoralize his supporters, and we are writing to the DPP in summary to ask him, one, to confirm whether or not it is indeed true that this impending prosecution and arrest is underway, because as you know, it is the duty of the DPP to cause investigation and prosecution of anybody. And we are saying if it is true, the investigation or criminal inquiry must be done in an open and transparent manner. We are not asking the DPP to excuse our client or the presidential aspirant from investigation or prosecution. All we are saying, can he participate in any investigation? Things should not be done backdoor or under the table. It should be done openly, like a normal investigation or inquiry is done. And we have asked the DPP to take the matter seriously so that we do not affect the process that is already ongoing for his nomination. We have stated here that the timing of this threatened prosecution and arrest is not accidental, neither is it coincidental. It is deliberate. And as you have seen, you have all witnessed, and is well documented, the presidential aspiration and candidacy of Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi from government agencies, from the police. You all know this, and we believe it's a continuation of this harassment and hostility towards his presidential aspiration and candidacy, that such things are coming up. So we have come here to give you this information. We shall also give you copies of what we've written. And we are expecting that the deputy should be able to respond to that letter of ours. Otherwise, on our part, you can see 5 lawyers, but for the nomination, and this is a message to our supporters, for the nomination, we have a plan of 500 lawyers to be able to cater for and give legal services and support to all those who will come to witness the nomination of Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. Therefore, all those who intend to come to Nachivubo, all those who intend to come to Kampala from the country should come that they will be protected. Our lawyers will be on standby to ensure that whoever is arrested or beaten gets legal redress. So that's what I can tell you. I can repeat the same in Luganda, if you are okay with it. Olwaleero tuzze wano bannamateeka 5 naye nga tulina ttiimu ya balooya 5 abeetegekedde nomination ya Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. Balooya bungi bwabo nga mulaba nti wabaddewo okutulugunya, okutiisatiisa, okukuba, okukwata abawagizi be. So n'olwekyo balooya bano beetaagisa okubeera mu Kampala, mu Nakivubo n'ebifo ebirala okuddukirira abo bonna abawagizi ba Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi nga bwe tubadde tukola, abanaakwatibwa, tiisibwa oba okukubibwa.
That is Fred Mwema, one of the members of the legal team of Amama Mbabazi, addressing journalists earlier and revealing that they have credible information that Amama Mbabazi will be arrested tomorrow. We'll be following that story very closely here at NTV. You can watch our subsequent news bulletins to cover that. Let's cross over now to Nambole. Julius Senkandwa is standing by. Julius, for the benefit of our people who for our Luganda audience, Shisho Sobolo Tubule Chigena Masokat.
Webale nnyo muganda wange Brian Mulondo ali mu studio zaffe eza NTV wali ku Serena Conference Center mu Kampala. Naye nga naffe wano e Nambole buterevu nnyo, nze ne muganda wange Maurice Ocho tuli mu batuusaako ebintu nga bwe bigenda mu maaso wano mu ttababiruka w'ekibiina ki NRM, era nga eddakiika eno omukulembeze w'eggwanga era chairman w'ekibiina ki NRM amaze okutuuka, era waggulu wali woolengera mu madaala wakyali mu kisenge kyawe akyafuna ku kyokunywa anyogozaako ku mimiro, ate oluveeyo asobole okujja okwogerako eri tabamiruka ono omulundi gwe ogusoose mu kisanja kye kino eky'emyaka 5 oluvannyuma lwe yalondeddwa olunaku lw'eggulo nga ssentebe w'ekibiina kino ki NRM okumala ebbanga lya myaka 5 kwe kuva mu mwaka wa 2016 otuuka mu mwaka 2021 nga ye ssentebe w'ekibiina kino. Olunaku lwayo lwagenda okuba nga ayogerako omulundi gwe ogusoose nga ssentebe w'ekibiina, teekako nga kandidate w'ekibiina kino ki NRM mu kalulu ka 2016, era ng'ono agenda kuba mpozi akakasibwa olunaku olw'enkya akakiiko k'ebikonda wano wenyini ku ssaawa e Nambole. Naye nga mpozi abantu bonna naddala bammemba ba SEC ne NEC batandise okutuuka wano oluvannyuma lw'okumaliza enkuŋŋaana zaabwe oba enkiiko zaabwe ze babaddemu ez'enjawulo ku makya g'olwaleero. Waliwo olubadde ku ssaawa ekololo ng'olwe lwaba NEC, olukiiko oluddako olufuzi olw'ekibiina ki NRM batandise okutuuka wano, era ndabye abantu abawerawerako okuli mpozi era n'abo abakwasibwako ku nsonga z'ebyokulonda mu kakiiko kana oba mu kibiina kino ekya NRM nabo batandise okutuuka wano, mpozi n'abantu abalala n'abagenyi abayite, era mpozi tusuubira omukulu ssentebe w'ekibiina kino okwogerako eri bammemba ensonga ennyingi oba ebimu ku ebyo bigenda okuba nga bituukibwako olunaku olwaleero byagenda okuba nga ayogerako eri bannakibiina, kwe kutundira mpozi engeri okulonda gye kwatambuddemu naddala okwakamyufu ak'ekibiina kino ki NRM, azze ng'ayogera nti mwalimu ebirumira bingi nnyo, olwayo mpozi tumusuubira okulambulula biki ebyo ebirumira ebyalimu. Teekako mpozi olukiiko lwaleero era tusuubira nti ng'amaze okwogerako eri bammemba bonna ba delegates olwaleero wano mu ssaawa e Nambole, ate agendagendako mu kafubo n'olukiiko olwa SEC era addemu basisinkane era ng'eno gye bagenda okukakasiza amannya ag'abantu abataano ab'enjawulo abalondeddwa okulaba nno nti beegatta ku lukiiko luli olufuzi olugenda okuba nga lutuulako mpozi abantu abalondeddwa ate olunaku lw'eggulo ye lwakulira era olaba nti abantu abo abataano mpozi bajja kwongerako ku muwendo gwe tubadde tumanyi oba ng'ogubaddewo ogw'abamemba ab'olukiiko olufuzi ateekako n'ensonga endala ez'enjawulo ezigenda okuba nga zoogerwako mpozi n'engeri akalulu ka 2016 gye kagenda okuba nga katambuzibwamu ekibiina kyetegese kitya ekibiina kigenda kukwata kitya kampeyini zaakyo ezigenda kutandika sabbiiti ejja okulaba nno nti nate kiddamu kifuna obuwagizi oba obuwanguzi mu kalulu akajja aka 2016 naye nga mpozi olaba essaawa yonna omukulu ssentebe w'ekibiina ndaba vice president wuuyo akamadaala okuva mu kisenge gy'abadde mpozi ne mukama we naye ajja atule mu bifo byakkalire teekako mpozi n'abakulu ndaba abakulu ab'olukiiko olufuzi ndaba omukulu Haji Nabili yatudde dda omukulu General Jim Muhwezi naye yatudde dda ndaba n'abakulu aba Samu Engola omu ku bawangudde Joe Akalulu naye yatuuse dda Matayo Kyaligonza n'abantu abalala b'enjawulo abakulu mu kibiina kino mpozi abadde ekololo nabo bamaze okutuuka ng'essaawa eno tulinda omukulembeze w'eggwanga era ndaba n'eyali vice president Kakensa Gilbert Bukenya naye wuuyo akkirira amadaala atambula bulungi mpozi ne deputy speaker oba omumyuka w'omukuumiza w'ekikola eggwanga Jacob Olanya naye wuuyo akkirira mpolampola bakkirira mpozi nabo bajje batwale ebifo byabwe nga balindirira okwogerako okusoose okwa ssentebe w'ekibiina kino ki NRM oluvannyuma lw'okulondebwa mu kisanja kye kino eky'emyaka 5 kyatandise olunaku olw'eggulo byonna tugenda kuba tubikutuusaako wano butereevu nnyo ndaba n'omukulu vice president wa South Sudan naye mu tenti amaze okutuuka teekako mpozi n'omukungu okuva mu ggwanga lya Rwanda mu kibiina kya RPF naye yamaze dda okutuuka be bamu ku bagenyi ab'enjawulo abayitiddwa okubaawo ku mukolo ogw'olwaleero okulaba engeri ekibiina kya NRM gye kyekwataganyaamu okulaba nti nate emyaka 5 kibeera n'obuwanguzi ate kyongera okuteekerateekera mpozi eggwanga lino singa bannayuganda banaaba bakiwadde obwesigwa okulaba nti kyongera obukulembeze bw'eggwanga ndaba n'omuwandiisi w'eggwandisizo ekkulu ery'ekibiina ki NRM naye amaze okutuuka minisita w'ebyokwerinda omukulu Crispus Kiyonga atuuse amyuka ssentebe w'ekibiina ki NRM omukulu Alhaj Moses Kigongo naye yalondeddwa oba yakakasiddwa olunaku lw'eggulo olukiiko ateekako tabamiruka yenna naye amaze okutuuka so yembeera bwetyo bweri essaawa eno naye nga mpozi njagala okuba nga twogeramu wano katono nnyo n'omukulu Tang Odoyi ng'ono mpozi yabadde mu mitambo gy'akalulu kano aka NRM akawedde wenjogerera ebisinga obungi abimaliriza era njagala okuba nga mugendako omukulu Tang Odoyi tukwaniriza nnyo seba olunaku lugenze lutya olwaleero
nungi tubadde ne free and fair election jo kati abaseeki bega seeki twamaze tulinayo abantu 6 twagala 5 yenga constitution yegamba kati tetukkiriza abaneeki did not agree kati tulinayo meeting endala
kwegamba abataano prominent persons tubadde tusuubira olwaleero neeka eganya okukanya n'amannya
tujagironda oba bagani nina ballot papers ate nina taabu
naye mumadde mugenda bakubako kalulu oba ebadde consensus
zibadde kalulu consensus oba bafairinga ne consensus tugenda buterevu kulonda
kati abantu abataano baba baganiddwa provision ki oba mukisa ki olulala oguliwo okulaba nno nti abantu abo balondebwa
nedda tulinayo provision lwakuba ti it doesn't affect us we can pick them after this conference.
Doctor, kyenjagala ombuulireko gwe nga gwe mu kulabako waliwo
bulungi nnyo nga electoral commission lwakuba tuli basatu ba commissioners naye tukwata the whole country ne 60,000 villages nga polling station twakoze bulungi nnyo
kyakoleddwa olunaku olw'eggulo mu kalulu akabaddewo nti twalabye abantu abamu nga ba stepping down oba nga bava mu lwokaano gwe nga gwe
zibadde family consensus mu democracy ezo zibaawo.
Tuyanza nnyo Dr. Tangodoi ssentebe w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu kibiina kya NRM ng'atuwa ye engeri gy'alabamu engeri gy'atambuzzaamu oba akakiiko kakulira gye katambuzzaamu omulimu guno ogw'okulonda abakulembeze b'ekibiina kya NRM okulaba nti nate bakitwala mu maaso mu bbanga ery'emyaka 5 naye ng'ebisingawo byonna tujja kuba tubikuwa mpolampola teekako mpozi malole gaffe ag'essaawa emu NTV akawungezi teekako n'empozi NTV tonight byonna ebisingawo wano ojja kuba obifuna bye tunaba tetusobodde kutuusaako essaawa eno mpozi n'ebyo byonna ebinaaba byogeddwa mu tabamiruka w'olwaleero nga ssentebe w'ekibiina kya NRM ayogerako eri tabamiruka ono mpozi olwaleero olunaku olusembayo mu tabamiruka ono eyatandise olunaku olwajjo oba kale kaŋŋambe yatandika olunaku luli olunaku lwali lwakutaano nga ebitongole ebyenjawulo bironda abakulembeze baabyo okulaba nno nti bakiika ku lukiiko olufuzi atekako ne ku madisitulikiti okulaba nti batwala bulungi obukulembeze bw'ekibiina naye nga mpozi olunaku lw'enkya ate omukulu yennyini ssentebe w'ekibiina era kandidenti w'ekibiina kino lwagenda okuba nga akakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda wano wennyini mu kisaawe Namboole okulaba nti nate atambuza bulungi ebbanga lino ery'emyaka 5 obukulembeze bw'ekibiina kino oteekako okubaako ebintu ebyenjawulo byageza kulaba nno nti akolera eggwanga naddala mu bukulembeze bweteekako n'ekibiina kyatwala naye nga bo abantu bayitirivu nnyo wano e Namboole naye nga mpozi olaba nti enteekateeka yonna bwe twogerera yo etambudde bulungi nnyo nnyo era nga essaawa eno tugenda kuba tufunayo omuntu tujja kuba tufunayo omuntu omu gwe twogerako naye nga mpozi ono maama waffe aludde mu byobufuzi aludde mu byamawulire tukwaniza nnyo Honorable America Rokuru
mwebere nnyo NTV muri mutya
tuli tugezaako tuweereza
ndowooza ekyawano mukiraba
tukirabye
ekintu kyonna ffena tuli yero
mwena oli yero naye ate akabbulu kano
nti naye eyo kala yaffe
Honorable kyenjala okubuuza ku gwe nga senior member w'ekibiina enteekateeka eyakoleddwa olunaku lwajjo okulaba nno nti ba senior members lwokaano ne balekera bannaabwe kiraga ki eri enkola ya demokrasi yateekako n'ebyobufuzi era enkola eno yandisaanye otwalibwa maaso tusobole okulaba nno ntuziyiza ebyabadde mu kamyufu
eyo nkola nnungi nnyo nnyo era bw'oraba enkola ya President Museveni bulijjo tusooka ne tukola kye tuyita consensus kyekyo kyabaddewo okukaanya kubanga oluusi bwe muba nga temukaanye ne mugenda kukuba akalulu oluusi wavaamu ebiwundu ate ebiwundu ebyo okugenda kiyinza kutwala bbanga omanye kitwonoonye nga baddugavu demokrasi y'ebweru abazungu gye boogerako twagala ebeere wano tugireete nga yonna bweri ate ffe abazungu stage ye baliko si ye tuliko development ye baliko si ye tuliko n'olwekyo kuno okukaanya era President Museveni alina amaanyi mangi ono yamuwa amagezi kubanga kati olaba kino kyakoledde wano teri ayombye abantu bonna basanyusa webale nnyo
Honorable ebintu byonna oba okusika omugwa oba obutakkaanya obweyolekera mu kamyufu gwe nga gwe munnayuganda osuubira kyekisaanye okwebula nno nti abantu abo abaalabika nno nti tebakkaanyizza bagezaako nate okuddamu okutambulira awamu
nze mbadde nkuba omulanga abantu ba NRM ba members yonna gye bali obanga toyiseemu naye jjukira nti pate eri waggulu ya ffenna tutambulire mu mwoyo gwa pate eyo ya NRM ode emabega yabo abayiseemu ffonna tutambulire wamu kubanga tumanyi nti ekizimbe bwe kitunga mu fault line omulabe mwayitira n'olwekyo ffe nga ba NRM tetuba nga ffe ffennyini abateekako crack mu famire yaffe eya NRM ffenna tulabire ku President Museveni tutambulire wamu ate njagala kutegeeza abantu bonna ndaba bano abeerimba nti bagenda kuba President wa Uganda kambabuulire President Museveni tajja kufuna awansi ya 60
yoyanza nnyo toyanzege oyo ye Honorable Mary Karolo Krut nga ye minisita akwatibwako ku nsonga mpozi ez'omunda. Essaawa eno ssentebe w'ekibiina General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni wuuyo naye akamadaala ajje mpozi abenga akalira mu ntebe ye, era bammemba bonna bayimuse bali mukubira engalo okulaba nti bamwaniriza ng'agenda okwogerako gye bali. Wuuyo atambulira ddala bulungi nnyo, wuuyo ayingidde mu tenti ye, ate mu dakiika ntono nnyo agenda kuba atandika mpozi okwogerako kwe okusoose eri bannakibiina nga ssentebe w'ekibiina kino kye NRM. Mpozi tujja kuba tufunayo abantu ab'enjawulo batunyonyole enkola eno oba ekigendererwa ky'olwaleero ekimu ku bintu byadde birina okukolebwako olwaleero omwabadde alaze bammemba eyali vice president we Professor Gilbert Bukenya, era abantu bonna balaze essanyu okulaba nti nno nti baddamu omulabako mutabamiruka w'ekibiina nga mpozi oba gwabadde amaze ebbanga nga teetabaako mu nkuŋŋaana z'ekibiina kye NRM. Ekigenda mu maaso kwe kuyimba oluyimba lw'eggwanga, ateekako oluyimba lwa East African Community okulaba ate nti omukolo guno gutandika bulungi nnyo.
for an opening prayer to be said by Dr. Tanga Odoi. Since all of us went through his hands, let him give us a word of prayer as we begin this meeting.
let's humble ourselves and say a word of prayer. Father, our Lord, guide this conference in conclusion.
I know His Excellency the Vice President of Sudan called a Mexico. That word means obstacles. I'm trying to get the nearest word I could get was enkonji. Enkonji literally means stamp, but it can also be used to mean obstacle. So what were the obstacles we faced? I list the obstacles. There are 10 of them. They are here in this booklet. I don't have time to go through all of them, but I can just mention 2 or 3. One of them was the small market of Uganda. These African countries have got small markets. Uganda, 38 million people now. Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. Taken individually, they have got small markets. And a small market cannot support development. I'll give you one example. Uganda is now producing 4 million bags, 4 million tons of maize. But in Uganda, we are consuming only 1 million. So there is a surplus of 3 million tons already. Fortunately, we have the market of South Sudan, the market of Kenya, the market of Congo. They are the ones buying our maize. If we did not have those markets, we would be stuck with the maize, and it would affect our prosperity. What I'm saying about maize is the same with the milk. Milk, we are now producing 2 billion liters. The Ugandans are consuming only 800 million. So there is already a surplus. If we do not have the market of the region, we would be stuck with the milk, and it would affect our prosperity. So, one obstacle we had to deal with was to create the market of East Africa, to unite East Africa, to become one market. And I salute the former President Mzee Arap Moi of Kenya, the former President Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi of Tanzania, because they helped me with that struggle. They helped us with that struggle to put together the market of East Africa. And I salute the younger leaders who came later, like President Kagame and President Nkurunziza, who joined this common market. I salute our brothers in South Sudan. They have already applied to join that common market. So that Mziziko is now being addressed. That Nkonji is being removed. The Nkonji of a small market. Akatale akafunda cannot stimulate production and wealth. The other obstacle, the other Mziziko, has been the shortage of electricity, lack of electricity. If you don't have electricity, how will you produce? How will you manufacture? That has been a problem. When you read this, you will see what we have done. We repaired Gari, we built Bujagari, we repaired the old Owen Falls Dam, we built the new dam called Chira to the east of the Nile. We are now building Karuma, we are building Jisimba, we are going to build Ayago, we are building the smaller ones like Buseruka, like Mishasha, like the one of Nyagat, like Agago. All those are electricity dams, big and small. You can see them there on the screen. Those are some of those dams. So now we have electricity, and we are not going to be in a shortage again. The only problem we have now is the high cost. The cost was a mistake which came because of the Bujagari people who developed Bujagari, because they borrowed expensive money, and because of that expensive money they are trying to put it in the price. But we are going to find a solution. We want to see whether we can not pay them off and they go away, so that we have low electricity prices. Especially for Bujagari and Isimba now, when they are ready, the electricity they will produce will be at 4.8 American cents per unit. The other one will be 5 American cents per unit. Bujagari is 10 point something cents per unit. That's why the price of electricity is high. So we now have enough electricity, we are going to have more electricity, and we are going to have cheaper electricity. That's what we are working to. So that Muziziko is being removed. That obstacle to prosperity. Because you remember the target is prosperity. Now the other Muziziko, which I would like to quote, the other obstacle have been the bad roads. We have been seeing bad roads. The road from Tororo through Mbare to Soro was terrible. 2 times I drove along it, and I thought it was better to get out of the car and walk than drive on that road. Fortunately, we have worked on it now. You can see those roads on the screen, and you will see them in the pictures. So, those are 3 examples of the Muziziko that we have dealt with, of the obstacles. But the Muziziko are 10. They are all here in this book. You will read them for yourselves. But how do we remove the Muziziko? How do we remove the obstacles? In the book of Genesis, God had his way of working. He simply gave the word, and he said, let there be earth, and the earth would be there. And then he said, let there be ocean, separate from dry land, and it was there. Unfortunately for us, the members of the NRM, people like Yoweri Museveni, or anybody else, we don't have those powers of God. You cannot say, let there be electricity, and it is there. You cannot say, let there be a road, and it is there. Sorry, you don't have that capacity. So therefore, we must work. Teach, we must work. Okukora n'okutuyana But in order to work and sweat, that's what I'm saying in the local language there. But in order to work, you need resources. You need money. Now, money is not abundant. It is scarce, especially in the past. That's why, therefore, you will see in this booklet, we are to use the wisdom of the freedom fighters, of the guerrillas. We are to prioritize that word, prioritizing. In Uganda, it is called Oksosowaza. Oksosowaza. In this Nyakitara, it is called Okuratansa. Okuratansa. To have something come before the other. These bad translators of mine, they are trying to tell me that in Rugubara, it is called Otitakurukuru. Does that make sense? Does it make sense? Rugubara. Otitakurukuru. In Luo, they are telling me that it is Melakwang. Melakwang. Is this true? In that, so they are saying Nui Pegia. But prioritization. You'll see in this booklet that by prioritizing, we have been able to deal with some of the Miziziko. These roads we have worked on could never have been worked on if we did not prioritize. Uganda has never worked on so many roads. In 1962, when Uganda got independence, the UPC government worked on some few roads. It worked on Masaka, Mbarara-Kabale. I was there, I saw it. It worked on Mbarara-Kasese, Fort Poto, I saw it. It worked on Kampala, Gulu, Lira, I saw it. But they were using borrowed money from the World Bank. For us, we have worked on so many of these roads using our own money. Tororo, Mbare, Soroti is our money. No loan, no aid. Kampala Massacre is our money. Kampala, Kafu, Karuma, Gulu, our money. Mitiana, Kampala, our money. Mbara Chikagate, which you have just finished, our money. Jinja Kamuri, which you have finished, our money. Matuga, Semuto, Kapeka, which was finished some time ago, our money. You Ugandans, you should be very proud. The road they are working on now, from Moroto to Nakapiripirit, our money. The road from Oluyo, Kochigoma, Gulu, this place, Atanga, Achorubu, Kitugum, Musingo, our money. The road is here. This one where they store the money. Mukono Katosi, Nyenga, our money, they store the money, but the money is still there. They will pay that money, they will pay for it. Mpiji, Kanoni, Kabrasoke, Madu, Sembabure, Bukomansimbi, Butenga, Vira Maria, our money. Hoima Kesotonya, that one is already finished, our money. Wanan. I really feel you know, there was the former bishop, the late bishop, Msairi Kauma, Bishop of Namilembe. When we had been in government for 1 year, we held a conference here of COMESA. It's called COMESA now. At that time they were calling it PTA. Now in order to host that conference, we repaired Apollo Hotel. You know this Kampala Sheraton now. We repaired it. And we repaired Nairo Mansions. And when Bishop Musere Kauma came to see me, he said, in Uganda, Katonda yebazibwe. Okulaba mu Uganda, ekintu nikitandika, nekigwa. Because Musere Kauma, meaning that it is a miracle, and we should praise the Lord. Because to see that something can be started, a program can be started and finished in Uganda, for him he saw it as a miracle. Because the things in Uganda would never be finished. This stadium is a good example. The Chinese gave the Uganda government a loan for this stadium, a grant, not even a loan, a grant, in the 1960s. But the stadium could not be built until our time. We are the ones who say, we are the ones when we came, looked in the files, found that there was a stadium promised by China in 1965 or something like that, which had never been built. So we went to the Chinese and said, you remember the other stadium? You can come and build it now. So, that is on the side of the roads. I cannot finish them. There are a few roads which we are going to do using road money. I must thank our friends also. When you become rich, you should not become arrogant. And say, Sinagon etaga. Or you copy. When you see somebody who is arrogant, you know that he was. So I still thank our friends, partners, like the World Bank. They have helped us with Arua, Koboko, Oraba. That is World Bank. Some other friends have helped us with the Guru, Asia, Bibia. Those are friends. Not Uganda government money, but there is Uganda government co-funding. Because even when they help you, they say you bring a part. If you don't have a part, even what they bring will not be, they will not give it to you. We are now going to use ADB money to work on the road from Kapchorwa, Kwen, Buko, Swam. We are going to use ADB money. Africa, this one from Mbare, Magare, Bumurwaha. We are going to use ADB money. The other one, Rukunjiri, Ichihi, Kanu, Shasha, we are going to use ADB money. So, the friends are still there. I was worried about one road. The road of the Langis. That road has been worrying me. This is Ruenkunyu, Masind Port, Apache, Lira, Puranga, Konakilak, Ajurbu. That road was making me sleepless. Says now when I go back to Lavo, what will I say, Banange? When I was still there, the Islamic Development Bank said, this old man is now 71, wanting to go to 100, so she should not have worries. Here is money for the... Here is money for the Masimport Road. That was one of the last big roads for which I had no funding. As I speak now, all the major roads that I wanted to do, there is this one, Avanyoro, Museveni, Arukusudupa. This one of Mubende, Kakumiro, Chibare, Kagadi, Ndeiga. That one we are going to use our own money. But the one of Chigumba, Chenjojo, then this other one up to all those places, that one we are using borrowed money. But if you see the percentage of the money of the roads, about 80% will be done with our own money. Because we have got money, but this money we got it through Okso Sowaza prioritization. That is, so that Muziziko of the roads, that obstacle of the roads is now being worked on. Now the other obstacle that we have worked on is the obstacle of electricity. That one was a big problem. But now, you are my witnesses. The ones from Otuke. Don't you have electricity now? Otuke. March Tie. Otuke. Dokolo. Kaviramaido. Amorata. Kalaki. The Amuria. This other one, Kataki. So all those places have electricity now. Except we only have two dates. Kotido and Karbon, as far as the districts are concerned. Even Karangara now has got electricity. When I went to Karangara, the LC1 chairperson, the woman said, Abatuna mafta getara, banachero kusemuka. The ones who are selling paraffin will have to move and go away because nobody is going to buy paraffin anymore. That's what they told me in Karangara. So that Mzizuko is being worked on. Therefore, with the NRM, we should understand systematically what was our goal. Our goal was prosperity and security. What were the Mzizuko, the obstacles? I have enumerated them for you here. How many of them have we dealt with? They are mentioned here. What are the ones not dealt with? Let me check. We have dealt with defense and security. That one needs a little bit of money. Later take it. Defense and security. That one is there. We are spending 1,600 billion shillings. That's why we have got good security. That's why we defeated COI. That's why we disarmed the cattle rustlers. Education. We are spending 2,000 something billion money on education. It is there in the budget. That's why we have got the impact we have. Health, especially immunization, roads, telephones. All of you have got, we used to have 8,000 telephones. We now have 18 million telephones. The computers, the ICT, internet. And now we are going to work on the railway. So, those Mzizuko, those obstacles have been addressed. Now what is remaining? They have been addressed because of the social worker, because of the prioritization. What is remaining? Water for drinking and irrigation. That one we have done a bit. I think in towns 75% have water, but 25% still water in the towns, safe water. In the villages, it is 65%, 35% still need water for drinking. But more importantly, water for production. Dams and irrigation. Irrigation we have got only Mobuku and Doho and Orwe and Agoro. We have repaired them, but these are not enough. So that is a need that is still waiting to be done. We know it, we shall do it, but we could not. The other thing that is not yet done is institutional housing. Houses for the teachers, for the soldiers, and for the health workers, so that they stay near their workplace. They don't have to walk long distances. The other need, which we need to work on more, paying the scientists more money, the higher salaries for scientists. The other one, which is not sufficiently funded, is Operation Wealth Creation. Operation Wealth Creation, we brought it to you, you liked it so much, you need the seeds, but we had put only 200 billion shillings in the budget. It's not enough. On the roads, we have put 3,000 billion, but on wealth creation, only 200 billion. So when you see in the villages, we are not getting enough seeds. It is because we have not put as much money as we have put on roads, or on electricity, or on education. all on immunization. Veterans pension. The veterans keep asking. The veterans pension. The veterans think that they were forgotten. Not at all. It's not being forgotten. It is because we can't do all things at the same time. I was looking at the figures. I think the debt for the veterans is now 500 billion shillings. What is remaining? In the budget for this year, we put 7 billion. Of course, we have money to pay veterans in 1 year. That money is there. Because our budget now, what we are ourselves, is 13,000 billion. We were collecting 5 billion in 1986. We are now collecting 13,000 billion shillings. So we have money to pay all the veterans in 1 year. But if we do that, how about the roads? How about these other things? So it's not whether we have the money or not. It is that we have many things to do. And I would like to recommend to you that the method of Oksosowaza, of prioritization, is a good one. Then we have got the problem of capital compensation in some of the areas. We are putting money, but the money is not as much as we are putting on the roads. Then we have got the issue of salaries for some of the public servants. Yes, we have increased salaries, but not as much as we would like, because we had Oksosowaza the other 6 or 7 or 8. The roads, the defense, electricity, and so on. So then, you may ask the question, politically. People may ask you, said, you NRM, why did you prioritize roads? Why did you prioritize electricity? The answer is that once I do the road, I am serving everybody. The farmer is served. The liar who is taking lies from village to Kampala is served. The veteran who has not yet got his pension is served. The one who has not yet got his compensation for the cows is served. The teacher who does not have a high salary is served. So these areas which we started with are the areas which affect everybody. And not only everybody, but the economy. The economy. The other day I went to Mbarara, and there are factories in Mbarara now. There is a factory of Mwebesa, of steel. There are a number of factories of milk. There is a big factory of beer. And then when I said, why did you come here for, why did you be, the huge factory of beer, that's one of ginger. I asked them, why did you choose Mbarara for the beer? They said there is more demand this side. I don't know whether that was a compliment for the people of Mbarara, but that's what the Bazoum said. They said here, so because of that, I said, how many people are working in these factories? You find in one of them, 400 people are working. Another one, 400. So the road, the electricity is making it possible for the factories. Factories are employing people, they are creating jobs, they are buying milk from the villages and so on. Now, therefore, my comrades, politics is to serve people's interests, to identify them, and then work on them, and then explain to them. So therefore, this speech here, I've explained the vision, the goals, the obstacles, the methods we have used to deal with the obstacles, how far we have gone, and what is remaining to be done. This should be very easy for you to explain to our people so that they understand. All those questions they are raising, you can answer them. Now finally, the issue of the NRM. I have spoken a number of times about some issues which I don't want to go into now. I spoke in NEC. Even last night here I mentioned some few things. But I also want to speak about the funding of the party. You Ugandans, you are now rich. Not all of you, but many are rich. I was checking. In 1986, only about, I think it was like 900 people who had bank accounts, who had accounts in banks. Recently I checked, there are 6 million people in Uganda who have got bank accounts. 6 million. And I was making a calculation, 6 million from 900, 1986. I was making a calculation. Suppose each one of these contributed 40,000 shillings to the party. One time, it would bring in 200 billion shillings. If only 5 million, this is for 5 million, because all the 6 million are not NRM people. Some are, don't want NRM. But suppose 5 million of the account holders, each one contributed 40,000, would raise one go. So, my friends, I have been fundraising for you for the last 45 years, since 1971. Now, it is high time you also fundraise for your party. And I have put the accounts here, the NRM accounts, they are all here. Anybody with a bank account, please send 40,000 shillings to this account. So that the one of the party, 100,000, much better. Just one time, one time, 40,000. And you have to do that. And you want peace in the country. You want your party to be strong. You want the primaries to be done very well. Because some of these problems, they come because of the money, last minute money, sometimes there is a problem of capacity. although sometimes there is also some deliberate. I thank you very much for supporting me yesterday and electing me as your flag bearer. For the presidency, I thank you very much for electing me as your chairman of the NRM. I thank you very much for electing the vice chairman whom you elected. And I congratulate all of you for going through the elections also. We are now going for the campaigns. But as I told you yesterday, and as I told NEC today, because we had a meeting of NEC and a meeting of SEC, and there is a way we talk. I even suggested a short seminar with these flag bearers of Parliament and LC5 at least, so to agree on how to campaign. I want to come back and I share with you our ideological way. Because now we have become politicians. I'm not a politician. If you go to a politician, I feel a bit annoyed. Because I'm not a politician. I'm not. Politics is not a job. My job is a cattle keeper. I have my job. Politics. This is awareness. I don't look at it as a joke. I am a freedom fighter. So we are here we are two types of people. You fellows, you seem to be wanting to be politicians. But I was assuming that you are freedom fighters, like me. And I would want you to absorb the culture of freedom fighters. It has been the weakness of the Secretariat. The Secretariat has not been doing their work. Okunyonyola, okusomesa, okumatiza. When you go for the slogans, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Mbeo. Please educate the people. So I would want a seminar with at least the ones of the constituency and the women flag bearers and the district chairpersons who may not manage to cover everybody, but at least those, maybe they can also go and take the message. Unfortunately, I want you, the leaders, to take the issue of health very seriously. Yesterday we lost somebody here who was with us here. When he went in the night, he died. The Honorable Omonia from Zombo. He died last night. This morning I was told. And I would ask you to stand up for a minute of silence to remember who was with us here yesterday and just went away. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. I will appeal to you on the issue of health, to have checkups. You should go and have a checkup. Because health is strength. All these wars I've been fighting for the last 50 years, more or less. It is because I am strong. And I always check. The body is like a bicycle. If you are going to ride, you check the bicycle, how it is. So with these few words, I thank you, congratulate you, wish you good luck in the coming. No, before I finish, the issue of branding each other. Branding each other. Branding each other. Now with my young brother, Mbaba's running away. Now people are using it to fight their other colleagues. So this one is Mbaba's supporter. Mbaba declared. He went and declared, he said he was an independent. Those who want to join him will declare and go with him. But these who are here in the tent, they are here with me. And in the villages they are there. So why do you call them Baba's people, Baba's people? This should stop. Should stop. It is not correct. It is not fair. It is not the way to run an organization. If there is anybody who is a hypocrite, but working on the other side, we shall discover him. We have got much better ways of discovering. There is nothing that happens in Uganda that we don't know. If it happens here which we don't know, you are mistaken. We shall find out. We shall find out. The Banyankore say, Tarwa Njegujigera, Watarota. There was a man with a wife. He refused to sleep. Stayed awake. He said, if I sleep, I may. So he just sat and refused to sleep. Don't suspect them. If there is something wrong with them, you will find out. After we shall know them by their fruits. Tulibategeera ku bibala byabwe. Tuliawo manyira byana byabwe. The Bible says. Thank you, and I wish you good luck.
Well, there you have it, the President of the Republic of Uganda, also the NRM chairperson, after addressing members of the NRM at Nambole. Some of those pictures still rolling there. You can see him greeting President earlier.
Was greeting that man. You
yes.
recognize that man in a red tie?
Uh-huh.
Ah, Professor Giribat.
It's strange that he's wearing the red tie now.
Yeah, but he's got a tag, so he's a delegate, yeah?
All right. And still going back. Let's just listen in to what he has to say. probably forgotten to say something. Let's take a listen.
I have got some good visitors. One of them is my young brother, Professor Gilbert Bukenya. Who was exploring and he found there was nothing there. And he came back home. I would like him to come here and he greets you. And then I will ask His Excellency, the Vice President of the Sudan, of South Sudan, to come and give you a word of wisdom. Your Excellency, the President of this great republic, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Vice President of Uganda, the Vice President of Southern Sudan, Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Vice Chairman of NRM Party, and the Secretary General of the party, and delegates. I have only 3 words, which I think in all the villages of Uganda. Competence. In my language, they say obusobozi. When I was going around, I saw incompetence. There is no doubt about it. This gentleman who has been here is very competent. We may have small little flimsy reasons, but the country of Uganda at this stage where it is needs competence, that's all. My second issue is serving our people. He preempted me, but let me tell you, I am seeing every day job for politicians rather than politicians to serve people. I have visited many programs and projects the President has done. If you cannot copy, even if you concentrate in your own village, I think we can change this country. The third, we need politicians today who ask why. Not politicians who are just routine. I asked those places where I was going about certain little problems of Uganda, especially of the poor people. Let me tell you here, they had no clue on what we do. I asked the President in a long talk, and everything I was bringing about, he had a solution. Everything I was bringing about,
he had a solution. Today, he has read the manifesto, summarized it. You will see solutions to many problems that are affecting us in Uganda. Therefore, whom can you support? You support those incompetent people? So I want you all to go out there in the villages, just talk about competency, and the president will be voted 90%. I will join you. Thank you very much for listening to me.
All right, we're having issue there with the picture. When it's back, we'll definitely go back. But Bukenya, literally the highlight of this conference, Joel, competence, needs
serving people,
and leaders that ask why.
Yeah. Interesting. This man huffed and puffed. He threw jibes at His Excellency the President, but he's saying, wait a minute, when I moved around, I saw a lot of incompetence, you know, so the competent one is here. Some will say that, well, he realized the road he was on was a dead end. His ambitions could not be met. He wanted to become president of this country. Yeah, he clearly was nursing those ambitions. It didn't happen, but he's back home. They receive him as the prodigal son. Interesting stuff there, yeah. But of course, the president earlier on saying a couple of things there. He says there were a few words. He spoke for quite a bit of time, like is usually the case. I nearly got disappointed when he was about to sign out after about 15 minutes. Said, no, this is not my president. He normally speaks longer, yeah. But many issues they did raise there, you know, talking about the NRM ideology, prosperity, security, highlighted challenges there. Some people will say, look, same old stuff, you know, that he says. But for now, let's cross back to Nambole and listening. That's the Vice President of South Sudan.
Heartfelt greetings and appreciation from my chairman of the SPLM and President of the Republic of South Sudan, General Kir Mayardit. He is congratulating you for this historic conference. Also, I join him to congratulate you, delegates, for your leader, President, as the NRM chairperson. I want to assure you that you have done the right choice. Comrade delegates, we have learned, we have a delegation, some members of our political bureau, equivalent of our CEC, and we learned a lot. From yesterday, what we heard, what we saw, is a tremendous lesson for us, Sudan People's Liberation Movement. In solidarity with the NRM, we to fulfill
That is, that's from Nambole. Let's just continue this conversation when the pictures get back. We shall go back to Nambole. Joel, Bukenya, the highlight, of course, talking about how he was able to go to other parties and ask these pertinent questions, and no one seemed to answer him. He's now back home. he's urging everyone to vote for the president, and he needs leaders that ask why and find solutions for the people.
Well, we also need a citizenry that asks why, you know. I look forward to a citizenry that can put their leaders to task and ask some of these tough questions. They make promises, and you've had His Excellency the President make promises. He's talked about infrastructure, going to make things better. He's talked about electricity. He talks about prosperity, etc., etc. We need to begin to ask, have you done what it is that you promised, you know? For many a leader that come for our votes this time round and along the way, but our citizenry are disempowered for many a reason. But also, sometimes we don't have the moral authority to ask these tough questions. Why? Because these leaders, when they come, they give us soap, they give us sugar, you know, we run to them to pay our health bills, to pay school fees for our children. When we have a burial, we ask them for, you know, to participate. And then it's okay for a leader to participate, but you see the challenge is many times they do that in a patronizing manner. You cannot hold them accountable. So I hope that we can get to that point where as citizens we say, Your Excellency, or Honorable so-and-so, the MP, or that kind of thing. You promised to do this. Are you actually doing what you should be doing? You know, so.
Right. The president also talked about, highlighted a few, you know, some of the roads that the NRM has built and those that are going to be built. Islamic Bank coming out to give us some money for roads like the Lango Road. He was saying that road gave him sleepless nights until that money was provided.
Sleepless nights? Or when he was driving back in the night?
Yes. And
because I'm told there's a time he was trying to take a nap in the car and he just could not. He was on one of those trips.
Right.
Each time, boom, 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 boom. You know, I'm told our roads sometimes are like we're so bored, you know, when you keep jumping from this one, this pothole to the other, or that kind of thing. But things should get better. UNRISE now with new leadership, things should get better.
He's talked again about the Mbabazi factor and how he's against anyone who will label members belonging to Mbabazi, and that if anyone is fishy doing that is not expected of him, they will find out who he is and they will deal with him then.
I like that the president is coming out euphemistically towards his opponents. Earlier on when he was at Kololo addressing the NEC, and even now that he's addressing the delegates conference, I think it's good that he says, look, don't be violent towards our opponents, so that kind of thing. And now he talks about the Mbabazi factor. Many a person within the NRM, especially if they're opponents, if they want to tear you apart, they label you Mbabazi factor, because Mbabazi is feared like a plague within the NRM, you know, so everybody wants to extricate themselves from Mbabazi and everything to do with him. But he comes out, I think, euphemistically and says, look, you know, we are one family, or that kind of thing. But also I think he's trying to cajole Mbabazi fellows. Saying,
really?
I'd like to think so. He's
those who are going to, well,
you know that many of them have threatened, especially after the primaries, yeah,
right,
because some of them lost out unfairly. Some will say, others, well, they lost fair and
square. And he needs those numbers to stay
yes,
with him.
he does. He does, you know, so he doesn't want to take heavy jabs at them, you know. Take it easy on them. Who knows, along the way they could return. You see, when you're beating your opponent, you leave a bit of, when you're chasing your opponent, you leave a bit of room for them to run back.
Right,
yeah?
right.
So he's trying to do that. I think it's very tactical. Whether or not it will work for him, we'll wait and see. Yeah. He talked about, like I was saying earlier on, the NRM ideology, raising a couple of things. You know, each time I put to task these political party fellows, you know, from across, what is your ideology? You don't seem to hear a cogent answer. You know, and if you to ask 3 NRM fellows, members, officials, what the NRM ideology is, you will get 3 different responses. If you are to ask the FDC, 5 of their officials, what's the FDC ideology, you will get 5. Same story with DP, same story with UPC. Either these ideologies don't exist, or they have not been well explained to everybody within the party, so that you belong to a party. Why? Do you belong to the NRM because you want money, or because they are in power, you think you might get a position? Do you belong to FDC because you don't like the NRM?
The president?
I think it's not enough for me.
Specifically the president.
You know, you need to have a reason beyond, I don't like the other one, so I'm supporting this one.
At this point in time, which party do you think actually has a strong ideology that can live even beyond the current
But I'm
members?
saying I don't hear an ideology, and that is why many of these political parties I like to think are like men with feet of clay. They are wobbly. Anytime they can crumble. If they are out of power, or if the figures that are at the top are out of place, it's shaky. You know, you don't see the structures in place really grounded, and you know, when that is not in place, that means if you're out of power, if that's what has been gluing you together, if it's a particular figure, maybe the founder of the party, when that person is out of the picture, this thing, it shares apart, you know. So I don't know, I don't hear that ideology, I don't hear it, you know. NRM will keep telling you prosperity, security, and so on. But again, that's not cogent enough for an ideology. What do you mean prosperity? You know, what do you mean security? It's not well, I think, nailed out.
Dan Batua on Twitter is saying, why didn't Bukenya first air that before he left? He is a hyena looking for mere Mereyarero. Other people, Kalali just saying, I lost respect for Bukenya. BMK gives saying, someone should notify me once Gilbert Bukenya is out of the podium. He's a very confused man. But someone also asking here, the president earlier talked about how in 1986 there were about 900 account holders. Right now there are 6 million. And there's a question here, does the president know how many accounts are idle?
Or how many accounts are held by a single individual? Actually, I don't know. My figures could be wrong, but the last I checked, they're about 3 million. I'm not sure about 6 million. Okay, actually, there could be 6 million accounts, but account holders are about 3 million. That's the last I checked. I could be wrong. But either way, you see, an account in the bank is not necessarily tethered to how prosperous. It doesn't define the fact that you are prosperous, that you are a lot better. Many a person hold accounts because their salaries are paid through that. Otherwise, they probably have no reason to, because at the end of the month, they go and remove everything.
But the more the bank accounts, it means more people are saving.
Are they? That's not the fact. You know that some people actually, they have more month at the end of the salary. The moment their salary checks into their account, they run, withdraw everything, you know, so their account is just a gateway between them and their employer. If they were to be paid cash, they would even prefer that. Why? Because there's a bank account charge the other side of that kind of thing. I am not too sure you want to use the bank account as a parameter for prosperity. Yes, it shows that maybe we are becoming a little bit more organized. Money is not, you know, stashed away in the pillows or under the beds or that kind of thing. However, a bank account, I don't know. It's not the picture, you know, doesn't tally with really what is on ground. I like to think. Have the bank accounts, I think that's important. Save your money if you, you know, as much as you possibly can. But I don't know that it's a good figure that shows. And anyway, 900 in 1986, this is 2015.
Million, 30 years
Are we
later.
saying that if His Excellency the President and the 27 men that were with him had not taken power, we would still have 900, or maybe there would be less, 500? I don't know. Those are questions we need to answer, or ask for that matter.
The president also talked about funding for the party, Joel. Members should start funding their own party.
I think for me that's important. All political parties, you see, that is why, and they don't like, you know, when we say, that's why TDF, for example, will run to the UK, you know, for mediation, because those are the big time sponsors,
right.
You know. It's the same story with the NRM. Their sponsors really are not here, and that's why the president keeps, you know, cajoling them, talking to them, please fund the party or that kind of thing. You know, their funding is not local. We don't know where it is. They don't quite say
the
where
other
it
day
is
there
from.
was funding, and one of the rich men gave them a lot of money. So
How much?
About 200 million. So how
About
can
200
you say?
million. How much do they
How
spend?
can you say that the
200 million is not even...
sponsors are not local? They are local.
How many of those
Members
bring in
pay
200
registration
million?
fees, membership fees. 200
million is not even the cost of one of those cars driven by the people at the secretariat. You know the
But
the
how
health
many
centers that those guys are driving?
Joel,
The moving
let's
health
just
centers.
use 10,000 people who stood for those different posts. Those are enough to get you as much money as you want.
And the point is they're not. But you keep hearing the president and even party members, you know, they keep saying, look, you belong to the party, please fund it. You know that there were issues the other time. Members of parliament that belong to every political party are meant to give a subscription every month. But you had their chief whips, actually when Lumumba was still chief whip. She kept saying, you NRM MPs, you're not bringing the subscription or that kind of thing. So it's coming from them that the members are not funding the party. But we need to begin to do that locally, you know. Otherwise, we'll keep running the other side. They'll keep telling us what to do, whoever the funders are. Because he who pays the piper holds the tune.
Well, the president also highlighted the increased capacity for electricity for Uganda if all the dams are built, and it will come to about 4 cents per unit. I don't know whether that will be possible, but
You know, similar stories were told about our oil. When we begin to drill and stuff, fuel is going to go down. I don't know. I've gotten to a point where I want to see certain things in place.
but
The
the oil conversation is still going on until we
that's
are
the
able
point.
to
It's
produce.
just a
But
conversation.
electricity, we know that dams are there.
And it's costing how much? 4 cents?
It will, well, he says by the time they are done, it will cost about 4 American cents. So
I don't know.
We wait to see.
There are
that.
interesting promises, but I've gotten to a point where I want to see. I've had too much, I think. I'm speaking as a Ugandan on this end. And not really just about His Excellency the President, but from many a leader. Promise this, promise the other. Act. Take action. Let's see some of these things nailed out, and then we'll know, you are a man, a woman of your word.
The President also gave a tribute to Member of Parliament Omonyo Stanley, who died last night, and he died the moment he reached Kampala International Hospital, died of a heart attack, and he was 64 years by the time he died, and encouraging the delegates to go and have a test once in a while. So, of course, as NTV, we commiserate with the family of the late Stanley Omonya, who had been elected as flag bearer for the NRM for Koro County parliamentary seat come 2016, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
I like that the President was talking about politicians. I forget who the quote is attributed to, but somebody described politicians and leaders, statesmen. The difference between the two: a politician is more concerned about the next election. A leader, a true leader, is more concerned about the next generation. This country has a paucity of leaders. It has a deficiency of leaders. We don't have them. We don't have many of them. Politicians to the dot. You know, they will come, they want the vote, and everything they do, even for the time they're in office, they're not working to deliver. And at all levels, really, yeah?
When
they are
the
working to
president-
keep in that position or to get to a higher one.
When the president says things like, I get annoyed when I'm called a politician, I'm a cattle keeper, my job is not politics, my job is cattle keeping. Don't you see that he is starting to have that phase of leaders come out? And, you know, he was saying...
What, just by saying it?
Oh, well, you start by declaring that this is not what we need people who serve the interests of the electorate. And him saying that maybe it's you people who want to be politicians. I thought you are freedom fighters. I thought you are like me and not looking at politics as a job. Is that what he's trying to get his party
I don't know.
members to
With all due
understand?
respect to His Excellency the President, I don't know any one of these leaders who has been in a position longer than him. I think the longest serving MP in that parliament has been there for like what, 4 terms, which is about 20 years. How long has your president been in his office? I don't know, but the taste of the pudding is in the eating, yeah. But the point he makes is a valid point, yeah. We need to see our leaders stopping to, and that is why it's a do or die for incumbents, especially because when they're out of the positions in which they are, they're finished. They're totally finished. They don't know how they will live. But there is life out from politics, you know. Go run, do your 10 years, retire to something else. We don't see that. They want to cling there and cling there and cling some more. Esh.
All right, let's take a look at some of your messages here before we wrap this up. Remember, you can join the conversation. Decision 2016, that's the hashtag. We are also live on a stream. You can just type in ntv.co.ug/live and catch us wherever you are. Messages are coming in from many of you. Why did Mbabazi return the NRM card?
Why didn't he?
Didn't he?
I don't know. We shall ask him. He says he still belongs to the NRM. He has not denounced the NRM the last time I checked. Yeah, so I don't know. And he's being nominated tomorrow morning, and then he'll go with his 2 million people to Najivubo Stadium. Forgive my pessimism, but let's watch and see. 2 million. All right. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see how things do pan out. Well, some people here, they're tired of politicians or that kind of thing. Who is this one responding to? True Mbabazi is still in NRM. He has declared so and he has not declared otherwise. That's according to somebody called Chimbugwe there. Another person says, happy are those who are hating Museveni that they will get jobs with Mbavas. Okay, that's tongue-in-cheek there, I like to think. There's somebody here who was complaining about Signal, but that was remedied at some point. Somebody responding to Beatrice Anywa, who is going to be one of the 20 people that are going to accompany Mbabazi for nomination. This one says she is far-sighted. FDC has no chance to defeat Museveni alone. Why can't they see this? FDC should learn from Museveni's smartness, which at most times he has to change political positions strategically for the sake of retaining power. And there's a Sunday Eden who seems to justify that, saying it's only a mama who can try Museveni, the rest 0, 0, 0, 0. Interesting, the debate on social media.
Mark Batwis Moshe saying there's lots of confusion in opposition. If Besigye cannot withdraw for Amama, then I have no time, no money to waste, but I'm going to vote. I'd rather vote for Museveni. Christex Odongo says it is like Babazi will recover his wasted money first, since he has wasted a lot. Once you vote Amama, I don't see your grandchildren's future. That's what Christex Odongo says.
All right, for now we are going to recap what His Excellency the President was saying as he addressed to the delegates at National Stadium Nambole. Take a listen.
I now call the meeting to order. His Excellency the Vice President of Uganda, His Excellency the Vice President of South Sudan, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Vice Chairman of the NRM, the Honorable Secretary General, all the Vice Chairpersons of the NRM, and ladies and gentlemen, of the NRM National Conference. I now call the meeting to order, and I proceed to give a summary of my speech, which is itself a summary of the NRM manifesto. This speech has got 64 pages. I will get a copy. Although they missed something in this version, few paragraphs. On page, but the copies they give you now, they will send you better corrections in. Is that I take you back to the mission of the NRM. The problem I'm beginning to see is that people are in politics as a career. as a job. If you are in politics as a career, then you are in the wrong place. Ebyobufuzi si mulimu. Ebyobufuzi bya kunogera eddagala ekyaffe. Politics is not. Politics is about finding a solution to our society problems. So if you join politics, that's what you should go to do. To diagnose the problems of the society and find medicine for them. And for us, long ago, we identified two words that are crucial for the mission of the NRM. The first word is prosperity. I'm trying to get some of these words translated. I don't know whether my staff can bring me that translation in the local languages. Prosperity means to be well. And we talk of prosperity for all our people. I've asked my people to translate them in the local languages. These are poor translations. In Uganda, I would say prosperity would be like okubeera obulungi. In Nyankore would be obugwaje. Now some people are trying to, these translations are not correct because I know them. In Luo they are trying to say dongo, but dongo is development. So what's prosperity? There's a difference. And in Ateso they are trying to say abarata. Abarata is again wealth. In Ateso I know that. So you get a better translation. Prosperity is different, slightly different from wealth. Prosperity is wider. So the NRM works for the prosperity of Ugandans. However, that prosperity must be through production, not through parasitism, not through begging money. These days it is common to hear young people telling leaders, "Mpayo, rule kumi, give me free money." That's not good. But what will bring prosperity? We long ago found out that what will bring prosperity is production of goods and services and selling them. You produce, you sell, you become prosperous. That means you must get somebody to buy. And the one who buys what you produce is a good friend to you. That's why, therefore, our politics of the NRM from the 1960s was based on the interest of the people to produce and sell. Who produces and who buys? You find the Banyankore produce wealth, and that wealth is bought by other people. The Baganda, the same. In Acholi, people produce simsim, and that simsim is bought by the people in Kampala, in South Sudan. So that's what shaped our ideology. Our ideology of nationalism. The spirit of Uganda, the spirit of Africa. Because we want to help each other in prosperity. I produce and you buy. And you produce and I buy. And therefore we become prosperous. So that is the first word, which you will find here in this summary. It is explained in detail. As the major point of our history, of our ideology. The second word is security. How can we be secure? We can only be secure by being strong. If you are weak, you cannot be secure. And now that leads us to another issue. How can we be strong? We can only be strong by developing, but also uniting with other Africans. That's why we talk of the integration of Africa. Working for the common market of East Africa, working for the Federation of East Africa. You find that issue, those points, in this summary of the manifesto. And I would want you to read it and see the logic. However, in order to achieve prosperity and strategic security, we faced obstacles. Those obstacles, we also list them. At least for the obstacle, I found a Uganda word called emziko. That word means obstacles. I'm trying to get the nearest word I could get was enkonji. Enkonji literally means stamp, but it can also be used to mean obstacle. So what were the obstacles we faced? I list the obstacles. There are 10 of them. They are here in this booklet. I don't have time to go through all of them, but I can just mention 2 or 3. One of them was the small market of Uganda. These African countries have got small markets. Uganda, 38 million people now. Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. Taken individually, they have got small markets. And a small market cannot support development. I'll give you one example. Uganda is now producing 4 million bags, 4 million tons of maize. But in Uganda, we are consuming only 1 million. So there is a surplus of 3 million tons already. Fortunately, we have the market of South Sudan, the market of Kenya, the market of Congo. They are the ones buying our maize. If we did not have those markets, we would be stuck with the maize, and it would affect our prosperity. What I'm saying about maize is the same with the milk. Milk, we are now producing 2 billion liters. The Ugandans are consuming only 800 million. So there's already a surplus. If we do not have the market of the region, we would be stuck with the milk, and it would affect our prosperity. So, one obstacle we had to deal with was to create the market of East Africa, to unite East Africa, to become one market. And I salute the former President Mzee Arap Moi of Kenya, the former President Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi of Tanzania, because they helped me with that struggle. They helped us with that struggle to put together the market of East Africa. And I salute the younger leaders who came later, like President Kagame and President Nkurunziza, who joined this common market. I salute our brothers in South Sudan. They have already applied to join that common market. So that Muziziko is now being addressed. That Nkonji is being removed. The Nkonji of a small market. Akatare akafunda cannot stimulate production and wealth. The other obstacle, the other Muziziko, has been the shortage of electricity, lack of electricity. If you don't have electricity, how will you produce? How will you manufacture? That has been a problem. When you read this, you will see what we have done. We repaired Bujagari, we built Bujagari, we repaired the old Owen Falls Dam, we built the new dam called Chira to the east of the Nile. We are now building Karuma, we are building Isimba, we are going to build Ayago, we are building the smaller ones like Buseruka, like Ishasha, like the one of Nyagak, like Agago. All those are electricity dams, big and small. You can see them there on the screen. Those are some of those dams. So now we have electricity, and we are not going to be in a shortage again. The only problem we have now is the high cost. The cost was a mistake which came because of the Bujagari people who developed Bujagari, because they borrowed expensive money, and because of that expensive money, they are trying to put it in the price. but we are going to find a solution. We want to see whether we can not pay them off and they go away, so that we have low electricity prices, especially for Bujagadi and Isimba now. When they are ready, the electricity they will produce will be at 4.8 American cents per unit. The other one will be 5 American cents per unit. Bujagadi is 10 point something cents per unit. That's why the price of electricity is high. So we now have enough electricity, we are going to have more electricity, and we are going to have cheaper electricity. That's what we are working to. So that Muziziko is being removed. That obstacle to prosperity. Because you remember the target is prosperity. Now the other Muziziko, which I would like to quote, the other obstacle has been the bad roads. We have been seeing bad roads. The road from Tororo through Mbare to Soro was terrible. 2 times I drove along it, and I thought it was better to get out of the car and walk than drive on that road. Fortunately, we have worked on it now. You can see those roads on the screen, and you will see them in the pictures. So, those are 3 examples of the Muziziko that we have dealt with, of the obstacles. But the Muziziko are 10. They are all here in this book. You read them for yourselves. But how do we remove the Muziziko? How do we remove the obstacles? In the book of Genesis, God had his way of working. He simply gave the word, and he said, let there be earth, and the earth would be there. And then he said, let there be ocean, separate from dry land, and it was there. Unfortunately for us, the members of the NRM, people like Yoweri Museveni, or anybody else, we don't have those powers of God. You cannot say, let there be electricity, and it is there. You cannot say, let there be a road, and it is there. Sorry, you don't have that capacity. So therefore, we must work. Teach, we must work. Okukora n'okutuyana. But in order to work and sweat, that's what I'm saying in the local language here. But in order to work, you need resources. You need money. Now, money is not abundant. It is scarce, especially in the past. That's why, therefore, you will see in this booklet, we are to use the wisdom of the freedom fighters, of the guerrillas. We are to prioritize that word, prioritizing. In Uganda, it is called Oksosowaza. Oksosowaza. In this in Nyakitara, It is called okuratansa. Okuratansa. To have something come before the other. These bad translators of mine, they are trying to tell me that in Rugubara, it is called Otitakuru. Does that make sense? Does it make sense? Rugubara. Otitakuru. In Luo, they are telling me that it is Melakwang. Melakwang. Is this true? In Latin, so they are saying New Pegia. But prioritization. You'll see in this booklet that by prioritizing, we have been able to deal with some of the Miziziko. These roads we have worked on could never have been worked on if we did not prioritize. Uganda has never worked on so many roads. In 1962, when Uganda got independence, the UPC government worked on some few roads. It worked on Masaka, Mbarara-Kabale. I was there, I saw it. It worked on Mbarara-Kasese, Fort Portal. I saw it. It worked on Kampala, Gulu, Lira. I saw it. But they were using borrowed money from the World Bank. For us, we have worked on so many of these roads using our own money. Tororo, Mbare, Soroti is our money. No loan, no aid. Kampala Masaka is our money. Kampala, Kafu, Karuma, Gulu, our money. Mitiana, Kampala, our money. Mbara Chikagate, which you have just finished, our money. Jinja Kamuri, which you have finished, our money. Matuga, Semuto, Kapeka, which was finished some time ago, our money. You Ugandans, you should be very proud. The road they are working on now, from Moroto to Nakapiripirit, our money. The road from Oluyo, Kochigoma, Gulu, this place, Atanga, Achorubu, Kitugum, Musingo, our money. The road is here. This one where they store the money. Mukono Katosi, Nyenga, our money. They store the money, but the money is still there. They will pay that money. They will pay for it. Mpiji, Kanoni, Kabrasoke, Madu, Sembabure, Bukomansimbi, Butenga, Vira Maria, our money. Hoima Kaisotonia, that one is already finished, our money. Vanan. I really feel there was the former bishop, the late Bishop Misairi Kauma, Bishop of Namilembe. When we had been in government for 1 year, we held a conference here of COMESA. It's called COMESA now. At that time, they were calling it PTA. Now, in order to host that conference, we repaired Apollo Hotel. You know this is Kampala Sheraton now. We repaired it. And we repaired Nairo Mansions. And when Bishop Musere Kauma came to see me, he said, in Uganda, Katonda yebazibwe. Okulaba Uganda.
His Excellency, the President there addressing the NRM delegates at Nambole Stadium. That was early on. He should have left by now, raising a couple of things. What stands out for you as you hear? Now, tell me, not as the NRM chairman, but your President, His Excellency.
As my President, like we've been saying, I guess the whole day, he's choosing to pursue politics of tolerance, not branding or labeling people. You know, wait until something happens, wait until we find out. If someone is not being honest, we will find out anyway. So I think that's very good for coming from the President, given that we are, the 2016 elections are tipped to be very, very crucial. People
Some are hoping they will be violent. We are
Yes.
hoping they don't turn out to be that. Of course, the President earlier on, you know, reaching out to his members saying, look, it's unnecessary that we be violent to our opponents, you know, cajole them, reach out to them, and let's see how we get them back to the fold. Yeah, so
right. The president is actually planning to hold a seminar for members of parliament and LC5
Please.
chairman. He says those people who will stand for those different positions is going to meet them, and they plan out how they will go out and campaign and what they need to do to win contestants over. But of course, we shall be staying on top of this and more. Join the conversation. Decision 2016. You can tag us at Brian Mlondo, at Joel Senyonyi. It's been a 10-hour marathon here.
Only 10?
10 hours. Let's take a break as you enjoy the sounds of music from Douglas Rwanga.
But from us for today, we are out. Tomorrow we'll bring you another live coverage. As you know, nominations start, and we'll keep you posted on that development and a lot more. My name is Joel Senyonyi.
And I'm Brian Mlondo. Stay tuned for NTV programming. NTV Kusawemu at 7, and later I'll be back with Josephine Karunji for NTV Tonight.
Fellow Ugandans, I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We are redeveloping the two shrines of the Uganda Martyrs, Namugongo, and Munyonyo. And I want to appeal to you to play a part. You may donate through mobile money or through your local bank branch. May God bless you and thank you.
The Beat is brought to you by
Hello, it's me. I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet, to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal ya, but I ain't done much healing. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell at our feet. There's such a difference between us and a million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so typical of me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that town where nothing ever happened? It's no secret that the both of us are running out of time. So hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But when I call, you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart, but it don't matter. It clearly doesn't tear you apart anymore. Fucking the dog in my neighborhood said I never would. For you, I got drunk on a Monday night. Hope it looks alright. Tattoo of you. I'm a yes man on the loose. Yeah. Maxed out on my credit cards. Bought your favorite car. Times 2. I'm crazy for you. Who knows what I do? I did
can't believe I did. It's true, ooh. I'm ashamed, but I said okay to share a Facebook page with you, ooh. Cause I'm a yes man on the loose, ooh, yeah. And I'll do anything for you, baby. I'm crazy for you, who knows what I do? I'd even die for you. Whatever you need, I'm down on my knees. I guess that means I'm done. I'm still being loved. Yeah, stupid. I'm still being loved. I see a woman, yeah, who love me, no condition. Say, girl, you got me high, but I need you, but I want you. I didn't feel you die. You're my inspiration, beauty in your eyes. My baby girl, you got me mesmerized. Mommy, I'm in love, I can't deny. Yeah, yeah, you're my destination. I'll go anywhere to find you. Say your love got me hypnotized. My baby, I'm in love, I can't deny. Yeah, yeah, my baby, I'm addicted now. Give me your love, it's getting me high. I need your love, it's getting me high. I love your love, it's getting me high. My baby, don't be wicked now. Give me your love, it's getting me high. I need your love, it's getting me high. I love your love, it's getting me high. My emotion, girl, taking over me like an erosion. To you, I always give my dedication. Girl, your love is all I need, my medication. Yeah. Say emotion, girl, running through my mind just like an ocean. To you, I always give my full attention. Say your love is killing me, assassination. Yeah. You're my inspiration, beauty in your eyes. My baby girl, you got me mesmerized. Mommy, I'm in love, I can't deny. Yeah, yeah, you're my destination. I'll go anywhere to find you. Say your love got me hypnotized. My baby, I'm in love, I can't deny. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My baby, I'm addicted now. Give me your love, it's getting me high. I need your love, it's getting me high. I love your love, it's getting me high. My baby, don't be wicked now. Give me your love, it's getting me high. I need your love,
I got that business class, first class ticket. Let's go.
Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we went on safaris. Water like tsunami. Zanzibar, Mombasa, riding top down in Ferraris. Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we went on safaris. Water like tsunami. Zanzibar, Mombasa, riding top down in Ferraris.
Yeah, I first met her in high school. We were young and dumb, breaking all the class rules. Wu-Tang, listening to Cash Rules. Everything around me, Raekwon dropping jewels. Adidas suit, sagging on the shell toes. I had the ball head, she had the cornrows. Super fly, with an apple bottom. Her boyfriend softer than a baby bottom. Approached him with the toast, yeah, I could've roasted him. Seen his heart pumping, like he was roller coasting. Bill Clinton cheating on Hillary. We in the locker room, she sucked me like Lewinsky. 10 years later, I was still a player. Met her at the W, in the elevator. Miami nights, bright lights. Mayweather won 100 on his last fight.
Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we on safaris. Water like tsunami. Zanzibar, Mombasa, riding top down in Ferraris. Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we were on safaris. Water like tsunami. Zanzibar, Mombasa, riding top down in Ferraris.
Couldn't afford Nintendo or Atari. Now we bumping Yo Gotti in a red Ferrari. Coke boy, shout outs to Montana. speed and my brother action. You kept it loyal, that's why I made you royal. Anything you wanted, so I kept you spoiled. Fair wearing dresses, even Ferragamo. Diamond necklaces and watches, everything expensive. Yacht life, ocean view, we stay wavy. Notorious for doing the big, we all gravy. Bad, real, I gang Africans, stacking over 7 figures. Every day's a motion picture, George Lucas. Throwing minks in the fire like Frank Lucas. Crashed Benz, then the road. Girl, you sexy like Lupita on the cover Vogue. Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we on safaris. Water like tsunami. Zanzibar, Mombasa, riding top down on Ferraris. Water like tsunami. Flew it to Uganda, we on safaris.
It all comes down to this. I miss your morning kiss. I won't lie, I'm feeling it. You don't know when I'm missing it. I'm so dumb, I must admit. It's too much to hold it in. I can't say no more than this. I just hope your heart hear me now. Don't you know how I'm feeling? You own my heart. He just renting. Don't turn away. Pay attention. I'm pouring out my heart. Oh boy, I'm not living life. I'm not living right. I'm not living if you're not by my side. Oh, I'm not living life. I'm not living right. I'm not living if you're not by my side. Oh,
It's me at a favorite spot. You know the one right around the block. From a nice place that you love to shop. Can you get away? Get to sit down. Let's talk it out. One-on-one without a crowd. I wanna hold your hand, make you laugh again. I need to be near you. Gonna let you know how I'm feeling. On my heart, and she just renting. Don't run away. Pay attention. I'm pouring out my heart, girl.
I'm not living life. I'm not living right. I'm not living if you're not by my side. Oh, I'm not living life. I'm not living right. I'm not living if you're not by my side.
Listen. She's old, she bring my memories home, oh yeah. She's old, she bring my memories home, oh yeah.
He's old, he brings my memories home, oh yeah. He's old, he brings my memories home, oh yeah.
You took my brain and my mind. Oh, Mukwano, go so divine. Jah put you together, you well designed. One year old, Mulisa, you one of a kind. Since I walk out to me, you not leave me, not go none. Any situation, you know run away. Baby, me love you, you so lovely. Yeah. She's old, she bring my memories home, oh yeah. She's old, she bring my memories home, oh yeah.
He's old, he brings my memories home, oh yeah. He's old, he brings my memories home, oh yeah. Oh wow, your love is so wild. Oh, no now, my love is for ya.
All right. Ain't this what you came for? Don't you wish you came more? Girl, what you playing for? Come on, let me kiss that. Ooh, I know you missed that. What's wrong? Let me fix that. Twist that. Baby, tonight's the night. stroke till you blow a cigarette smoke. And now the bed's broke. So what we gonna do now? Round two now. Work it out, then we cool down, cool down. Baby, tonight's the night I let you know. Baby, tonight's the night we lose control. Baby, tonight you need that. Tonight, believe that. Tonight I'll be the best you ever had. I don't wanna brag, but I'll be the best you ever had. I don't wanna brag,
I don't wanna
I'll be
give you a little bit of this light skin love,
the best you ever had.
Listen, you ain't even gotta text me. Knowing me and you got that mental telepathy, meet me up at the spot, I'll be sending over the chauffeur. Rich nigga, bread stay popping up like a toaster. Nobody come close to me and you together. Step under my umbrella, we'll make it through any weather, except when I make it storm. Sex in the greatest form, then hibernate under my body. And yep, I keep you warm in a chinchilla. She know I beat it up like the Thriller in Manila. Flying my private jet to villas in Anguilla. Then throw you on the grill, that's 'cause 7 days a week you're my 5-course meal for real.
It's gonna be tonight, baby. Baby, tonight you need that. Tonight, believe that. Tonight I'll be the best you ever had. I don't wanna brag, but I'll be the best you ever had. I don't wanna brag, but I'll be the best you ever had.
Bless them when there ain't no stress, and this one is straight for the girl them. Enrique Iglesias, alongside, enter the zone. Get the girl them in the zone. Give them the big mouth, Shonda Paul, I'm in there, what we tell them on the throne. Locking in just like that. The girl them move on track, Shonda Paul, I'm in there. Enrique, sing for them, do it.
You look at me and girl, you take me to another place.
Baby girl,
got me feeling like I'm flying, like I'm out in space. Something about your body says, come and take me.
baby girl.
Got me begging, got me hoping that the night don't stop.
That body cover, don't stop partying.
Bailando,
bailando, bailando.
Tu cuerpo y el mío llenando el vacío, subiendo y bajando. Bailando, bailando, bailando. Ese fuego por dentro me va enloqueciendo, me va saturando.
girl, I like the way you move. Come and show me what you do. You can tell me that you want me, girl. You got nothing to lose. I can't wait no more.
Ya no puedo más.
I can't wait no
when you're ready. Wanna be more than ready. Wanna be the one to call you baby. Call you baby in the way. I am calling for you, ready for you, waiting for you. Baby, I'm crying for you, searching for you, I'm looking for you. Koyo kulindanga tujangu nizamu mazima rachizo mbuza kusabu jekenu lugana hivi no maninkaba nipe yote nitakupa yote nipe yote nitakupa yote omubiri byekumanja byonna wabinkweka kugenda ne gumanja bonna ne gwechanga baby tell me when you're coming baby tell me when you're coming I wanna be ready when you're coming I wanna be ready when you're coming singing wine, mommy, wine, mommy, wine, mommy, wine. Ooh, how does it feel? Yeah, how does it feel? I still remember back in December was the hottest winter. From the sunrise to midnight, the love they enter. That is why I surrender. There is no contender. From the midnight to sunrise, the love they enter. Touch me now, now, right now, 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 now. Do you remember the rain? 'Cause I remember the rain. I wanna feel it right now, 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 now. Touch me, me, now, 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 right now, 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 now. Do you remember the rain? I wanna drown in the rain. Me want to feel it right now, 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 right now, 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 now.
Breakfast Jam 2015 Finals. Special guests Kid David of Renegade Rockers singing Step Up All In and Battle of the Year movie. Crazy Legs of Rocksteady Crew singing Beat Street and Wild Style. Saturday 21st and Sunday 22nd November, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. at YMCA Wandegea, Kampala. Entrance 5,000 shillings, free for kids 10 years and below.
You guy, you are funny. How much did you pay to call your chick?
Just 3 shillings per second. Why? Is it funny?
Have you heard of Airtel Zone?
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial star 135 hash and switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say there shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
Bukwano Star White Laundry Bar Soap makes you the star you are.
Nice, very nice, yeah. Make every moment a nice moment with nice, yeah, yeah. It's always been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Nice house of plastic.
Yo, what's up, people? Yo, what's up, people? They say better late than never. Yeah, welcome to the BDTs and Monday. We've been running, some of those requests that you guys were sending in on our Facebook and our Twitter earlier on, yeah? I wonder how your weekend was like. Mine was bloody. I went to Mbarara, man. There was so much love down in Mbarara. But everyone down in Mbarara, big up on yourself. The club itself, it was called Vegas, yeah? Vegas. And of course, the students, that came through from all the universities around Mbarara, especially Mbarara University itself. Kozi, and so many other places. Yeah, everyone that came through for that white party, that was mad, that was crazy. Yeah, hope to see you guys again pretty soon. Yeah, now yes, stay locked onto NTV The Beat. Special shout out to a girl by the names of Shamim. She works down at Riz Hotel. Yeah, big up on yourself, and thank you for the hospitality. Yeah, we had great food, we had a good time down there. How's DJ Brand doing?
DJ Brand is jealous due to my Tumbara.
I know, man. It was short notice. I was like, let's hit the road, yeah. My man Brian, Brian, Kim Swagger, Jay Treasy.
Check on some Bara girls there.
Why does everybody think about girls when they speak about Tumbara? We had a good time with the men, yeah. We had a good time with the men. Joe Stede was there, Sewa was there, Ronnie Stamina was there. It was a good time. We had a good time. Otherwise, we are powered by Coca-Cola. Friday we did have Neo. I know you saw so much attended. Nobody expected what they saw at the end of the day, but Neo's concert was off the hook. Shout out to Ben Lager, yeah? You guys did it. You guys pulled it off. Nobody expected that. Did you expect that?
No, I didn't. But
first of all, the weather, so many things. The weather and the social media buzz that was going on that was quite negative, earlier on. And at the end of the day, people turned up.
Him being an American, you'd expect a perfect performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he really pulled it off.
Yeah,
so.
The sound was on point. Everything was on point. So
then coming to Jamal.
Yeah, then we came through to Governor Jamal, the voice.
The voices.
Brand got out of the booth and came and told me, this guy knows how to sing. What did you think? You were like, probably Jamal could be a mediocre artist or something.
Maybe some people go to studios and touch up the song.
Yes.
But the way this guy sings the song in the video,
a vocalist.
It's the same way he sings the song live.
Yeah,
that's different.
So that was also on Friday itself. Saturday, that's when I went to Mbara. I came back yesterday. It's a nice feeling. The weather is kind of crazy. But nevertheless, we have some cool, easy, good music, straight up lined up for you. We have some categories that we have been nominated in several awards. Number one, the Ebron Style and Fashion Awards. You can vote your brother in the best dressed TV personality. That's the category. Best dressed TV personality. I'll be giving you details of how to vote. And also the RTV, that's radio and TV awards. You can vote exceptional music show presenter of the year. We have the nomination in there. We also have another nomination in the RTV awards, Male Face of TV. That is Douglas Ranga. Then also we have another nomination, Urban Music Program of the year. That is The Beat. And also we have another nomination, New Face of TV, that is Dev Dash. You can also, I'm going to post these things on our page. And of course you can, show us some love. Now, there's a place I really want to go to after heading to Mbara and receiving that so much love. I want to go to Gulu. Like...
We want to go to Gulu.
Yeah, we have to go to Gulu. Yeah, we have to go to Gulu one of these days. So Gulu people, I think we need to organize that. We need to organize that and bring you something, yeah? Otherwise, let's start up this show officially. Back to the request. This next one is coming in from...
Someone asked for Neo. I won't play him Give Me Everything tonight.
All right.
We shall have Justin Bieber.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Papa Party 20th December. Fear Music 28th November. That's what's up. Don't get it twisted. Let's go, Brian.
DJ Brian.
Me not working hard. Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive. I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Nadia, Neo. That's right.
Give me everything tonight.
DJ Brian.
You gotta go and get angry at all of my honesty. You know I try, but I don't do too well with apologies. I hope I don't run out of time, can someone call a referee? 'Cause I just need one more shot, have forgiveness. I know you know that I made those mistakes maybe once or twice. And by once or twice, I mean maybe a couple of hundred times. So let me redeem on myself tonight. 'Cause I just need one more shot, second chances. Yeah. Is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now? I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now?
DJ Brian.
I'll take every single piece of the blame if you want me to. But you know that there is no innocent one in this game for two. But I go, and then you go out and spill the truth. Can we both say the words and forget this? Yeah. Is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now? I'm not just trying to get you back on me. 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now? I'm sorry. Kazi, lakini ubongo unaumia sababu la mapenzi. Penzi lako njagala meno zenkolera kolerenga wowe nkulabira oba nyongere speedi zenkozesa kutuke nga kabo ngobeera mu bwangu. Julia my baby, olyotya otya. Julia my baby, olyotya leero. Wanyamba nompa omutima gwo. Wanyamba, nompa omutima gwo. Julia, ndowooza tunoolya. Yeah. Julia, ndowooza tunoyambala. Leero njagala nkutwaleko ku ddina olye ku kamere k'abazungu lwe ziriba zibuze ng'ompita tuzirize busumu nkola zaki. Wanyamba, nompa omutima gwo. Wanyamba, nompa omutima gwo. Julia my baby, olyotya. Julia my baby, olyotya leero. Wanyamba, nompa omutima gwo. Wanyamba, nompa omutima gwo. you good. Got lipstick on my lips. Oh, baby. She's such a good kisser. Rain on this parade. Oh, baby. I done been around the world, I done kissed a lot of girls, so I'm guessing that it's true. Make me holler and I bet $1 million. Don't nobody kiss it like you. Don't nobody kiss it like you. Don't nobody kiss it like you. Bang, bang, bang. Don't nobody kiss it like you. Don't nobody kiss it like you. This girl, she my hero. Get that hero, yeah. Pesos, pricing. I'm staring at your barrel. Pull the trigger. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. The devil is a lie. Other girls can't compete with mine. It's so good you blow my mind. Pull it out then you open wide. You make me want to tap out and retire. Your pretty lips leave me so inspired. I think I got a winner. Could be a keeper. Cause she's such a good kisser. Got lipstick on my lips. Oh, baby. She's a good kisser.
That is Asha Raymond for you. And you know what, now we've checked out Neo coming through. And of course, I think the game has been stepped up a little bit, yeah?
Yep.
We've been too used to Jamaican artists coming through cricket over. Now it's time for us to embrace these.
Soon shall be seeing Beyonce.
Beyonce, Chris Brown, Asha Raymond himself. You know.
Now Asha needs like Serena.
Yeah.
Or Nambole.
No, I think it's an issue about crowds.
Crowds, yeah.
It's
Numbers.
an issue about crowds. Numbers, yeah.
Yeah.
So, someone, I think if Bell really wanted to make lots of money, you know, they had better options of making money. But I think it was a game of numbers.
Yep.
That's what I try to believe. But anyway, it was a beautiful show over the weekend. But we expect to see more of these international acts coming through. You know, the rest of the time. I know it's damn expensive actually bringing these guys in, and also there are terms and conditions, yeah, for us to host such people. You know, it doesn't just come easy. Yeah, they ask for this, ask for that, ask for that. Ara Kelly wanted air conditioning backstage, something like that. On the way, red carpet.
Ara Kelly's moves off the plane, performance back onto the plane.
I know, man. I know.
That was not fair.
but I saw Neo taking a stroll around the streets. I saw some pictures. I think he was probably at Uganda Road trying to shop or something like that. And then I think they went out for lunch with Maurice Kia. Navi was on there. Ali Alibai's woman. What's her name?
I don't know.
The former Miss Uganda. They were around Skyland. I think they were having a meal or so. But I think, you know, he's a down-to-earth, easy guy. Yeah. And it beats my understanding to see a local Ugandan artist, you know, who has all this swelling and has all
Walking
this
on
swag
cloud 9.
and walking on cloud 9. And yet the superstars that you would imagine would be living that kind of life that is, you know, sophisticated and trying to show people that I am Neo. You know, on the flip side, you know, he is easy. Yeah. Life is, you know, unfair like that. Anyway, can I just talk to one, two people? Can I just talk to one, two people? If my producer Don, you know, is good to go, can I talk to just one, two people on the phone lines? And of course, I'll be signing out, but shortly, don't forget we have some nominations coming through the Brand Style and Fashion Awards. We also do have the Radio and TV Awards as nominees, yeah? So please vote your brothers in there. I am nominated, Dev Dash is nominated. The show Best Urban TV Program is nominated. So get voting, get voting. And of course, at the bottom of our screen, we shall be running scrolls just to let you know how you can vote and how the codes, you know, rhyme and match. Anybody on the line? Are we ready to go? Yeah. Hey. Okay, cool. What I'm gonna do is let's call it a day because of time. Let's call it a day because of time. But you can catch me same time tomorrow. We've been NTV The Beat. We are powered by Coca-Cola. A billion reasons to believe in you, and you yourself. So don't allow anybody to tell you that, you know what, first wait until I give you a go ahead to believe in yourself. Yeah, believe in yourself first. Okay. And so we have somebody on the line. Are you there? NTV, hello. Hello. Are you there or not there? Okay, cool. Because of the weather, Brian, let's just roll back to the music and call it a day. This next one comes in from Gravity. But special shout out to, every artist that has endorsed the Purple Party on their social media. Yeah, this morning I woke up to Spice Diana. Gravity has already endorsed. Aziz Zion has endorsed. Chameleon has endorsed. Bebe Cool has endorsed. Grace Nashimera has endorsed. And so many other artists. Gio Steady, Maro has endorsed. Everybody who has endorsed the Purple Party, I salute you, respect, yeah, in all aspects. Otherwise, we call it a day. Of course, yo, I hear somebody. Hello. Yes, good evening. You went out. Okay, bye-bye. I'll call it a day. I was asking you, last Friday we did have Jamal Waswa. Now we are heading for the Art of Luxury Party, 13th.
After this coming Friday.
Next week, but one, yeah? Yep. Next week, but one. Dibanj is in Kampala. Kampala is busy, yeah? Kampala is busy. Really crazy. But come through for the Art of Luxury entrance. I saw like 200,000 you're going to shoot.
Yes, but 200,000 you get a bottle of syrup, I think.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. I need to confirm that.
I saw the ad running.
Yes.
Unless you put that ad. No, you're not
so
saying it.
200K you get a bottle of syrup.
Nice.
Yeah, and then tables I think are 2 or 1 million. Okay,
cool. So if you love those high-end parties, this is something that you guys have never seen. Yeah, Art of Luxury happening in Governor pretty soon. Otherwise, blessed evening. Catch us tomorrow same time. Powered by Coca-Cola. Purple Party 20th December. Free Music 28th. And of course, if you want to win tickets, all you have to do is SMS Purple Party to 6565 or SMS the word FIE to 6565, and you win a chance, to win some cool tickets. Blessed evening. Bye-bye.
Easy. Dr. Fizo, easy. Okay, what? Be them bad man from Uganda. Gravito motuju sende mubanda. Mada, tabu, what? Zasingo kumanye njala bweruma ku dunia. Zasingo kumanye ennaku y'okusula kadeya. Zasingo kumanya buloka bwe zikoya. Zasingo kumanya akawunga bwe bakagoya. Okunziza gye nava buladi oba osaaga. Okunfiisa mu byenkola bwe nkuyitandika. Okwagala ofunira ku byange bw'oba ojoga. Okunsalako amajweteke bwe tujja kweriga. Nwana na buli mbeera embi nino gimega. Ebizibu bingi nnyo mu empisa enzize embituga. Gejja buli lukya sijja koga. Awulira nga tanjagala uluno jja kwetuga. Saasaana busaasaanyi ngaleeka ekyoga. Tobye mu indasitule ya music kyompita omujega. Naawe kola nnyo ofune ekyo ntega ebiteega. Arakoppereza nnyo kano jja keegoga. Easy. Manyi nakuyo. Easy. Manyi nakuyo. Easy. Manyi nakuyo. Easy. Chechimu nakuyo. Okay, yo. Waliwo ababuladi betukeera nabo ku maliri. Nofiibana nnyo n'ekipoto okufuna ebbiri. Noziteeka kwasenevo owangula abiri. Ne bukyase no maniyu kugudde maliri. Ekisinga okuluma kwe kuyita ewali ewuwo. Ne bakwata trespass anti watundawo. N'akabaalamu wali onywera ne bakugobabo. Tosiva mu katebo n'anywa ajja atuulewo. Ekirala ekitta omutima ne gusaanawo. Y'omukyalo oli yennyini mama w'abaana bo. Okumusanga ku kkubo ng'ayimiriddewo. Nga ne kyatunda ye kennyini ye yakitondawo. Ensi tekyalina ansa ejjudde ebibuuzo. Omutwe gwo guzitowa gujjudde ebirowoozo. Ensi yeekanya kucunya terina muceezo. Manye ennaku yo buladi otereza ensobi zo. Easy. Manye ennaku yo. Easy. Manye ennaku yo. Easy. Manye ennaku yo. Easy. Okay, ennaku yo. Dunia si ya kwepampalika ekyo naawe okimanyi. Namba mmwe bannaffe bwe tukozesa amaanyi. Oli bw'aba akuze mabega mugambe eŋŋaanyi. Kuba gyakusindika omanyi era wayitayo. Buno bampadde bubi babbuladi ye teyayitayo. Kati obwalya kiro y'empuuta n'ofa omwoyo. Naawe n'ogulayo ekifi kumbe weemalayo. N'otamanya nti ofuna ezizo osooka mu kyeyo. Ne bw'oba yalankolajana teyavaayo.
I thought we were great. You took the love back and ran us off track. I counted all the days till you would come back. How stupid was that? Now you're missing what we used
Santa Lucia's in my soul, got me singing. Tastes so good, feels like walking in heaven. Santa Lucia's always there when we need it. Come on, everybody, gotta taste it to believe it. Twist it, taste it, enjoy it. Twist it, taste it.
Santa Lucia, you've got to taste it to believe it.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time, you know you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
You guy, you are funny. How much did you pay to call your chick?
Just 3 shillings per second. Why? Is it funny?
Have you heard of Airtel Zone?
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial star 135 hash and switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
Emirimu gyakulema, Museveni ayambalidde Mbabazi amugambye nti n'abawagizi talina. Okusunsulwa mu ky'okwesimbawo ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga, Mbabazi asunsulwa lunaku lwa nkya. Bannamateeka be bagamba bagudde mu lukwe lw'okumukwata, poliisi ebyegaanye. Muna FDC Beatrice Anywa agambye nti agenda kuwagira Mbabazi, eby'ekibiina kye si byaliko. FDC ekubye bituli mu ttiimu ya Mbabazi ebalangidde okwegwanyiza ennyo wadde bakyali bajja.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Made for each other
Is brought to you by
Radiant. Feel yourself. ICEA Life Assurance Company in partnership with A Plus Funeral Services.
Hey, stop, Sandhya!
What happened, Babu?
Babu, she just... Have you gone mad, Sandhya? How dare you crack this coconut without asking me?
Babu, you had told me that you wanted this coconut for the offering?
Yes. I said so. But I did not say that you are permitted to crack the coconut. You should have waited for them to come back home.
Babu, I was avoiding a delay and everyone is so busy. So I thought I should crack it. And how does it matter? If I do it or anybody else? It's just about a coconut. It doesn't matter if I break it or Suraj.
Come on, Sandhya. It may not be a big issue for you. You are well educated, so all this does not matter to you. But this coconut shouldn't be cracked by a female. It's a man's job. Because this has to be used for the offering, Sandhya. Women are not entitled to do this ever. And it is considered to be a bad omen.
Bad omen? What are you saying, Meenakshi? If a coconut is cracked by a man, then it is auspicious. And if a woman does the same, inauspicious. Why, Babu?
Well, Sandhya, we cannot answer that. Because what our ancestors taught us, we follow it blindly, isn't it, Babu?
But my mother and father have always taught me that it's not important who does what to help in the house. It is important that the work is done at the right time. Whoever helps at any work in the household cannot be inauspicious or auspicious if that work is done by a lady or a man in the house. And I have been doing this since childhood at my paternal home.
Yes, Babu. Actually, Sandhya is not at fault at all. You know very well, Babu, that Sandhya values everything that she has learned from her mom and dad.
Whatever you did before marriage need not really be the right thing. No traditions were followed. But that doesn't mean that I would let you get away with the same here. Coconut meant for offering has to be cracked by men, not women. And the reason is, a man is a symbol of power and strength.
Babu, she cannot understand whatever you're trying to tell her. Because she has always believed that men and women have equal rights. And she has done everything that a man does, isn't it?
A man or woman should do what they're meant to. These are norms set by ancestors, so I cannot act against such norms. And remember, don't you dare think this, Sandhya, that cracking a coconut makes you equal to the men in this house. And people will applaud you today. I couldn't say anything to you at Ankur's place when you told the priest to conduct a veneration for his daughter. You can do whatever you want over there. But remember this, don't have the wrong notion that I will stand by you like Ankur did and let you disobey traditions. A man and woman are not the same. When God created them differently, then who has given you the right to change these age-old traditions? Do you want to disrespect the ancestors who set these norms? Are you trying to question their beliefs?
No, Babu. I did not mean to say this.
Enough, Sandhya. I have had enough of this. This is my house, and the practices that have been followed till now will continue. If you try to change anything in this house, then I will be your worst enemy. Don't try to change any tradition or any member of this family.
Babu, I hope everything is ready. The priests will be here soon.
Yes, my dear. I've made sure everything's ready. Remember to feed the priests properly.
Yes, Babu.
Come on, all of you. Go. Into your rooms. It's my father-in-law's death anniversary. Food will be served only by the men in this house. No women will be here when the priests are here. Because they practice celibacy. Remember, Sandhya, I do not want your stupid questions when they are here. Why and how this happens? Let me be very clear. All the traditions won't change. Questioning traditions is wrong. Go. All of you go inside. Go. Come, Vikram. Come with me. Go. Let's go, Vikram.
wish I could say what I'm thinking. I wanted to tell them to bless me, that I gave birth to a healthy baby boy.
Can you please open the window? Okay.
Babu, just knew Sandhya is up to some antics again.
Take that seed off the wall or it will fall on someone's head.
Why are you roaming around the house? Don't you know that even a woman's shadow should not be cast on them? Go. Go and put the clothes for drying.
Okay, Babu.
Go. I just hope the priests bless all of us and go happily from this house after having lunch. I will assume that we've been blessed and no evil has been cast on us. Oh, my dear Lord, what will happen now?
Don't you all know that we practice celibacy? We don't even allow a woman's shadow to be cast on us. But here, this dress worn by a woman has fallen here while we were eating. Can't you all take care of such small things? Did you all invite us here for lunch or to disrespect us?
Baba, what will happen now? I'm very scared.
I don't know why this fool goofs up all the time. Why do you make us go through all of this? been telling you since morning that don't commit any sort of mistake. But still, you messed up again.
Babu, the wind was very strong at that point. The dress flew and landed on the floor.
Is it? Huh? Why are you making up stories now, Sandhya? Why don't you accept that it was your mistake? Hadn't I told you to take off the dried clothes? I know you. Since I got mad at you in the morning and I accused your mother and father, you ruined the death anniversary of my father-in-law. I'm sure now you are feeling much better. I wonder what will happen now.
We did not do this purposely, sir. The wind was so strong that the dress got flown away. It was not intentional, sir. Please forgive us, sir. You all are learned men, intelligent and smart as well. Please try and understand. Don't leave your food like this.
A house that doesn't follow our rituals, cultures and traditions, eating food from that house is considered a sin for us.
It's a sin!
If the priests curse us like this, then it will not be auspicious for us.
We will be cursed.
Let's go!
Please stop.
Till today, no woman has even cast a shadow on us. But today you are trying to teach us how we should behave.
I apologize to you, priests, but when you say that a woman has never cast a shadow on you till today, I guess that it's not true.
NTV, turning on your world.
I know exactly what to do. So how do I look, girls? So clean.
Mukwano Star White Laundry Bar Soap makes you the star you are.
Stand up and start your day. Stand up and never give up. But on those days I suddenly can't stand up. Make it change, time's up. No more tissue, stand up, stand up. Always absorbs in 1 second. No stick, no check. With this liquid locking trap. Stand up, no doubt, stand up. Stand up and make a change. Stand up, reach high. Stay happy always. If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time, you know you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
I apologize to you, priests. Since this morning, all of us have cooked food for all of you. We respectfully invited all of you. Then, how can all of us disrespect you? Like every day, the clothes were hung on the rope above. Because of the strong winds, one cloth fell on the floor. All of this happened unintentionally. But still, I will apologize to all of you. But please do not leave. You all didn't have food. I guess this is also wrong.
Baba, what is she trying to say? Someone just stop her.
Is it? So now we will have to learn from you what is right and what is wrong. We are not called priests for namesake. We have learned all the religious scriptures and religious teachings. We have devoted our lives to gain spiritual knowledge. Till today, no woman has even cast a shadow on us. But today, you are trying to teach us?
I apologize to all of you. I never intended to insult. In fact, this family adheres to all such religious practices. But when you say that a woman has never cast a shadow on you till today, I guess that it's not true. The womb where you stayed for 9 months and then took birth, that too belonged to a woman, isn't it? The person that gave birth to you, the one who gave you values, that person was your mother, a woman. Learned and spiritual people like you should not get agitated and walk away like that. You have not finished your food as of yet.
What is this you are saying, Sandhya?
Whatever happened, please forget about it and forgive all of us. I apologize. Please have some food.
Wait, Sandhya. Do not step out there. You need to stay here.
All of them are sitting to have lunch. Once again, Sandhya got saved.
What?
Please bless me as well.
I would like to say this to the matriarch of the house. The And this girl should only concentrate on doing household work. She talks too much. Only then the family will stay happy.
Babo, Sandhya's parents had also dreamt something for her. They wanted that their daughter should achieve something in life, bring glory to them. So they wanted her to become a high-ranking police officer.
Just add the Radiant Hair Polisher before styling and finish your magical look with the Radiant Olive Sheen Spray. Your big day is definitely on. Radiant. Feel yourself.
SMS the word ICEA FC to 6565 now and we will call you back. Or visit us at Renzori Court, 2nd floor. Or email us at familyfuneral@icea.co.ug.
NTV, turning on your world.
Program Guide
Is brought to you by
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment. Program Guide.
Soul has been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Isa yalagula Yesu ng'alijja mabega akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa
buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yonna tekisoboka.
Era enako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanjala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda kale akagamba ako kanuma
obote wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza ebibakwatako naye nga waka mubimuyita waka mwamuyitanga mutya big daddy kuwuliriza kufumiitiriza kukola kwogera ina
tuwaye bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwenu nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolososi
ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu
omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi ti olina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako
yeddoboozi lyenjogerako tuwaye
The Uganda Top 100 Gala Dinner is back. On the 13th of November 2015 at Hotel Africana, we shall recognize and celebrate Uganda's top 100 mid-sized companies with a countdown starting at 6 p.m. Come, let's celebrate business development in Uganda. For more information, please call 0392 080 708. This event is brought to you by KPMG and Daily Monitor in partnership with Stanbic Bank, NTV, and ICEA Group.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by
ICEA Group. We believe in promises that last a lifetime.
Majorly, there are two types of insurance: life insurance and general insurance. Life insurance is basically the insurance against the lives. So, as the name suggests, it's life insurance. General insurance is insurance against non-life. So, vehicles, fire, buildings, money on transit, that relates to general insurance. Life insurance relates to the lives of the people in regard to savings, investments, and the risk of, in case of death or disability, against their life.
We will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire.
akawungezi mbaniriza nnyo bannaffe nze hatimanalugwa sekaya katandike n'emitwe emikulu egiri mu mawulire gaffe ag'akawungezi ka leero.
Kawungezi. Emirimu gyakulema, Museveni ayambalidde Mbabazi amugambye nti n'abawagizi talina. Okusunsulwamu ku ky'okwesimbawo ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga, Mbabazi asunsulwa lunaku lwa nkya. Bannamateeka be bagamba bagudde mu lukwe lw'okumukwata, poliisi ebyegaanye. Muna FDC Beatrice Anywa agambye nti agenda kuwagira Mbabazi eby'ekibiina kye si byaliko. FDC ekubye bituli mu ttiimu ya Mbabazi ebalangidde okwegwanyiza ennyo wadde bakyali bajja.
Nyongedde okubaniriza bannaffe mu mwezi guno ogwa November, omwezi mwe tujjukirira kansa w'abaami gwe tuyita prostate cancer. Tujumbire kafe okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekyo. Mu mawulire gaffe agatandise akawungezi ka leero, ssentebe wa NRM mu ggwanga era nga ye mukulembeze w'eggwanga President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni anenyeza munne kati bwe bavuganya ku kifo ky'obwa President John Patrick Amama Mbabazi nga bwe yalemererwa okukola emirimu gy'ekibiina bwe yali akyali ssaabawandiisi waakyo. Museveni agamba nti Mbabazi bw'aba mulimba kijja kutegeerekeka era nti n'abawagizi bayita ababe bawagira NRM. Museveni abadde ku kisaawe e Kololo gy'ayogereddeko eri ababaka b'olukiiko lwa NRM olufuzi lu National Executive Committee.
Museveni agamba nti ekiseera eky'emyaka 10 Mbabazi gye yamala nga ssaabawandiisi wa NRM yadibaga emirimu n'akatagga.
These people who were in the secretariat did a very big disservice. My young brother Mbabazi. Even the others, I don't know what they were doing. The ones who were there before.
Museveni ategeezezza bannakibiina abatula ku kakiiko ka NEC nti Mbabazi ayagala obukulembeze bw'eggwanga obuwagizi talina ate nga waliwo n'obulipo bw'ebyobufuzi obumulinze ng'eyeegwanyiza entebe.
These are Mbabazi's people. Where are those people? These people are NRM people. We shall know him. We shall know him.
Ssentebe wa NRM olukiiko lwanjulidde bammemba b'ekibiina 7 abalondebwa okutula ku kakiiko akafuzi mu kibiina ka Central Executive Committee.
General Tafire, Dr. Chionga, General Moses Hari, Honorable Huda, Honorable Chekamondo, Mutia, Honorable Nekesa Barbara.
Kino kireseewo okukubaganya ebirowoozo kwani asaanidde anti baagalako bataano bokka.
My sister Huda's position is at stake here because we shall now stand 3 to determine who covers this stupid position. For the good of our party, I will step down for the sake of food.
If it was possible, instead of dropping any of the remaining 6 people, I beseech you, sir, to kindly allow all the entire 6 members to be part of the next.
Now that Honorable Barbara from the East and Wukedi has stepped down, there is no way you could leave out Honorable Chekamoto from the East.
Okay, you. The two of you.
We propose that for the good of the party, let Honorable Chionga step down.
You have picked
abawandiisi wa NRM Justin Kasule Lumumba agamba nti okuva lwe yatuula mu ntebe ebintu bingi ebikyuse ng'ekibiina kigenda mu maaso.
The money for the construction of the NRM house is available, but also to ring fence it so that whatever happens, we don't encroach on it.
Lumumba akakasizza bannakibiina nti nga yeesaba abawandiisi wa NRM alaba akalulu ka 2016 ssentebe w'ekibiina kyabwe atuuse okukeeza olweyo.
We are determined to make sure that our solo candidate, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, successfully wins the coming elections with a meager margin. As a delegate, I said bigger.
Eyawangudde obumyuka bwa ssentebe wa NRM ebuvanjuba Kapiteni Mike Mukula asinzidde Kololo n'ayanjulira Museveni ennyonyi gye baatimbye edda ebipande yenyigire mu kunoonya akalulu. Honest Wisdom Kiyonga, NTV Akawungeezi.
Ate ye Patrick Amama Mbabazi mu kwogerako eri bannamawulire olw'eggulo lwaleero ategeezezza nga ensonga y'okugabana obuyinza nga ab'oludda abavuganya bwekyateesebwako. Ono ayogedde n'engeri gye banaatuukamu ennakivubo olunaku olw'enkya nga bamaze okukakasibwa okwesimbawo ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga.
Mu lukiiko olw'abakulembeze ab'ebibiina bamemba ba TDA abawagira Amama Mbabazi nga candidate ku bwa president mwaka 2016 tutegeka okwewandisa enkya nomination ate wetutuuse tuli betegefu. Olunaku lwokusatu tujja kusinkana mmwe abamawulire twogere bingi ku bifa mu TDA, enkiiko ze twabadde nazo ez'e Nairobi, Bungereza ne wano ze tubadde nazo oludda lwaffe olwa members aba TDA abangi ne FDC. Tetusobodde tetunaba okutuuka ku kukkirizaganya okuba ne candidate omu wa TDA, naye ffe oludda lwaffe twewaddeyo. Tetujja okwowa okugezako kye tusobola okulaba nti tufuna kwegatta, naye tujja kubyogerako mu bujjuvu olunaku lwokusatu.
John Patrick Amama Mbabazi ng'ayogerako eri bannamawulire. Ate bo bannakibiina ki NRM olunaku olwaleero lwe bategeezeddwa nga bwe bagenda okutandika okubaako omutemwa gw'ensimbi gwe basasula eri ekibiina okukisobozesa okutambuza obulungi emirimu gyakyo. Okusinziira ku ssentebe wa NRM Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, buli memba kati wakusasula $40,000. Museveni era akomye ne ku bannakibiina okukomya okusiiga bannaabwe enziro nga babayita abawagizi ba Amama Mbabazi.
Ayogerako eri bannakibiina ku mulundi gwe ogusoose oluvannyuma lw'okulondebwa nga ssentebe w'ekibiina, Pulezidenti Museveni ategeezezza ng'ekiseera bwe kituuse eri buli memba w'ekibiina okutandika okubaako omutemwa gw'asasula.
I have been fundraising for you for the last 45 years, since 1971. Now, it is high time you also fundraise for your party. Anybody with a bank account, please send 40,000 shillings to this account.
agamba nti ebizibu ebize birabika mu kibiina ebisinga obungi bivudde ku nsonga ya bbula lya nsimbi.
Because some of these problems, they come because of the money, last minute money, sometimes there is a problem of capacity.
Alabudde bannakibiina ku nsonga y'okusonga ennyo mu bannaabwe abalala nga babagamba nga bwe bawagira eyali Ssaabaminisita John Patrick Amama Mbabazi.
Now with my young brother Mbabazi running away, now people are using it to fight their other colleagues. Well, this one is Mbabazi supporter. But Mbabazi declared. He went and declared, he said he was an independent. Those who want to join him will declare and go with him. It is not correct, it is not fair, it is not the way to run an organization.
Ono avumidde n'endowooza ya bannabyabufuzi abalowooza nti kati ebyobufuzi gufuuse mulimu.
Ebyobufuzi si mulimu. Ebyobufuzi byakunogera eddagala ensi yaffe.
Wakati mu mizira eyaliko omumyuka we Gilbert Bukenya yeeyamye okuwenjeza Museveni akalulu mu kulonda kwa 2016.
So I want you all to go out there in the villages, just talk about competency, and the president will be voted 90%. I will join you. NRM NASA oye!
Okwogera kwa pulezidenti okusinga kwetooloddeko ebyo ebirambikiddwa mu manifesto y'ekibiina. Julius Senkandwa, NTV.
Webale nnyo munnaffe Julius. Nga beetegekera okusunsulwamu olunaku olw'enkya okwesimbawo ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga, bannamateeka ba Amama Mbabazi bategeezezza nga bwe waliwo olukwe lw'okukwata omuntu waabwe. Fred Muwema nga yayogera ku lwa bannamateeka abalala agamba nti Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti Mike Chibita ateekateeka kuteeka misango ku Amama Mbabazi, kyokka poliisi etegeezezza nga kino bwetakimanyiiko era bwetyo n'esaba bannamateeka ba Mbabazi baleete obukakafu. Ate ye omwogezi wa Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti ng'ono ye Jane Kajuga agamba nti zino zonna ŋŋambo. Kikakasiddwa nti munna FDC era nga mubaka omukyala w'ekitundu kye Kitgum Beatrice Anywa n'omubaka wa Kwen Kisos Chemswet bagenda okuwaayo erinnya lya Mbabazi mu kusunsulwamu olunaku olw'enkya e Nambole.
Ng'ebula ssaawa Mbabazi okusunsulwamu asobola okuvuganya ku pulezidenti w'eggwanga, bannamateeka be bategeeza nga baliwo olukola okumukwata era nga poliisi ekimanyiiko.
Twakitegeddeko nti waliwo pulaani ey'okukwata Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi ey'okumusiba nga bamusibako emisango egitaliimu.
Bannamateeka be bagamba nti emisango 3 gye giteekeddwa okumuggulwako naye nga gyonna mijingirire.
Okusookera ddala kigambibwa nti baagala kumukwata ku musango gw'okutta omuntu. Kigambibwa nti waliwo omuntu eyattibwa mu maka ge. Omusango omulala gwe tuwuliddeko nti bataddewo gwe musango gwa money laundering, emisango okukwatagana n'okuleeta ensimbi mu ggwanga nga toyise mu mateeka. Omulala gwa kubeera mbega wansi ndala. Kyensuubira ensi endala ezitali mukwano gwa Uganda oba eziwakanya gavumenti ya Uganda.
Wadde tebaagadde nnyo okugenda wala mu misango gino, naye Muwema ku lwa bannamateeka abalala agamba nti ayagala Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti aveeyo atangaze eggwanga ku nsonga eno.
Tumuwandikidde nga tumusaba kimu akakase oba kituufu nti waliwo pulaani ez'okukwata n'okusiba mwami Amama Mbabazi okumulemesa okubeera nominated enkya n'okwesimbawo ku bwa pulezidenti.
Kyokka poliisi etadde Mbabazi ne bannamateeka be ku nninga okuleeta obujulizi ku ebyo boogera.
Kyewuunyisa nti ebintu bino byonna bivaayo ku ssaawa eno ng'abulayo ssaawa 24 okutuuka ku nomination ye. Kye tulowooza nti ekigendererwa kya kumulemesa nga babadde bagezaako okukola kumulemesa kwesimbawo ku bwa pulezidenti.
Yabe abamuwema okuvaayo okugamba nti tugenda mukwatira Nambole si kituufu.
Omwogezi wa Ssaabawaabi wa gavumenti Jane Kajuga naye avuddeyo ku byogerwa ku kitongole kyabwe.
For us to have a matter that is ready to go to court, it would presuppose that we have received a file from the police and that we have read that file and that we are satisfied that the evidence is sufficient to sustain a charge against anybody. But in this particular case, we have not received any file, we have not sanctioned any case against him on any of the allegations that we have had.
Twagala naffe bapulida be abamuwema and the company associates nabo baveeyo balage nti bwe buno obujulizi obuliwo obulaga nti muyina ebiwandiiko bye mufunye oba muyina fayiro bwe muti gye munoonyereza mu kifo ky'okuvaayo okusasamaza eggwanga mu kiseera kye.
Bo abatimu ya Mbabazi bategeeza nga bakunze abantu abawera okwerekerako omuntu waabwe olunaku lw'enkya.
Abantu bavudde mu buli kanyomero ka ggwanga eri paka Nimule, abantu baba Nimule, abantu baba Kisoro, abantu bavudde eno Busia eri Karamoja Kotido, yonna bannayuganda bagenda kuva mu buli kanyomero okujja enkya mu Kampala okwerabirako ng'omuntu agenda okuba pulezidenti wa Uganda atongozebwa olunaku olw'enkya.
NTV ekitegeddeko nti muna FDC Beatrice Anywa amanyiddwa ennyo nga Maama Mabira n'omubaka w'Ekwene Kosi Kimaswet be bagenda okuwayenyera Mbabazi olunaku lw'enkya mu kusunsulamu okugenda okubeera Namboole. Mbabazi okumusunsulamu kwa ssaawa 5.
Ate bo bannakibiina ki FDC olwaleero bambalidde abawagira eyali Ssaabaminisita John Patrick Amama Mbabazi wansi w'ekisinde kya Go Forward okuwuddisa eggwanga ku nteeseganya ezibadde zigenda mu maaso okufuna omuntu omu okwesimbawo ku kuvuganya President Museveni. Enteeseganya ku nkomerero ya Ssabbiiti ewedde wakati wa Mbabazi ne Besigye zaagudde butaka. Zino zaddiridde ezo ezaali e London mu Bungereza mu kusikiriza abakulu bano bombi okukkaanya omu alekere munne. Nga bwe kiri kati, Mbabazi wakukiikirira aba Go Forward so nga ate ye Besigye yakwatidde FDC bendera.
Bw'abadde ayogera eri bannamawulire ku kitebe kya FDC e Najjanankumbi, omwogezi wakyo Ibrahim Ssemujju Nganda ayambalidde ttiimu ya Mbabazi okweyagaliza obukulembeze bw'abavuganya gavumenti newankubadde ng'omuntu waabwe yakasalidira okuva mu NRM.
Bo buli mbeera egwawo balabanga kyakusuubula. Muba muyingira mu meeting nga temunnaba yadde okwebuuza nga bwebweru batandise okwogera ebiri mu meeting nti meeting ekkiriziganyiza ku kino naye nga tennaba kutandika.
Ssemujju agamba nti bano essira baalitadde ku kifo kya pulezidenti kyokka so nga bavuganya balina okwegatta mu bifo ebya wansi omuli okusimba ababaka ba paalamenti wamu n'abakulembeze ba disitulikiti.
Twetaaga ababaka ba paalamenti ba candidate 403. Twetaaga ba district chairpersons nga 12. Eventually bajja kufuuka 10 nga mwana. Twetaaga ba councillors bogattagatta ebifo byonna ebigenda okwesiibwako biri mu miliyoni 1.6.
Ssemujju era agamba nti okuva enteeseganya lwe zaatandika wansi w'omukago gwa TDA, Mbabazi yali abasuubiza okusikiriza ebikonge eby'amaanyi okwabulira ekibiina ekya NRM naye butuukidde essaawa za kaakati nga mpaawo gwe baalabye. Ono era asambaza ebiyitingana nti abagabi b'obuyambi baabadde batadde akasito ku kibiina ekya FDC okwegatta ku Mbabazi era nga baatiisaatiisizza okuma ekibiina kino obuyambi.
Oli ne waaba ali bweru ng'atugamba nti amukyuse Museveni bw'avaako muzeeko omuntu omulala ng'afaanana Museveni, yesu obuyambi tubwagala nnyo naye tetujja kukkiriza.
Zo enteeseganya z'okuwandiisa Besigye eri akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda ku lunaku olwokusatu okuvuganya ku bukulembeze bw'eggwanga omulundi ogwokusatu zigenda mu maaso. Olukiiko olw'okuntiko mu kibiina luweereddwa okutuuka olunaku olw'enkya okufulumya manifesito ya Besigye kwagenda okutambulira ng'awenja obululu.
Buli ayagale okwetaba mu lutalo lw'okununula eggwanga lino tujja kukuŋŋaanira wali Najjanankumbi ku ssaawa emu ey'okumakya tuwerekere omulwanirizi w'eddembe kamanda w'olutalo lw'okununula eggwanga lino e Namboole mu kwewandiisa.
Guno gugenda kubeera mulundi gwakusatu nga Besigye avuganya Museveni ku bukulembeze obw'eggwanga era nga ku mulundi guno wakutandikira kaweefube ono mu kisaawe ky'e Nakivubo nga yakamala okusunsulwa. Herbert Ziwa, NTV Akawungeezi.
Olunaku olwaleero mu kanyomero kaffe akakiki kyolowooza tulabye banna FDC abavuddeyo okuwagira John Patrick Amama Mbabazi era twagala kubuuza kiki ekitegeeza eri oludda oluvuganya NRM. Banna FDC okusala eddiiro bawagire Mbabazi kitegeeza ki eri oludda oluvuganya NRM? Tuteeseza ku Facebook, teekamu endowooza yo ku page yaffe ya NTV Uganda. Nja kuba nsoma ezimu ku zo nga sinnaba kuva wano. mu buufu bwe bumu obwo Beatrice Anywa ng'amanyiddwa nnyo nga Mama Mabira era nga munna FDC Lukulwe ategeezezza ng'olunaku olw'enkya bw'agenda okuwagira John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. Ono agamba nti Besigye aweereddwa emikisa emirundi egiwera n'alemererwa nga n'olwekyo essaawa yeeyo okukyusa ekirowoozo. Ate ye Alice Alaso nga naye munna FDC agamba nti awagira ekya Besigye ne Mbabazi okwesimbawo okusobola okulemesa President Museveni okufuna ebitundu 5 mu kalulu ka 2016.
Entegeka eriwo eya TDA eya Alliance abagendayo siffe nze nga byogera byonna ndi wansi wa enkolagana eyo naye party president wange n'abakungu mu kibiina bagenda ne bakkaanya ne bagamba katutambulire wamu mu lugendo luno nga tutwalayo omuntu ogwo ndi kugoberera emitindo gye baategeka. Kati we twogerera tulina bakandidates baffe babiri, tulina Dr. Besigye, tulina Mambabazi. Kulwokuba bamukkiriza nga Mambabazi naye ayingira mu TDA. N'olwekyo kati ffe aba wansi tuli kuteeka mu nkola tebateekako omukono. Nsazeewo nti nja kwesimba mabega waki wa Mambabazi. Pati nnene okusinga nze oba okusinga Dr. Besigye. Era omuntu okujja n'asamaasama ebigambo mbu bw'ona ogenda mabega wa Mambabazi bagenda kukugoba. Yaani oyo angoba oyo.
Because we are saying if Dr. Besigye took 30% and Honorable Amama took 20%, that is 50 plus 1, then President Museveni does not have a majority. So for us now our obsession is more with the strategy than with an individual, because there are still some people in the NRM who will not give Dr. Besigye their vote. And there are still some people in the FDC who will not give Honorable Amama their vote. So for us as part of strategy, if we don't agree tonight, we are still safe.
Ensonga za kalulu ka 2016 era ng'enkalu ziri ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga. Mu studio neeyungiddwako Paul Bukenya ngono yamyuka ayogerera akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Mukulu nsanyusa okulaba. Enkya musunsulamu abakomezaawo empapulo kwesi okuvuganya ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga. Enteekateeka ziyimiridde zitya?
Enteekateeka tumaze okuba nti ebyetaagisa okubeerawo byonna tubikozeeko. Ekifo kyaffe tukirina ssaawa eky'Enamboole. We tugenda okukolera omulimu guno tutegeseewo ebyetaagisa, ebyuma, ebyokozesa, abakozi baffe bagenda okukola omulimu guno ogw'okwekenneenya ebiwandiiko byabo abeesimbyewo bye baleese, ebyokwerinda, mpozi n'abagenda okutunulira omulimu guno nga genda bitula observers n'abamawulire okubituusa ku bantu abasigadde eno wabweru. Enteekateeka eyo yonna yonna n'entambula y'ebidduka ku luguudo, enguudo ezigenda ku kifo anasunsulibwamu byonna tumaze okubitegeka okubiggyako engalo. So tukkiriza nti nno tweteesetese bulungi.
Mwetegekedde abantu bameka mu kifo wano njogera ku bawagizi?
Twalaga engeri omuntu ayagala okusunsulwamu engeri gy'alina okugyamu owerekerwa abantu abatusukka 20.
Ne President Museveni?
Ya, n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga bw'abanga candidate bw'aba ajja mu kifo ekyokusunsulwamu ajjanga omuntu ayagala okwesimbawo ku kifo ekyo. Mpozi tulabye nti ne ku mulundi guli kyakolebwa era tetwafuna buzibu n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga kuba yeesimbawo. Abantu abamulekera beebo bwe butebe bwe tutegese munda mu kifo kye tusunsuliramu tusuubira abantu abo omuwendo gwe tulaze era gwe gugenda okubeera munda aba tugenda okukolera omulimu ogwo.
Ennamba y'abeesimbyewo ekyatankanibwa bali bameka bo be musuubira okusunsulamu?
Abakomyawo empapula zaabwe kuba nti nno naddala okuli enkalala z'abawagizi kubanga ekyo kyekisinga okubeera ekinene mu bintu byetwekenneenya nga tutegeka okusunsulwamu. Baali 10 betwakakakasa ne tuba nti eddaala eryo baaliyiseeko okuba nti bafunye obuwagizi okwetoolola eggwanga nga kye basigalidde kwe kujja okuyanjula gye tuli ku lunaku zino ebbizi ze twategese okujja n'ebisigaddeyo okusasula ensimbi, okulaga obuyigize bwabwe, emyaka gyabwe n'ebirala ebitonotono mpozi naye nga byetaagisa ebifaananyi byo kinaalabika kitya ku kakonge mpozi n'ebintu ebirala byetaagisa nga ani awadde erinnya lyo, ani akusembye, ebintu bye bityo n'ebirayiro bye bakuba mpozi bwe bawandiika.
Ng'oggyeko ebyo byonna bye tulabye, kiki ekirala kye musuubira mu beesimbyewo abagenda okujja okusunsulwamu?
Tusuubira okuba nti nibagobera enteekateeka lye tuze tutambula olugendo lubadde luwanvu kwegamba tetukitandise eggulo. Abaana n'empapula mu mwezi ogw'omunaana ne tujja nga tutunula tulungamya omutwe mulina okweyisa paka ku mulundi tunaakusunsulamu n'ofuuka candidate omujjuvu eyesimbyewo bw'ofuuka candidate obeera n'obuvunaanyizibwa n'okulaga enteekateeka yogenda kutambuza otya omulimu guno ogw'okunoonya obululu ekwataganyizibwe ne banno tubeere ne kampeyini emu emanyiddwa tubeere nga ffenna tumanyi nti ku lunaku bwe ruti ono agenda kubeera mu kitundu kino n'omulala agenda kubeera mu kitundu kiri bibeere nga bikwataganyizibwa bulungi n'ebyokwerinda abawagizi baffe baleme kusisinkana ekitundu kino kisinkane na kiri ate olwo wabeerewo obuvuyo obutera okujja mpozi mu kutuusiza ddala ku kulonda enteekateeka eyo bagimanyi kuba tulina guidelines zitulungamya tusuubira nti bajja zigoberera.
Waliwo ebintu ebitukugira oluusi obutabeera mu budde singa candidate ajjanga essaawa ze ziyiseeko mugenda kumuwa akakisa okwewandiisa nga singa ekyo kibaddewo.
Kisookera ddala nsubire ba candidates oba aba aspirants abaagala okwesimba oba tebanafuka ba candidates bajja kwetegeka bulungi baleme kutuuka kikeerezi. Tulina ennaku 2 zokka omulimu guno gutandika ku ssaawa 4 ez'okumakya ne gukomekerezebwa ssaawa 10 ez'olweggulo. N'olwekyo twakola booking oba twaba omukisa okubuukinga kitusobozese okubeera nti kyanguya omulimu guno okuba nti buli muntu mukolako. Essaawa ezo bw'ozisukkako naddala ku lunaku olusembayo ebyo biba biwedde kubanga oba tusobola kufuna mukisa mulala bw'ojja wabweru w'obudde obwo naddala ku lunaku olusembayo obeera ebyo biba biwedde.
Akasembayo Namboole ennaku nga zize emabega ebadde ekozesebwa NRM obudde bwe bamaze okutegeka obulungi ekisaawe buli kimu kiri mulaala.
Mpozi ekifo ky'e Namboole nga mukimanyi nti kigazi bulungi waliwo ebintu bingi ebibeerayo buli lunaku naye wabaayo bintu bingi ebikolebwa mu kifo ekyo. Mu kiseera kino mpozi waliyo olukungaana lw'ekibiina eky'ebyobufuzi bali munda mu kisaawe nga mubadde mulaba ku mawulire. Waliwo ebisenge bingi mu Namboole era tulina ekisenge ekimu kye twatandikedde okutegeka nga kyaffe era tewali n'omu alina mulimu mulala gwakolera okubanga kyo kyaffe tukiteekateeka era ekyo kyenkugambye nti tumaze okuba nti tujjako engalo ku mirimu egyo gitaagisa okukola so tewali kweraliikira kwonna nti ekifo tekijja kubaamu obuzibu nti kyakozesebwa oba ensonga endala yonna ekifo kyaffe kyategekebwa dda kuba ate kyeyawuddeko ku baana abalala we bali. So enteekateeka nnungi.
Tulinde lwankya.
Tulinde olunaku lw'enkya tubeere nga tugoberera enteekateeka naddala amakubo agatuukayo n'engeri poliisi gye naaba etulungamiza mu ntambula yaffe.
Twayanza nnyo mukulu webalinnya akaddeko otuwadde. Ye Paul Bukenya amyuka ayogerera akakiiko k'ebyokulonda abadde atangaza ku nteekateeka ezigenda okubeerawo olunaku olw'enkya n'olunaku olwokusatu. Katuwumulemu katono nnyo nkomewo n'ekitundu ekyokubiri tova ku NTV.
Akamyufu ka NRM alipoota y'abalondoola okulonda efulumye mwalimu emivuyo mingi. Ensi n'ebyewuunyisa tukuleetedde omusajja agabirira ebinyonyi tebikyayagala kuva wuwe.
Olugero lwa leero lukutuusibwako okwekakasa ku lunaku lwonna.
Kiridde obwami tekibulwa nganda zaakyo. Okulya obwami kujja n'ebirungi ntoko. Muno mwe muli okusomosebwa mu ddaala, obuyinza, obugagga n'ebirala bingi ebiringa ebyo. Mu mbeera eyo omuntu yenna atuuka ku kkula eryo ery'okulya obwami abantu bangi baba baagala okumwesembereza abamu ne batuuka n'okumuyita ow'oluganda lwabwe.
Okwekakasa ku lunaku lwonna.
Travel along on this road of ours, you need to be 100% alert and ensure that your passengers enjoy a safe journey.
With Royal Foam mattress, I'm guaranteed a perfect rest and a great new start every day.
After a long day's learning, there is only one mattress that comforts my back. Royal Foam mattress. We all sleep on Royal Foam
mattress.
Sleep on Royal Foam mattresses for quality and durability. Uganda sleeps on Royal Foam mattresses. Royal Foam has been Uganda's leading mattress for over 20 years and is winner of the 2015 People's Choice Award. Royal Foam, quality that lasts. Manufactured by Mega Industries Uganda Limited.
Ekiseera ky'omwaka nga kino kinzubuwalira
nga Thomas addayo mu kisulo. Nina okumuwa buli kye yeetaaga. Kinkakatako alabirirwe wadde siriiyo kumulabirira.
Thomas, weetegese.
Bannange Thomas, nina kye neerabidde okuwa. Bulijjo musibira Chapanyota. Ye sabbuuni gwe neesiga ate nga mmukozesa buli lunaku. Bw'atyo awulirira ddala ng'ali eka buli waagenda.
Chapanyota, sabbuuni asookerwako buli maama.
Ogambye okozesezza ssente mmeka okubira kaddeemuko? Nusu 3 buli katikiti. Kyogamba tuwulira gwe yate zone? Beera mwate naawe.
Weeyunge ku zooni eyaddala kw'onaasasuliranga ssente ezitatuuka nusu 3 buli katikitiki ng'okuba amasimu nyiga *135# okweyunga ku Airtel Zone olwaleero.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
New Ariel with a touch of Downy gives your clothes 10 days of freshness, as well as a great clean in one wash. Ariel Touch of Downy, now available at the same Ariel price.
Kiki ky'olowooza ne Samona?
Kiki ky'olowooza ne bannaffe abo twalabye omubaka Beatrice Anywa n'abalala bangi nga bavuddeyo okuwagira John Patrick Amama Mbabazi ne tukubuuza kino kitegeeza eri oludda oluvuganya NRM. Liverpool Kiberu ogambye nti nze Kiberu bagenda bakkiriza nti NRM yesobola kubanga Mbabazi akyali munna NRM. Ate Cats ogambye nti nze ndabanga abali mu kitimba kubanga sinnakakasa nti Mbabazi yava mu NRM. Kizito Tony ogambye nti abo be bantu baffe bonna banoonya kulya. Eyo yendowooza yo Kizito Tony tweyanziza. Ate Chris Safani ogambye nti tewali buzibu kubanga bonna bali ku mulamwa gwa kusiguukulula. Ekigambo ekyo tekiwoomye bulungi mukwano Chris kyokozeseza. Aba FDC boolesezza obutiitizi naye babadde bakyasobola okuvuganya. Peter ogambye nti nze ndowooza buli omu alina eddembe okuwagira omuntu gw'ayagala okusinziira nga bw'aba alaba ebintu. Kabenge Moze Sava ogambye nti abo tebalina lugendo okuva lwe baagaana okwegatta. Kanjira nkomekereza ne Saka Johnson ogambye nti ndowooza batuuse ku nzikiriziganya. Mwebale nnyo bannaffe mwenna abeetabye mu katundu kaffaako aka kiki ky'olowooza.
Samona Hair Relaxer ne Samona Hair Food asangibwa wonna. Jukira endabika yo ky'ekitiibwa kyo.
Poliisi erabudde abawagizi babeesimbyewo okwewala okukuba enkuŋŋaana mu bifo ebitakkirizibwa olunaku olw'enkya. Omwogezi wa poliisi Fred Enanga agamba nti abawagizi era balina okubeera abakakamu.
Nga poliisi omulimu gwaffe okulaba nti tuyambako ekitongole ekifuga ebyokulonda mu ggwanga okulaba nti enteekateeka zaazo zigobererwa bulungi nnyo 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 mu ngeri nti eddembe obudde n'obutebenkevu bubeerawo mu nominations ezigenda okubeerawo olunaku lw'enkya.
Ekitongole ekitaba ebitongole by'obwannakyewa mu kulondoola okulonda mu Uganda ki Citizens Elections Observers Network olunaku olwaleero kifulumizza alipoota ku kalulu ka NRM akakaggwa. Mu alipoota efulumiziddwa bano bategezezza ng'akalulu ka NRM bwe kaali kajjuddemu emivuyo ssaako okukugira abalonzi nga bino byonna bwe biba tebitereezeddwa byandikosa akalulu ka 2016.
Mu alipoota efulumiziddwa kulonda mu kamyufu ka NRM olunaku lwaleero
ebitongole by'obwannakyewa 18 wansi w'omukago gwabyo ogwa Citizens Elections Observer Network Sion nga guno gwateekebwawo okulondoola okulonda mu ggwanga kitegeezezza nga akamyufu ka NRM bwe kaali kajjuddemu emivuyo obubbi bw'obululu okugulira abalonzi n'ebintu ebirala bingi ebimenya amateeka.
Era mu kunoonyereza kwaffe twakizudde nti emivuyo gino gyabaddemu abantu okubeera nti bakubagana empawa, bakubagana ebikonde, okukozesa ebiso n'ebirala ebitakkirizibwa n'okwonoona ebintu bya bannaabwe abeesimbyewo.
Ebitundu bya Busoga, Bugisu n'Ekigezi binokoddwayo nga ebyasinga okubeeramu okutiisatiisa ssaako n'okukuba abalonzi ate mu Bugwanjuba naddala mu disitulikiti ya Ntungamo n'ebitundu ebirala nga Bugisu ne Busoga we wasinga okubeeramu okugulirira abalonzi.
Twakizudde nti abadde bakubiriza okulonda nabo beenyigidde mu mivuyo era twazudde naddala nga mu bifo nga Entungamo, mu Lwampala County, Embalala nti obululu obumu bwabadde bumaze okukubibwa nga n'ekiseera kye kinaba kutuuka.
Abasiyoni bategeezezza nti bakola okunoonyereza mu bifo 1322 omwalonderwa akamyufu ka NRM okwetoolola eggwanga ne bakalabalaba baabwe 187 era baliko amagezi ke bawadde akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Bano baagala n'ensobi zino zirongoosebwe okwewala emivuyo mu kalulu ka bonna aka 2016 kubanga beeraliikirivu nti kino kyandikosa akalulu.
Emivuyo gino bwe ginaagenda mu maaso kyangu era kisobokera ddala okubeera ne mbeera efaanana bweti mu byokulonda okujja. N'olwekyo twagala abakulembeze baffe balagire ddala nti bakkiriza bulungi nti emivuyo gino tegisaanidde.
Baagala ne poliisi okwewala okubeera mu kyekubiira nga kwotadde n'okwetaba mu kulonda. Gye buvuddeko omukulembeze w'ekibiina ki NRM President Yoweri Museveni yavaayo n'avumirira emivuyo egyabalukawo mu kamyufu ate poliisi naye etegeezezza nga kati balina emisango 67 nga gyekuusa kubba obululu.
Tulina abasibe abawererako ddala kumpi 98 abaakwatibwa ku cases zino 67 cases ez'enjawulo kwe baatwalibwa mu kkooti. Mwalimu ebikolwa eby'effujjo, mwalimu abaali bagezaako okugulirira obululu.
Abasiyoni bagenda maaso n'okukola okulondoola n'ebikwatagana ku kulonda kwa bonna okuva enkya mu kusunsulamu abanaavuganya ku bwa pulezidenti okutuuka akalulu lwe kanaggwa babeeko alipoota gye banaavaayo nayo. Soel Mugabi, NTV Akawungezi.
Webale nnyo munnaffe Sohail. Ate poliisi e Kawempe olunaku lwa jjo yakutte Erias Lukwago ne Samuel Kimanga bwe babadde bagenda e Maganjo gye babadde bategese okukuba olukuŋŋaana okwogerako eri abawagizi baabwe. Bano baatwaliddwa ku poliisi y'e Maganjo wabula ye Erias Lukwago yeemuludde n'alinnya emmotoka ye bw'atyo n'ayotta. Ate munne Samuel Kimanga ng'ono yeesimbyewo ku kukiikirira ekitundu ky'e Kawempe mu Parliament yasuze mu kadduukulu.
Olunaku lw'eggulo Samuel Kibanga ayagala okwesimbawo ku bubaka bwa Paalamenti obwa munisipali y'e Nansana yabadde wakukuba lukuŋŋaana e Maganjo ayogereko eri abantu. Ono ng'awerekeddwako akulira ekibiina kya Truth and Justice Erias Lukwago, Kato Lubwama, Aida Nakuya ne bannabyabufuzi abalala ku ssaawa 9 ez'ekawungeezi beetadde mu ddene. Bano basimbudde Nansana ku Kibulooka wabula babadde batuuka e Kawempe ku katale poliisi nga yayiyedde basajja baayo. Era bano poliisi yabasabye obuteeyongerayo ekintu kye baagaanye. Ekyaddiridde kwabadde kukwata Erias Lukwago ne Samuel Kibanga ne batwala ku poliisi y'e Maganjo. Abawagizi baabwe baagaaniddwa okugendayo. wabula bwe bamaze okwogerako ne poliisi ku ky'obutakuba lukuŋŋaana ne bakkirizibwa okugenda. Lukwago yalabye tabisobole n'alinnya mmotoka ye ne yejjawo. Wadde nga bano baabadde bagaaniddwa okugenda mu maaso n'okukuba olukuŋŋaana, ye Samuel Kibanga tekyamulobedde kulinnya waggulu ku mmotoka n'abaako by'agamba abantu be.
Boza abadde temumanyi Kibanga Samuel James omubaka wa Paalamenti 2016.
Ono yazzeemu n'akwatibwa era n'atwalibwa ku poliisi.
NTV akawungezi katuddemu tuwumulemu katono nnyo nkomewo n'ekitundu ekyokusatu sigala ng'okyali naffe.
To all pro-change Ugandans, the National Organizing Committee requests the honor of your presence and participation in the unveiling of Amama Mbabazi as a fully nominated presidential candidate on the 3rd of November at 11 a.m.
Ariel claims better stain removal in one wash. We've come to see if it's true.
Many food greasy stains are difficult to remove because they stick to fibers, like glue.
Now I'll show you how a new Ariel with grease cutting technology removes tough food stains better than the competition.
So the claim is true.
Ariel removes stains better in one wash.
Stand up, start your day. Stand up, and never give up. But on those days I suddenly can't stand up. Make it change, time's up. No more tissue, stand up, stand up. Always absorbs in 1 second. No stick, no check. With this liquid locking trap. Stand up, no doubt, stand up. Stand up, and make a change. Stand up, aim too high. Stay happy always. If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time you know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers and FIFA tournament football games on World Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
Ngebula ennaku mbale bubazi Papa Francis okukyalira Uganda. Papa w'enzikiriza y'aba Orthodox Theodore Owokubiri okuva mu Alexandria mu Misiri naye akyaddeko kuno. Omukolo gw'okwaniriza Papa Theodore gubadde namuŋŋoona ku kitebe ky'aba Orthodox wano mu Uganda era ng'akulira enzikiriza eno Ssaabasumba Yona Lwanga yamwaniriza.
Libadde essanyu kukuba mbuutu na mizira nga Papa w'enzikiriza y'eki Orthodox ayanirizibwa kuno. Omukolo gubadde ku kitebe ky'enzikiriza eno Namuŋŋoona nga Ssaabasumba Yona Lwanga yagukulembeddemu. Papa Theodore yakulembeddemu okusaba kw'olunaku era nga mu kubuulira kwe mwasinzidde okukubiriza abavubuka ba kuno okuba obumu basobole okulwanisa obwavu. emu ku nsonga ezireese Papa Theodore ekipayopayo kuno y'ey'okulaba ku Ssaabasumba John Ndwanga aludde ng'aliko ekimba ekimubala embiriizi.
Επεθύμησα σεβασμότατε Ιωνάμου να έρθω κοντά σου μετά από τη μεγάλη περιπέτεια της υγείας σου.
Mu kwongera okuyambako okutumbula ebyobulamu mu ggwanga, Paapa asuubizza okuzimba eddwaliro erijjanjaba abaana. Abakulira ensikiriza eno basanyufu n'okukyala kwa Paapa waabwe.
Nga bwana mukulu w'ekitundu kino gwe mukisa ogutafunikafunika bulijjo. Ajja kuva eggulu agende erira awo ku lunaku nga 5 ajja kubeera ng'akuba olukuŋŋaana olw'amaanyi ku ekirisiya St. Athanasius erira.
Papa Theodore waakumala kuno wiiki emu nga waakukyalira ebitundu by'obukiikakkono n'amasekkati ga Uganda.
Mu nsi n'ebyewuunyisa olwaleero kati kutuuseeko omusajja omu mu ggwanga lya Buyindi ng'aliko ebinyonyi byagabirira emmere ebiri eyo mu 4,000. Ebinyonyi bino bikeera ku makya okujja mu maka g'omusajja ono okulya era bwe bimala okwekuttira ne biddayo.
Ensi n'ebyewuunyisa
is brought to you by
To catch this and lots more, call us or visit our website and get your connection today.
Kati okumala emyaka 10 Sekka kuba mu ggwanga lya Buyindi asuuka ku saa 10 ez'ekiro okugabirira ebinyonyi emmere ebiri eyo mu 10 ebijje gyali okunoonya ekyokulya. Omusajja ono asangibwa mu maserengeta g'eggwanga lya Buyindi mu kibuga ekiyitibwa Chennai. Ono okusinga ebinyonyi abigabirira mu kyere. Kiteeberezebwa nti omusajja ono agabirira ebinyonyi ebiri eyo mu 10,000 nnamba. Omusajja ono kati atuumibwa n'erinnya erya Badman olw'engeri gy'ayagalamu ebinyonyi. Abamuliraanye bagamba nti ekyokumulaba ng'agabirira ebinyonyi bino bw'ati kibasinga okumwewuunyaako. Sekka teyazaalibwa ng'ayagala nnyo ebinyonyi ng'abamu balowooza, wabula okubyettanira kyaba ku nkuba ey'amaanyi atonnya nga mulimu n'omuyaga oba giyite tsunami eyaleka buli muntu mu kitundu kino nga yeeyaguza lujo. Ebinyonyi nabyo embeera eno teyabitaliza era wano Sekka bwe yalabira ebinyonyi ebitonotono nga bibonaabona nga byesibya awakaawo olw'embeera n'atandika okubigabirira. Kyokka teyakimanya nti aguddeyo enkolagana n'omukwano gw'ekimmemmette n'ebinyonyi kubanga byatandika okweyongera. Waliwo n'aboogera mu ngeri y'ekisazisaazi nti osanga ebyavangawo okugenda okwetaaya oluvannyuma byabulira nko binnaabyo ti ddala ewa Sekka waliyo ebifuna. Kigambibwa nti omusajja ono kati akozesa ebitundu 40 ku nsimbi z'alina okuliisa ebinyonyi bino. Musanyufu nti ebinyonyi bino bimwagala naye nga tekimanyiddwa kiseera ki Sekka kyanaamala ng'abigabirira kubanga emyaka gigenda gimumubira akatambaala.
This is the home of the champions.
You're good. To catch this and lots more, call us or visit our website and get your connection today.
Ani awangudde ekirabo ky'abannamawulire abasaka g'ebyemizannyo ne agava mu mupiira ogw'ebunaayira g'enkomawo nago mu kitundu ky'ebyemizannyo tovaawo.
Mukwano Star White Laundry Bar Soap makes you the star you are.
Santa Lucia's in my soul, got me singing. Tastes so good, feels like walking in heaven. Santa Lucia's always there when we need it. Come on, everybody, gotta taste it to believe it. Twist it, taste it, enjoy it. Twist it, taste it.
Santa Lucia, you've got to taste it to believe it.
Fanta feel Fanta fruit blast. Fanta.
Wow.
Fanta. Fanta.
Amazing.
Fanta fruit blast. Fanta. Tasty Fanta. Fanta. Fanta fruit blast. Fanta. Tasty Fanta. Fanta. Tasty Fanta.
New Fanta Fruit Blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste.
Do you remember why you first loved football? Was it the players, guys who just get the job done, minus the drama? They're back. Or was it the rivalry, the teams you screamed for, cried for, would die for? Welcome home. Maybe it was the game itself, that beautiful balance of the physical and the flamboyant. Let's play with the Bundesliga. Germany's greatest export is live and exclusive to Star Times. So tune into the only place you can watch the real league.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time you know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a
omuvuzi wa motoka z'empaka Ronald Sebuguzi awangudde ekirabo ky'abannamawulire abasaka ag'ebyemizannyo eky'omuzannyo eyasinga okwolesa ekitone mu mwezi gw'ekkumi gwe twakakuba emabega. Sebuguzi abadde avuganya ne ttiimu ya Cranes eyayiseemu okwesogga empaka z'abazannyi abazannyira mu liigi y'eggwanga ez'akamalirizo.
Sebuguzi ne Lion Senyange abawangudde empaka za mmotoka omulundi ogwasuuse omwaka guno be bagonnomoddwako ekirabo kya USPA ekyamunnabyamuzannyo w'omwezi. Sebuguzi abadde tawangulangayo mpaka zonna bwe kyatuusa mmotoka mpya ey'ekika kya Evo 10. Bannamawulire abasaka ag'emizannyo nga beegattira mu kibiina kya USPA ono bamuwadde obubonero 48 n'awangula ttiimu ya Uganda Cranes naye badde mu lwokaano lw'okuwangula ekirabo kino. Cranes nabo baakola bulungi omwezi oguwedde bwe baasobola okuwangula Sudaani awaka ate ne mu Sudaani ne bayitamu okwesogga empaka za CHAN ez'akamalirizo. Empaka zino zaakuzannyibwa omwaka ogujja mu ggwanga lya Rwanda. Abalala basiimiddwa ye Mudus Moses Kipsulo eyawangula empaka ez'emirundi 2 mu ggwanga lya Bungereza ne Amos Ndyomujenyi eyawangula empaka z'eggwanga eza Puulu. Sam Mpoza, NTV Akawungeezi.
Oluvannyuma lw'okwolesa omutindo ogw'ekibogge ku lunaku olw'omukaaga nga bazannya mu liigi ya Bulaaya, ttiimu ya Manchester United yakudda mu nsiike olunaku olw'enkya nga yeetaaga buwanguzi mu mpaka z'ekikopo kya klabu empanguzi ku lukalu lwa Bulaaya. Kajiweza emipiira 3 egy'omudirenganwa nga ttiimu ya Manchester okuteeba ggoolo okugiwunyira ziizi.
Ttiimu ya Manchester United olwaleerezzemu okutendekebwa oluvannyuma lw'omupiira gw'okulw'omukaaga gwe bagudde amalira n'ettiimu ya Crystal Palace nga teryateebye. Bano beetegekera omupiira gw'empaka za Champions League ya Bulaaya gwe bagenda okusamba n'ettiimu ya CSK Moscow olunaku lw'enkya. Abazannyi okuli Rooney, Ashley Young ne Ferrani balabiddwako nga bali mu mbeera nnungi ng'okutendekebwa tekunnatandika. Anthony Marshall naye abadde alaga obumalirivu mu kutendekebwa yasuubirwa okukulemberamu olugoba oluteebi nga bayigga ggoolo olunaku lw'enkya. Ebyo nga biri bityo omutendesi Jose Mourinho ayolekedde okwenemba n'omusango ogw'oggoba eyali omusawo wa ttiimu Eva Caneiro. Mourinho kati yeetooloddwa agazibwa asuubirwa okulabikako mu kakiiko akawozesa emisango gy'abakozi ssaawa yonna. Wabula era bannamateeka b'omusawo ono bategese okuwaabira ttiimu ya Chelsea olw'okwekobaana ne Mourinho ne bagoba omusawo ono. Caneiro yagobwa omutendesi Mourinho ng'amulanga nti yayonoona ebiseera ng'ajjanjaba Eden Hazard mu kisaawe ekyabaviirako okuwangulwa omupiira.
Bwe gatyo n'ag'ebyemizannyo bwe gabadde naye kanyongere ensome y'okuzimu ku ndowooza z'abannaffe ze balowooza ku kyaba FDC okusala eddiiro ne bawagira John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. Irene Nalubowa wagambye nti kyongera kukakasa nti mu by'obufuzi temuli muwagizi wa lubeerera abasinga bagenda we basuubira kufunamu. Weebale nnyo munaffe Irene Nalubowa. Ate Robert ogambye nti nanti anywa alabye omusana n'ategeera nti alina kugenda mu maaso. Okay, Mukasa Mugenyi ogambye nti kitegeeza nti osanga Mbabazi abantu bangi bamulabyemu omulamwa, songa ate Professor Bernard Okotel ogambye nti kiraga obumu mu kwagala enkyuka mu bufuzi bwa Uganda kyekiseera oludda oluwabula gavumenti okulaga nti bamalirivu ku ky'okuyisaamu omuntu waabwe. Maggie Paul Kulumba ogambye nti tekirina buzibu bwonna, buli muntu alina eddembe okuwagira gw'ayagala. Golowooza teri ba FDC banalonda Museveni mu 2016? Maggie ombuuzizza akabuuzo naye ate nange nkazza gy'oli. Bwetyo NTV akawungezi bwegenze. Nze Hatimana Lugwa Sekaya, sigala ku mukutu, tovaawo, tusinkane olunaku olw'enkya, weraba.
Turning on your world.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Scared of them? Don't be. Simply use Nomi. And watch what happens. Fear no stain. Nomi loves clothes, and clothes love Nomi.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Previously on Deception.
You never called.
You expected me to call?
Not really. It's my father who's bugging me for an answer.
Better tell your father that there's no answer.
Patience is my partner, all right? And she works for me.
No, she works for us.
Chris wants to take Arnold away. Mark, come on, answer the phone.
Marjorie, your sister, knows the truth. And if you do not know where to find her, I am happy to show you.
Hello, sis. Sis, I know, Marjorie, I'm the last person you want to see. But please listen to me. Marjorie, Mama sold the land. I know she was the reason as to why you left home. But trust me, I want to know the truth. I need your help.
I need my help. How simple. Chris, so now you need my help. Where were you all this time when I needed your help? You cut me away from the family just because you believed what your mother told you about me.
Marjorie, I believed her then. But trust me, I don't anymore.
Well, it's too late. It's too late. By the way, selling land is not the only thing your mother is capable of doing. That woman is evil.
I just need the truth. I need answers.
My own mother sent me away from the family, and you, big brother, did nothing about it. Well, you took sides. That was your fault, not mine. So please, forgive me if I don't feel sorry for you.
God, Marjorie, I shouldn't have let Mama do what she did to you.
Well, what is done is done. Now please, just go. Leave me in peace and stay away the way you always do.
I'm just looking for the truth. You're the only one person that can help me.
The truth? Yes. The truth? Well, the truth is, I don't want anything to do with you or your mother. I don't. I'm done. Just go and leave me in peace. Both of you are just dead to me. Now, leave. Goodbye.
No, Ruth, no, don't give him juice.
He likes juice.
No, babies don't take juice, okay? Elvis. Bye-bye.
Aunt Monica.
Yes?
Will you have lunch with us today?
No, I don't think I'll be around. Bulungi namuli sokojja wano. Nga leero tokoze. Waliwo obuzibu?
Ndi mulwadde sewulira bulungi.
Oli mulwadde? Kiki ekikuluma?
Omutwe seenena bulungi maami.
Oh. Omize ku ddagala?
Edda anti naye njaba bulungi.
Ruth, why don't you get her some painkillers?
I'm going to get them.
Oh. Kakati mbadde ndowooza wandikubidde Aunt Lillian n'omugamba takulinda ayinza okulinda olunaku lwonna.
Anti mpoza mukubirireko nze sina ssimu.
Lwaki tokweseeya wano?
Ya luzungu nnyo.
Oh, Ruth, you should help her call Lillian and you give her talk to her.
Okay.
Ruth kakubire Aunt Lillian ogere naye. Kale musibe bulungi. Elvis. Elvis.
Bye, Mommy.
It's all right.
Bye-bye.
balowooza nti nina sente njiridde nasasula ndisasula bwe balindwako maama nze nfiire ku nenjala nsobola newe yandibadde nkoko nze nandigijjeko musajjwe nandibadde nga kamunye nenjijjako
Coming to 11 o'clock, and he's not here yet.
No, I shouldn't worry about that. He's getting close, I'm sure.
I get it. Maybe because we need him more than he needs us. Oh, he's here already. Oh.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen. You know the jam around Nile Avenue. It's so insane.
Oh, yeah. But we do understand that. You shouldn't mind about it.
Well, nice meeting you again, Mr. Richardson. Yeah.
Nice meeting you as well. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. Mr. Sheriff, I know the value of time on your side.
Don't worry, Mr. Okelo. As long as you're here, I think we are good for business.
Yeah. Guess we can proceed, gentlemen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah? Hi, Ruth.
Hi.
Did you think I would find you home?
Here I am.
Can we go somewhere else and talk?
Here I am. What did you want to say?
I can't talk from here. Someone will find me here, okay?
But what's wrong? You know this is not my house.
You're uncomfortable, right?
Told you I'm uncomfortable. So whatever you want to say, and you go. If you don't have, leave.
Oh, wait a minute. You went to Namiliango, right?
Mr. Sevimba's economic class,
Oh
right?
my God. How did I miss that the first time?
Well, I think you're stuck in your business now.
This is interesting. You mean the two of you,
we are all this. Oh my God. Mr. Okelo.
Oh my God.
But
It's
you know
been
what?
ages.
You have made a name for yourself. In politics?
I'm doing my best to stay afloat. But I see you're not doing so bad yourself. The way I found out that you own this company.
Trust me, we're doing our best to bounce back. I should put it that way.
And I'm most certain you'll be there soon.
Do we have an option? Mr. Okelo, now that we have you on board, the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you here.
So now I have to book an appointment with you to see you.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just that.
It's just that what, Gilbert? Anyways, the films are okay for another day. I'm here to tell you something very important.
All right, let's hear it.
Do you remember last time? The other day, actually.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yes, I do. I mean, why would I forget that? You know. Yeah, of course I do remember.
I didn't want to tell you, but I realized I'm not like you. I should take it up.
I'm glad.
Gilbert. Gilbert, I'm pregnant.
Some say dirty about you. Some pretend to be goody-goody. They pretend to be angels. But wolves in sheepskin. Whoa, yeah. Deception.
NTV, turning on your world.
Are you saving for your Kwanjula, house or car? Is your investment threatened by ever-changing interest rates, uncertain returns, or dubious investors? What you need is the UAP Sure Deal investment plan. The UAP Sure Deal offers you a guaranteed return on your investment, no matter the economic environment. For more information, call 0414-332-870 or visit us on 6th floor, UAP, Nakawa Business Park.
Do you remember why you first loved football? Was it the players, guys who just get the job done, minus the drama? They're back. Or was it the rivalry, the teams you screamed for, cried for, would die for? Welcome home. Maybe it was the game itself, that beautiful balance of the physical and the flamboyant. Let's play with the Bundesliga. Germany's greatest export is live and exclusive to StarTimes. So tune into the only place you can watch the real league.
All over Uganda, a new generation of babies are waking up happier in a new generation of pants. New Pampers pants, easy to put on, easy to tear off. And with Super Gel, they absorb wetness instantly, keeping your baby's skin dry for up to 12 hours. For a new generation of happy babies, try new Pampers pants. Pampers love, sleep and play.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
You what? Like you mean, wait, you're saying you're pregnant, like you have a child.
I believe it's what I meant. I'm pregnant.
And you're sure it's mine?
You're unbelievable, Gilbert.
No, I'm just trying to get the facts straight here.
Excuse me?
So, what are you going to do about it?
Gilbert, I've not slept with anyone in a long time. Senga ono mwana gwe nina muli butabadde siriwo. Gilbert, nalibadde sikuzungirako.
I couldn't imagine for both of you.
Excuse me?
No, nothing. Is something else?
You know, whatever you think, I don't give a damn. But just know I'm carrying your baby. And after a long thought, I decided to keep it.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. So, you had, by any chance, you're going to abort?
You know, I decided to get rid of everything that reminds me of you. But after some time, I just realized I'm not a monster that you are. I decided to keep the baby.
Finally did this.
Anyway, you don't have to worry. Just be yourself because you're not going to be involved in my baby's life.
I just made up my mind. I want this for both of us. I'm ready to be here.
Wait, minutes ago, you were denying the baby. And now you really want to.
No, I want this. I just admitted it. I want this. I'm ready for this.
And her?
No, just forget about her. This is you're the only woman I've always wanted to be with, and now I want this for us, for you and my baby. I want this. I'm ready for this.
You're saying this just because I'm around. But if I leave this place, you're going to forget everything.
What is she doing? Is this what you do in Amawe? Is this the kind of business you do?
Lillian just
Gilbert. It's okay.
No, I'm just overwhelmed. She's just...
Oh, it's
She...
okay.
No, you know what, Evelyn, please, let me just talk to Evelyn.
It's alright, darling. I have to go now, but you know where to find me, right?
Yes. What? She came to tell me something very important.
Gilbert, really? Did you have to do that? Really?
Yeah, Lily and I were just talking some serious stuff.
Really?
We can't keep on talking like this all the time, like kids.
Ramos who won't give up. What do you expect?
I can't. Not the way I feel about you. Oh, tell me you don't feel anything for me. Yes, my love.
I'm not sure about that.
I don't give up until you decide. Can't you see that?
Not very soon.
Rose, you're worth the wait. Besides, you're everything I need in a guy.
What do you really like about me?
Starters, I like a smile.
Oh, please. Just lying.
I'm not lying to you, that's the truth.
Mike, you're a man. All men are liars.
Rose, look, just give me a
Doesn't make
chance,
you any
okay?
different.
Just give me a chance and I prove myself. Come on, man, just go out with me. Come on. Just go out with me.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay, sir.
Yes, I've looked at your resume and it shows you have very little working experience in this field.
I understand, sir. But I'm a hard-working person and I learn fast.
Yeah, you see, the problem we have is so many other people have come in with more experience than you, yeah?
I understand.
And it would be very unfair on my part to hire you, yet I have more competent people with me, working with me right now.
Sir, I'm only asking for a chance to prove to you that I can do this.
Unfortunately, we don't offer training here. We expect our employees to come in and start working immediately, you get.
I know.
So,
Sir, I've not been given a chance to work until today.
by the look of things, I'm sorry you will not be getting the job. On second thought, maybe we could work something out.
I don't think I understand what you mean.
Don't be a child. We could have a further discussion about this, maybe, over a bottle of wine or something, some other time.
Excuse me? This is not good for my liking. If I'm not getting the job, I would like to leave, please.
You can actually get the job if you get serious and just play along.
I say, if I'm not getting the job, I would like to leave, please.
Foolish girl. I actually think you're going to get a job anywhere with this piece of paper.
I'll take my chances.
Peter, you.
You. You. Give me 4 more shots. You know what? Forget it. Just bring that whole bottle. Bring it. Yeah. Yeah. You. Do you know what women want? Hmm? Do you know what you want? She doesn't. one wants a wedding. The other one is pregnant. And you women are trouble. You women do not know what you want. I will tell you the whole story, but that will take like the whole night. I tell you something. Stay out of trouble. Be a good woman. Be a good woman. Women. That's right.
Why move with all that money?
But I've just received it. I had nowhere to put it. I was waiting for you to take it.
No. Either way, you must be very careful. You know what we are dealing in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you are going to deposit that money in the bank and give the amount I told you to Mukalazi. Fine? And call me as soon as that is done. Okay? Now, and you must be very swift. I don't want Gilbert to find out about this.
I get it, sir.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be telling you what to do next. Fine?
All right.
Please.
NTV, turning on your world. This is NTV.
Fellow Ugandans, my name is Emmanuel Musime Mutebile, Governor of the Bank of Uganda and Chairman of the Finance Committee for the redevelopment of Namugongo and Bunyonyo Matters Shrine. You can play a part by donating generously through mobile money or at your local bank branch. Let us build Uganda together. I thank you.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Morena, we will stay here another day to be sure. Then we will go out at dawn, okay?
That's not the reason why you came here.
No?
How are you?
Hey, yeah, very good. But you've been missing in action. Where have you been?
I've been trying to reach you.
was having an international call at that time.
Oh. From who?
Jackie. She was just doing some. She just called for some information. That was all. Nothing really.
Really? What kind of information? What did she want this time?
She's just consulting. Just consulting. That's all.
Well, honey, this is not good. Jackie and I are not friends anymore, so I don't see why she keeps on calling you.
Why should she? It's just seeking out information. It's nothing big.
Well, we can find her another lawyer to consult. I don't want you and her communicating. See, Mark, I don't want to be that kind of woman.
What are you saying?
I don't want to be that woman, you know? The one who waits for a man, year in, year out, and for a man to be snatched by another woman. I don't want that kind of life.
Stephen, my love, I think it's trying to slow down and catch a breath because I don't want to come between you and Jackie. But whatever is going on, that's your personal issue with her.
Well, if you love me like you say you do, you will cut off communication with her. I don't want her to charm you with her silly tale. Just stop talking to her, please.
Don't talk about something else.
Yes. So how are you?
I'm alright. Okay.
I really miss you.
You look so beautiful today. Look so
Wait.
beautiful.
Stop. When are you coming back?
I just have to tidy up my office. And then I'll be on the first flight to Uganda.
You should, because honestly, I miss you. I'm all alone here. You should come back.
I'll be there soon. I'll be there. Okay.
I can't wait. You're smiling.
Yes, I am smiling. I'm actually glad that this conversation has gotten somewhere. Yeah. Anyways, I need to go somewhere right now. I need to
Oh,
go
really?
somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, so. Okay. Alright, bye-bye.
Bye.
I think I'll call you tomorrow.
No. Call me before you go to bed.
Okay. I'll give you in a few minutes. Alright, bye bye.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
Chris, what are you up to?
Yes. Just relax. Tonight, I want to take care of you.
Okay, mister.
Have a seat. There you go.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. You?
Sure?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Just a moment, okay?
Do you need some help over there?
Whoops. I know everything's okay. Everything's taken care of.
Sure?
Trust me, cooking is not easy, but I'm fine.
You're sure you don't need help? Okay.
Evelyn.
Evelyn. Evelyn.
This fool.
Evelyn.
Back to wherever you've been.
You know, I just love it when you smile. Baby, I'm thinking, you don't have to work. You don't have to.
And why is that?
And when you think about it, the company is back on its feet. We have new contracts on board, so everything is okay.
You know I cannot rely on that. Besides, I've already started processing on looking for a job.
And how is it going so far?
Quite challenging, but I'll figure it out.
I just hate it when my smiling angel is hustling for a job. I'm here to take care of you.
And I'm glad I can always rely on you.
So tell me, how's the food?
Surprisingly good.
Surprisingly.
Good. You know, I've missed seeing you in the kitchen, you with your laptop. You always cook with the laptop.
Trust me, you're going to see more of me each and every day.
NTV, turning on your world.
News Updates is brought to you by
Salolin, color your world.
I know exactly what to do. So how do I look, girls? So clean.
Bukwano Star White Laundry Bar Soap makes you the star you are.
Kampala Easy Stores Limited brings you end of year offers on jacuzzi, outdoor jacuzzi, steam shower, glass blocks, toilets, shower cubicles, digital tiles, wall and floor, building glass in all colors, stone tiles. We offer a range of choice and all our products carry 1-year warranty. Kampala Easy Stores Limited. Find us on plot 97S, 7th Street, Industrial Area.
Most of us complain about our bad roads, poor health services, unemployment, poverty, and so many other things. But do you know that you have the power to change everything? Yes, with your vote. Your vote has the power to improve our roads and ensure that all our roads are better. Your vote can improve health services and make all our hospitals more effective. Your vote can end poverty, corruption, and improve the lives of all Ugandans. Your vote can ensure that all our children get better education and improve our schools. Your vote is so powerful that it can end unemployment, improve agriculture, bring you electricity, bring you safe water, and boost our economy. So, Topowa, honor your vote. Your choice can make the difference.
This message is brought to you by the Citizens Coalition for Electoral Democracy in Uganda, CEDU.
Seriously?
My NSSF, it's looking good.
NSSF Go is so easy, you always want to know. Track your savings via online and mobile. Download the NSSF Go app or dial *254#. For more information, visit www.nssfug.org. NSSF, a better life.
Javier, let him go! Javier!
Stay out of it! Stay out of it! Stay out of it! You're a slut!
Thing about your being so friendly with Mabel.
Unfortunately, we were. Remember, not a word about this to your mother. Thank you.
Pick up. Where did you sleep?
Mukulu. Mukulu. Gilbert.
Evelyn.
Amaguka ki ononjazisa ebintu byange tokole yani goyita Evelyn.
Good morning, Lily. It's just that Evelyn wakes me up like that, so I thought it was Evelyn.
Do I look like I give a damn? You have to be leaving by now.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for last night. And about what we talked. About what we talked.
Gilbert, Chimala, you already have enough on your plate, so.
Oh, good. But you know, I meant everything I said. I meant it.
Anyway, byonna byogera, you have to be leaving. I'm going to be leaving in 20 minutes. Tesagala kuleka wano. If you haven't noticed in nyumba ya Mama Monica, tesagala having issues na Monica.
All right. Oh, all right. I get it. God. I'll be on. Just give me a minute.
I'm glad you finally showed up. Listen, Patience, I did not understand the record you sent me.
How do you mean?
Do not play smart with me.
What is the issue here, Gilbert?
Well, the records you sent me, I was expecting to see 10 million shillings, but instead I saw half of it.
Well, don't ask me. Ask Lule. I only follow instructions.
So you and Lule are ganging up on me, and then eventually you want to cut me out.
Gilbert, you're just being paranoid. You want an explanation? Ask Lule. That's all.
Patience, if I find out that you are involved, trust me, you will not like it.
Gilbert, you know I don't play dirty games anymore. They simply take me nowhere.
All right, so what brings you here? What do you want?
My pay comes from you. I'm here to take what's mine.
I see. Why don't you ask Lule for the rest of the money and then you get your cut off that money?
Really?
Well, this should cover you for the 1 month.
I'm supposed to receive money for 2 months.
Well, go and ask Lule to give you my half, and then you can get the rest of your money there. You chose a side, so I'll play along. I see.
Oh, hi, madam.
Hi.
Oh,
How are you
sorry
doing?
I'm late. Can we do the interview?
We are done.
I couldn't find my way here. I had lost the envelope that had the address.
No, we are done with the interviews.
With her?
Yes. Our interviews are done on a first-come, first-served basis.
But you haven't seen my credentials.
You lost the letter and you were late. I think that disqualifies you as a candidate.
But madam,
have a good day.
Have a good day.
Hello, this is Richardson. Oh, hi, hi. Yeah, actually, I've just left the place. Yeah? Okay, fine, fine. I'll find a way of solving that. Maybe tomorrow? For Thursday evening. Oh, cool, cool. That's fine with me. All right, thank you. Enjoy evening. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes? Oh, thank you.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Is this what you mean by being partners?
I don't get the first.
You kept the other half.
And what's wrong with that?
That is not what we agreed on, Mr. Lule.
Now, look here. Me using my money, and there was no part of you telling me what I do with it.
This is not going to work out if you are going to work like this.
I say what works and what doesn't. You forget that?
So, how are you going to clean the money if I'm not in the know?
You forget that I started doing this business before you got even your first girlfriend. Don't you know that?
Listen, let me be very honest with you, all right? This thing is going to crash even before we take off, if we keep working like this.
I hate repeating myself, okay? Unless you've got more than a childish complaint. Let me read my newspaper in peace.
Muni kunkanze mbadde manyi na Namuli.
Lilian, Namuli is homesick.
Ng'okambwadde. Oli bulungi, you don't look fine at all.
You won't believe what just happened.
What happened?
I go for a job interview and guess who I ran into? Jackie. Jackie got there before me and she was given the job.
How?
I don't know, but somehow I lost the small envelope that had the company address. Lillian, I don't know, but it didn't have to be Jackie of all people. Jackie to take my job. No, this is the job I wanted, this exact job.
I understand.
You don't get it. I don't want Chris to be involved in this. I want to do this in my own way.
I
know, jobs are not easy. It's a tug of war. But how are you?
Me, I'm okay. Just what
happened?
Oyo muleke mulina. Bukyanga nepankirako leero mulina. Munywezeza.
How?
Kakana.
Hi, love.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay, how are you?
Exhausted. Just exhausted. Looking good. How's your day?
In the heart of Kampala's upmarket environment of Bugaloki, Royal Suites is a hub of world-class accommodation, dining and wine, wellness retreat and relaxation facilities. Come enjoy our spacious gym, state-of-the-art aerobics studio, massage parlor. For businesses and conferences, we have air-conditioned serene conference facilities and much more. Royal Suites, comfort at its best. The only thing missing is you.
Some say dirty about you. Some pretend to be goody-goody. They pretend to be angels. But wolves in sheepskin. Whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. Deception, deception, deception.
NTV, turning on your world.
News Updates is brought to you by
Salolin, color your world.
Amama Mbabazi's legal team alleges a plot to arrest him ahead of the start of the nomination exercise. Mbabazi's people, FDC stalwart Beatrice Anwar, on why she'll be nominating candidate Mbabazi for the 2016 polls. Marred by violence and bribery. Report details a litany of irregularities in the NRM primaries. The London talks. Olara Otunu on the inside story.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Program Guide is brought to you by
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Program Guide.
Soul has been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Please help! She escaped. How did that happen? I don't know. Irina just told me. If that girl talks, I swear, you will pay dearly for this. Remember that.
There's a human trafficker here, Livia. It's you.
What is it? What's so funny?
A baby was found inside her bag.
What? There's only one solution to this. We have to get rid of Morena.
I'm free from you. I'm free from your devious clutches.
Jessica. Jessica, please listen to me.
Macquarie University School of Economics, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the United Nations Development Program, cordially invites policymakers, academia, and civil society organizations to the high-level policy dialogue on Uganda's economy, directions, prospects, and challenges on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2015, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Macquarie University Main Hall.
Get a clear perspective. Know how to take care of yourself. Nurture your kids. Make it in life. Be a great parent. Stay informed. Invest. Build your dream home. Spice up your relationship. Know how to deal with your car. Stay trendy. Succeed. Know what's happening in the world of sports. Grow. Keep up with the times. Widen your knowledge. Get balanced, accurate, and independent information. Be in the know. Be inspired. Go further. Daily Monitor. Truth every day.
Isa yalagula Yesu ng'alijja mabega we akali mu bufunzi
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne
Isa
buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yenna tekisoboka
era enako yakatugamba nti abaganda mbwanjala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda kale akagamba akukanuma
obote wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza ebibakwatako Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga wakamu bimuyita wakamu amuyitanga mutya big daddy kuwuliriza kufumiitiriza kukola kwogera bina
tuwaye
bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwenu nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi
ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu
omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti onnina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako
yeddoboozi lyenjogerako tuwaye
Insurance tips
is brought to you by
ICA Group. We believe in promises that last a lifetime.
Majorly, there are two types of insurance: life insurance and general insurance. Life insurance is basically the insurance against the lives. So, as the name suggests, life insurance. General insurance is insurance against non-life. So, vehicles, fire, buildings, money on transit, that relates to general insurance. Life insurance relates to the lives of the people in regard to savings, investments, and the risk of, in case of death or disability, against their life.
We will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Afrigo Band.
Afrigo Band is celebrating 40 years of existence in the music industry.
Come celebrate with us at Hotel Africana on Saturday, 21st November, 5 p.m. till late.
Entrance for VVIPs, 5 million shillings per 10-seater table. And for bookings, call 0754 443 274 or 0752 648 709.
Afrigo at 40, proudly sponsored by Centenary Bank, Uganda Warji, Jomai Property Consultants, SMS 1.
Pepsi Cola, The Observer, Bella Wine, and Radio 1 FM 90.
Afrigo at 40. Great songs, great memories.
You do not come here in my bag to sleep from there. What do you think this is a day and boarding?
They say laughter is the best medicine.
This is for what?
That is 300 shillings.
300 shillings, see, for someone who just attempted to demolish my own toilet.
Don't mess with that. It's what the doctor ordered for your weekly dose.
Excuse me, is this a toilet?
Isn't it a taxi?
So what? It is a toilet, and then you just enter just free of charge. You don't ask, you don't greet management. So you organize yourself. You left home and you had organized your enzymes to come and eat cake, meat, what? Is it your birthday?
Tickle your funny bone every Friday.
Yes, officer, how can I help you? Your driving permit. But it is my driving permit, why should I give it to you?
Don't mess with Ann Kasime. It's comedy at its finest.
Have you seen yourself? What do you mean? You've painted yourself, you look like all the colors of the rainbow on your face.
Hello, my love.
Adolfo.
A wealthy and influential family appear to have it all.
Your husband. He was looking for you.
What did you tell him?
Nothing.
Something has happened that has changed things between the two of us. You know that I will always love your brother.
But they were rocked by a tragedy when Adolfo, husband of the eldest daughter, Ignacia, died by falling out a window in the family mansion.
I asked a question, did he die?
When Gonzalo marries Ignacia 6 months later, he is compelled to unravel the mystery of what happened to Adolfo.
Why do you have so many questions?
Someone who lives in this house killed Adolfo. How could you not tell Gonzalo about Leonardo? Get out of here. You can't just burst into my office screaming like that.
Gonzalo's unable to have children.
Watch these mysteries unfold right before your eyes and behind closed doors, only on NTV.
on your world.
Amama Mbabazi's legal team alleges a plot to arrest him ahead of the start of the nomination exercise.
A very good evening to you. Welcome to NTV Tonight. It's November. My name is Brian Malondo.
Well, this November, we join the rest of the world to raise awareness of prostate cancer and other male cancers.
November aims to increase early cancer detection, diagnosis, and effective treatments to ultimately reduce the number of preventable deaths.
Welcome to NTV Tonight, and now a quick look at the headlines.
Mbabazi's people. FDC stalwart Beatrice Anwar on why she'll be nominating candidate Mbabazi for the 2016 polls. Marred by violence and bribery. Report details a litany of irregularities in the NRM primaries. The London talks. Olara Otuno on the inside story.
This is NTV Tonight.
Once again, thank you for joining us. Now, as the largest opposition party, the Forum for Democratic Change prepares to nominate its presidential candidate, Dr. Kizza Besigye, on Wednesday, some senior party members have jumped ship.
Kidgo-Muman MP Beatrice Anwar and her Kampala counterpart Nabila Nagai Sempala have thrown their weight behind the former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi's presidential bid.
Now, Anwar, who is an FDC founder member, told NTV that Dr. Besigye should respect the decision of majority members under the loose opposition coalition, the Democratic Alliance, who endorsed Mbabazi's candidature.
We have two candidates floating under the umbrella of the TDA. We have Dr. Besigye and we have Honorable Amama Mbabazi, former Prime Minister, under the TDA. And therefore, we the members who fall in the umbrella of the TDA, now we have a choice to make.
Formerly an ardent support of the former FDC President Dr. Kizza Besigye, Kidgo-Muman MP Beatrice Anwar has now changed allegiance to former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi, who is eyeing the presidency on an independent ticket. She now believes that Dr. Kizza Besigye cannot offer anything new, having failed to take the opposition to power in 3 elections.
A striker has been given an opportunity. Let's give another one an opportunity, because that is a team we are in. And tomorrow it can be me. I'm also aspiring, to be sincere. So I want that open environment where we nurture our ambition and the talent and we become team players.
But FDC spokesperson Ibrahim Semujunganda says FDC will not hold on 2 party members who have decided to support other presidential candidates other than their flag bearer, Dr. Besigye.
In a free society, people are free to join political parties and political groupings of their own choice. There are others who have joined the FDC. So we have no problem with any FDC member who wakes up and he says, I am no longer part of FDC, either he's become Go Forward or he's become something else.
A few weeks ago, Semuju said FDC members who would not support the party's presidential candidate would face disciplinary action.
You can't be FDC and you support another party or you support a candidate of another party, then you cease being a member of the FDC. So there are no choices.
Anywa explained that the people of Acholi sub-region have demands which they feel can best be addressed by Mbabazi if he takes power in the 2016 elections.
Actually, agenda is the first priority. It's not the interest of Dr. Besigye or my personal interest. No, not even of Amama Mbabazi.
Meanwhile, FDC Vice Chairperson for Eastern Region and Serere Woman MP Ali Salaso says the opposition should embrace Dr. Besigye and Mbabazi's candidacy as a way of denying the NRM candidate President Museveni the constitutionally mandated 50 plus 1% majority win and force a second runoff.
If Dr. Besigye took 30% and Honorable Amama took 20%, that is 50 plus 1, then President Museveni does not have a majority.
Mbabazi's presidential nomination was booked for 11 a.m. at Mandela National Stadium, Nambole, and thereafter the launch of his presidential campaigns at Nakivu Stadium. Reporting for NTV, I'm Herbert Zewan.
Just under 14 hours to the nomination of presidential aspirant John Patrick Amama Mbabazi of the Go Forward Pressure Group, he's accusing government of plotting to fail his bid.
Mbabazi's lawyers claim that plans are afoot to arrest him before his nomination on Tuesday.
A spokesman of Mbabazi's legal team, Fred Mwema, told journalists in Kampala that the Directorate of Public Prosecutions is nearly concluding preparing murder, money laundering and espionage charges against their client.
But police spokesperson Fred Enanga has dismissed the claims.
He challenged Mbabazi's lawyers to give proof.
And as Shilandu Shire reports, the DPP also says they are not preparing charges against Mbabazi.
With less than 24 hours to the start of the two-day nomination of presidential candidates for the 2016 election, an aspirant, Amama Mbabazi, has expressed fears of arrest. Mbabazi's lawyers, led by Fred Mwema, addressed journalists and claimed that a plot had been hatched to arrest the former Prime Minister before his nomination.
The information is that the office of the DPP is in advanced stages of completing the paperwork on the file, and that the plan is between now and tomorrow to have him picked up and arrested.
The lawyers claim that 3 trumped-up charges have been lined up against Mbabazi, whose nomination is set for 11 a.m. at the Mandela National Stadium, Nambole, near Kampala.
The first one is an alleged murder that took place at his home some time back. You all know the story. The second one is alleged money laundering. And the third one is alleged spying for a foreign country.
Mwema did not give away much on the alleged charges, but asked the Director of Public Prosecutions, Justice Mike Chibita, to make the investigations public if indeed the charges were genuine.
We are not asking the DPP to excuse our client or the presidential aspirant from investigation or prosecution. All we are saying, can he participate in any investigation?
For us to have a matter that is ready to go to court, it would presuppose that we have received a file from the police and that we have read that file and that we are satisfied that the evidence is sufficient to sustain a charge against anybody. But in this particular case, we have not received any file. We have not sanctioned any case against him on any of the allegations that we have had.
Sources told NTV that the alleged murder charges against Mbabazi, who was then Security Minister, stem from an incident about 5 years ago. His guards shot and killed an unidentified man at Mbabazi's residence in the upscale Kampala suburb of Kololo as he tried to make his way into the home. The sources also indicated that the charge of spying arises from his time as a Security Minister and as well as the late 1980s when he was Director General of the External Security Organization.
We have stated here that the timing of this threatened prosecution and arrest is not accidental, neither is it coincidental. It is deliberate.
But police spokesman Fred Enanga told NTV that the force does not have anything against Mbabazi and was in fact preparing to give him security before and after the presidential nominations.
Why should we even wait for tomorrow when he's going for nomination and arrest him from there? Okay? So we feel that this is some other form, like usual, of some TikTok that is actually coming up.
If Mbabazi's claims come to pass, it will not be the first time a presidential aspirant is arrested ahead of the elections. In 2005, Dr. Kizza Besigye was charged with rape and treason, but court proved the charges could not stand the legal test.
Let him bring up the proof to show that, yes, we have heard the statements from witnesses who are indicating the Honorable Mama Mbabazi's involvement. Okay? And we have approached them. We actually don't have that information.
According to Mbabazi's team, at least 2 million people are expected to march to Nachivo Stadium to attend Mbabazi's unveiling as presidential candidate and manifesto launch.
We therefore expect maximum cooperation from Uganda Police Force and other security forces in ensuring and securing the nominated candidate and his supporters.
NTV has learned that Kitgum Woman Member of Parliament, Beatrice Anywa, fondly known as Mama Mabira, who was an FDC member, and NRM legislator Abdi Chemaswet of Kwen County in Kapchora District, will nominate Mbabazi on Tuesday. Rosette Nsonga from Jinja will second the nomination at 11 a.m. after NRM candidate President Yoweri Museveni. Shidan Wuchere, NTV.
President Museveni has warned NRM party delegates against acting like political fortune seekers, but focus instead on serving the best interests of the public.
The president issued the warning at the closure of the National Delegates Conference at the Mandela National Stadium, Nambole.
Well, the warning comes a week after the party held its internal elections that were marred by malpractices.
Maurice Ochol has more.
Hundreds of delegates of the ruling NRM party converged at Nambole Stadium for the closure of the Delegates Conference. President Museveni arrived in the company of South Sudan Vice President and officials from Rwanda and Kenya. The president, who also doubles as the party's national chairman, warned the delegates against behaving like fortune seekers who regard politics as an avenue of getting rich.
The problem I'm beginning to see is that people are in politics as a career, as a job. If you are in politics as a career, then you are in the wrong place.
He went on to outline the infrastructure projects and agricultural initiatives that the government has carried out under his watch. The outcome of the recently concluded NRM primaries has created lots of unease within the party, with candidates describing the poll as a sham. The internal elections has brought the NRM often taunted principles of democracy to question.
Because some of these problems, they come because of the money, last minute money getting, sometimes there is a problem of capacity.
The poll saw several candidates accusing their colleagues of labeling them supporters of former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi. But the president cautioned the delegates against that smear campaign.
Branding each other. Now with my young brother, Mbabazi running away. Now people are using it to fight their other colleagues. So this one is the Mbabazi supporter.
The president invited his former deputy, Professor Gilbert Bukenya, to address the delegates. Professor Bukenya fell out with the president in 2011 after he was sacked as vice president. He, however, declared his support for the president in the next year's election in a news conference he called last month. His turnaround came as a surprise to many who considered him a strong critic of the president.
So I want you all to go out there in the villages, just talk about competency, and the president will be voted 90%. I will join you.
Another surprise speaker of the event was the president's former senior advisor for special duties, Alhaji Nasser Sebagala.
But I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the leaders who have been participating on this delegates conference, and you finish it humbly and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
The NRM Party Secretary General Justine Kasole Lumumba delivered her speech and later invited the president to close the conference. Maurice Ocho, NTV.
The members of the civil society have warned that the 2016 general election could plummet the country into chaos if the polls are not conducted well.
The civil society organizations under the Citizens Elections Observer Network made their comments while releasing a report on the just concluded NRM primaries, which indicated that Busoga region registered the highest incidence of poll violence and intimidation, followed by Bugisu and Chigezi.
All details of the irregularities make an interesting reading from polling officials resorting to plain papers in other instances, names missing on ballot papers, to discrepancies in the number of ballot papers issued.
The report by the Citizens Elections Observer Network, a coalition of 18 civil society organizations set up to monitor the roadmap to the 2016 election, casts a grim picture of the NRM primaries. It says the elections were marred with violence and intimidation in 189 polling stations across 98 constituencies, as well as voter bribery and buying in 114 polling stations.
The particular instances of violence included fistfights between rival camps, use of machetes and other weapons by rival camps, destruction and burning of property. We also witnessed hate speech, which easily spilled over into violence.
The Citizens Elections Observer Network (CION), which deployed 187 observers in 1,322 polling stations, highlighted Busoga, Bugisu and Chigezi as regions which recorded the most violence and intimidation, while Tungamo district and some parts of Bugisu and Busoga had the high cases of voter bribery.
Vote buying was committed through house-to-house visits, by agents at night, in bars, and money being given directly to voters at polling stations.
The civil society is also worried that if some of these issues are not addressed, the chaos might spill over into the general election.
If primaries which are intra-party or within one party can demonstrate so much enthusiasm to the extent of violence, then the competition between parties can only get higher, and they probably expect to see worse scenarios in terms of violence.
The election observers also want police to be impartial and not to take part directly in the upcoming elections. They have also advised the Electoral Commission to tread carefully. The president has, in the aftermath of the primaries, condemned the irregularities and asked party functionaries to return to the ideals of the party. The police say that they have registered 67 cases and carried out arrests in relation to the irregularities.
We registered something like 67 cases of various offenses. Others were looking at bribery, others were looking at extortion, and so on and so forth. And those files are being investigated by the Electoral and Political Offences Squad. So,
the report by the Election Observer Network cites some cases as pre-ticked ballots in Tungamo, double voting, theft of polling materials, and candidates and polling agents being in possession of ballot papers prior to polling day, among others. Suhail Mugabi, NTV.
Thank you, Suhail. Let's now take a short break. We'll be back after this.
The International Day for Domestic Workers. Baby, have you read this?
It would be very, very good if the government put up a law to protect domestic workers, abuses and violations.
Yes. They work for us. Period.
It is because of that mentality that these people get battered, molested, and grossly mistreated.
We call upon all stakeholders to support the ratification of the ILO Convention number 189 on decent work for domestic workers.
This message has been brought to you by Platform for Labor Action.
Attention! Stop child labor. 25.4% of Ugandan children are involved in child labor. We need to take our children to school. This message is brought to you by UESO in conjunction with Ministry of Labor, Gender, and Social Development. For more information, contact.
Are you saving for your Kwanjula, house, or car?
Is your investment threatened by ever-changing interest rates, uncertain returns, or dubious investors? What you need is the UAP Sure Deal investment plan. The UAP Sure Deal offers you a guaranteed return on your investment, no matter the economic environment. For more information, call 0414-332-870 or visit us on 6th floor, UAP, Nakawa Business Park.
Everything these days, there are essential checkpoints like choosing the best doors for your house, precise design work, advanced manufacturing, on-time delivery, commitment to quality. Visit One Sun Showroom in Itenda Industrial Area. One Sun makes a difference.
Special announcement. The Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement invites party members and the entire public to the nomination rally of the party's presidential candidate, retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on Tuesday the 3rd of November 2015 at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Prior to the rally, the party will first present its candidate to the Independent Electoral Commission at Nambole Stadium, but the public is advised to keep waiting at Kololo for the official rally. The function will start at 9 a.m. and members are hereby requested to don the yellow party colors and observe the traffic rules on the way. NRM leaders within Kampala and the neighboring districts are requested to mobilize the members towards this cause. Long live NRM, long live Yoweri Museveni, long live Uganda.
This is NTV Tonight.
Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. Josephine Mayanja Kanji, the woman behind the successful public profile of the Go Forward brand. She speaks about her love for politics, the politics of our time, and growing up with a father who was heavily involved in politics.
Josephine is the very last on her family's totem pole. By the time she was born in 1975, her father, Joash Mayanja Kanji, had been part of the political movement for a while.
I was there when he was having these little hidden meetings and side meetings and stuff. And I guess I observed and learnt and caught on.
She says her father, who is a member of the Conservative Party, has not taken issue with her political allegiance.
He presents issues, I present issues, we argue it out, we have a middle ground, agree to disagree, agree where we can, and life goes on.
Her mother, she explains, does not have a political bone in her body. In fact, Mrs. Nkanji's passions are so different that Josephine wonders what has kept her parents together for as long as they have been. She notes, though, that the whole family is passionate about music.
And we grew up having chapel or, prayer hour every day, compulsory. And you'll hear us singing all these different voices. My dad is a great tenor, and I'm a soprano, and my mom and my son altos.
Josephine is a devout Christian. Growing up with a father who was heavily involved in politics had its toll on the family.
He had to hide a lot, but in plain sight. I remember in the 70s, you'd hear, so-and-so who used to come to the house disappeared. They didn't come back. In my mind, I always grew up with this idea that there's something wrong. Uganda isn't really what it's supposed to be.
When she was 5 years old, she was sent to boarding school in Kenya. Her parents told her later that it was for her safety because of the insecurity in Uganda at the time. She returned and joined Kampala Parents School, later going to Gayaza High School and Budo Secondary School. By then, her mind was made up on what she wanted to do in life.
I wanted to be the Secretary General of the UN, and I was so determined that this is what I was going to do, So I tried to find out what schools have a program that would allow me to get to the UN.
So she went to the George Washington University in the US, where she studied international relations. When her father asked her what she wanted to be and she replied that she wanted to be a diplomat, he said,
"Who will marry you?" And I said, "Huh?" Like, what? This is left field. So I said,
I said, I don't think so, you know. So here we are. But I think he was being a parent, and he saw things and knew things that I did not. Because he sort of saw the big picture of, if you're a diplomat, it means you don't have roots. You're always moving up and down, and so who wants to marry somebody who's everywhere and anywhere, but not at home? You know what I mean? So in retrospect, he was right. I'm sure he's sad he was right, but there we are.
Josephine has a 3-year-old daughter. Having spent quite a bit of her adult life in the US, she admits that there are cultures she picked up and came home with.
Where you become an entirely private person and you become entirely inward looking.
She has worked in the advertising industry, the tourism industry, environment and wildlife. In her opinion, everyone should have an interest and play a part in the politics of their country.
We don't want to admit it, and some people think, oh, I'm apolitical, or I'll leave that to a certain segment, or I'll leave it to the men. But that's why we are at where we are now. I think I have a strong suspicion if we had a female leader at some point, we wouldn't even be here. Because females, we think a certain way, and we prioritize things in a certain way. You see what I mean?
She feels that certain conversations should be targeted specifically to women who she believes have the skill set and ability to push Uganda forward.
My mom is like the little linchpin, of the family. And women are that in this country. Whether this linchpin that makes this Uganda work. So if we're taken out of the most critical thing, which is politics, then we don't go anywhere.
Josephine feels that the politics of Uganda is in fact the abuse of a good thing.
We've taken a pure science and vulgarized it and turned it into this animal that's hateful, that's intolerant, that doesn't accept everybody.
She yearns to get to a place where she can attest to doing her best when she was given the opportunity.
I don't want my daughter to have to grow up thinking, Mommy let me down. She wasted all her time away from me and came home late every night, but didn't do the things that were required.
As the Director for Communications, Media and Public Relations of the Go Forward movement, she says that her boss, Amama Mbabazi, who is running for president, is a very principled man.
He doesn't really say things that he doesn't think needs to be said, and I guess that's what they mean by secretive. He doesn't feel the need to talk all the time or to fill the silence. He's very comfortable in his own skin.
Mbabazi's camp set the pace for social media communication, and Josephine was one of those driving it.
My biggest challenge has been getting people to see what I see. It's also been very challenging for me to wake up and realize I've been sleeping all this time.
By her own admission, she has known Amama Mbabazi for quite a while.
What drew me to do the work that I do for him was his honesty. It's a big deal to me.
She would like to see more Ugandans get involved than remain passive and accepting of the status quo.
The power of knowledge is when you know something and there's something wrong with it, you can change it. But if you don't know it, you just stay in this state of inertia, and that inertia can kill you.
If Josephine was offered the opportunity to serve under the current regime, would she take it?
Why not? The reason I'm doing what I'm doing is because certain things are not working the way that they should. So I don't have a problem with him. I have a problem with what's going on.
For a long time, she was a supporter of the NRM. She explains why what she is doing now is important to her.
I am Ugandan, and for the longest time I voted NRM. Actually, for all my voting life, I voted NRM. I believed in what I thought it was. Until I realized there was a worm in the apple, then I stopped biting.
Previously, Josephine Mayanja Nkanji worked as the press secretary for Amama Mbabazi when he was still Prime Minister. Josephine Karunji, NTV.
President Museveni has accused his former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi of having a hand in the troubles that beset the party during its recently concluded internal elections. The president made the accusation at the Kololo Independence Grounds, where he was meeting members of the party's highest decision-making organ, the National Executive Council. NTV couldn't get a reaction from Amama Mbabazi about the president's accusation. Mbabazi is running for president as an independent candidate. Raymond Mujuni has that report.
A new report from the National Resistance Movement Secretariat indicates that there are 6 stumbling blocks that have affected the party's cohesion as it heads for the 2016 general election. The problems presented to the party's highest decision-making organ, the National Executive Council, include indiscipline and internal squabbles amongst party members.
Lot of indiscipline among party members. We have a challenge of intrigue amongst ourselves. We have issues of infighting at all levels, hegemony. People, we are fond of saying, my people are here, these are my people, yet we are all same family.
The complaints emerged after the ruling party's primary election, in which over 55% incumbents lost their seats. The Secretary General Justine Lumumba says that many incumbents interfered with the party's secretariat and electoral commission during the primaries.
But there was interference at all levels when elections were going on. I'm sorry to say this, but I have to say it, by most of the incumbents, whether in the structures or in the primaries.
Lumumba, however, noted that the party had set up a reconciliation committee and a team of 47 lawyers to resolve issues and petitions arising out of the primary elections.
The reconciliation committee, which we created, should not be bogged down too much with the work of the Electoral Commission of the NRM. Because the NRM Electoral Commission must do its work.
The National Executive Council was meeting for the first time since its election into office last week. One of the issues on its agenda was the selection of 5 people from a list of 7 to sit at the second highest decision-making organ, the Central Executive Committee. However, the party lobbyists deferred the choice to a later date. The party chairman Yoweri Kaguta Museveni criticized his former confidant Amama Mbabazi for orchestrating many of the problems that have befallen the party.
People who were in the secretariat did a very big disservice. My young brother Mbabazi, even the others, I don't know what they were doing. The ones who were there before. The priests.
Raymond Mojuni for NTV.
A few days ago, the Democratic Alliance TDA released a statement indicating that Mbabazi and Besigye met for 2 days in London under the auspices of Kofi Annan Foundation as a continuation of their discussions previously held in Nairobi, Kenya. Recently, TDA officials led by Olara Otunu met Raila Odinga, the leader of the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy, CORD, in Nairobi, Kenya, on a joint presidential candidate. Well, tonight we are joined by Olara Otunu to shed some light on what happened in London and whether there is still hope for a sole opposition presidential candidate. A very warm welcome to NTV tonight.
Thank you very much. Well, as you know, the discussions in London were a follow-up to the initial initiative taken in Nairobi.
I can see you were dying to get him.
It's Mr. Raila Odinga, leader of opposition in Kenya, together with Senator Peter Nyang'nyong'o, who had wanted to give a helping hand to their neighbors in Uganda, urging the opposition to come together and rally behind a single candidate when we failed to reach consensus in TDA. So we went to Nairobi, had very good discussion. They shared their own experience of coalition making with us. And so the London talks were a follow-up to the talks which took place in Nairobi.
What happened in London? What was discussed?
In London, we met under the auspices of Mr. Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the UN. From Uganda, we had Honorable Amama Mbabazi, Kano Kiza Besigye, Honorable Nandara Mafabi, and myself. There were 4 of us from the Ugandan political scene, and then Mr. Kofi Annan and other international figures who were helping to facilitate this. Again, the rationale was to urge all of us to come together and line up behind one candidate. It gives us strength, it improves the chances of changing the current regime. Neither in London or Nairobi was the ambition to select for us who should be the joint candidate. That's our own business as Ugandans. But to show us the benefits of working together and to show that within the international community we are friends, well-wishers of our country who want to see democratic change through a united opposition. So out of London came a statement of principles, essentially underscoring our agreement to line up behind one presidential candidate and to have an arrangement of power sharing as part of the political agreement, which means, for example, we were discussing, can we redistribute the powers and prerogatives of the president, give some of it to a prime minister who would exercise extensive executive powers? How might we distribute ministerial portfolios among various political entities? And how do you reposit the current power structure within a collectivity, within a group, rather than one individual, as a way of making it easier for us to come together as one team, one coalition, an electoral alliance? So we then brought this statement of principles. It was not a formal agreement, to discuss with our own constituents here. So on the one side is the alliance of 6 political parties, DP, GEMA, UFA, PPP, UPC, others, and go forward, who are coalesced around the candidature of Mr. Mama. On the other side, FDC, which is supporting Kanu Kiza Besigye. So we did our consultations. We both sides agreed to enter into negotiations. One side was led by General Muntu, and the alliance of 6 political organization party was led by me. We had 2-3 days of very intensive, constructive discussions, and we've now come to a conclusion. Today, we have come to the conclusion that unfortunately our effort to come together behind one joint presidential candidate has not been successful. FDC and Kanu Besigye have made their decision to go it alone. We regret that decision very much, but we respect it, and we wish Mr. Besigye and FDC well. But the rest of us who are who have been part of TDA, the 6 political parties and other civil society organizations and individuals who have supported the candidature of Mr. Mbabazi, we are going to work together as an alliance, as a consortium. It is what the country is asking for. It is what we are responding to. And we think that what we need right now is that togetherness to make it possible for us to liberate this country and effect democratic change. So we're going to move with that.
Looking at this decision, don't you think it is splitting the vote of the opposition?
As I said, we regret the fact that our brothers and sisters of FDC have decided to go it alone, to stand by themselves behind Kanu Besigye. We respect that decision. It's unfortunate. We would have wanted very much for all of us to come together. But what we have behind Mr. Mbabazi is a very broad alliance. I mean, you've got 6 political parties from different spectrum of the political scene, a number of eminent persons, members of parliament, civil society organizations, because we believe that at this moment in our history, the imperative should be our togetherness. And we've said the person who we want for now to lead this charge, to be the person who's leading this team to effect democratic change, to remove this regime, is Mr. Amama Mbabazi. So that is what we are doing, and we hope the country will rally. FDC and Mr. Besigye, we are not in conflict. We regret that decision, but we respect it. But we are going to rally the country to come together to effect democratic change.
Why did we feel that we needed to go first of all to Kenya, Raila Odinga, and then to go to Kofi Annan? It seems we're looking for we have been looking for solutions everywhere but at home.
No, actually the Togetherness project is a Ugandan project. I've been chairing this project, coordinating it and animating it since March of 2011. That's what brought us together. We went into the campaign for free and fair elections, a Ugandan project. We proceeded from there to the Democratic Alliance, a Ugandan project. We came very close to agreeing to a single presidential candidate, a remarkable thing, when really 7 or so parties and then a number of eminent persons all could agree on one person, minus one very important formation, a remarkable thing. So the Ugandan project, animated by us for our own reasons. But when your neighbor has problems, you share experience. And we wanted very much to learn from the experience of Kenya. When your neighbor has problems, you say, can I help? But it doesn't locate the decision to them. The decision remains ours, but we benefit from their advice, their proposals, and their experience. In fact, even just today, this evening, Professor Peter Nyang'nyong'o, senator from Kenya, I think he's just taking his flight this evening to go back to Nairobi. He was helping us, sharing the experience, a very knowledgeable person, and a wonderful friend of Uganda.
Looking at the conclusion that you have come to today, usually what happens with politics is the friendship sort of wins when the heat comes in. How are you going to work together with FTC as we go into February?
No, this will not happen, because the process in which we have been involved since March of 2011 has built tremendous trust and confidence among the political parties and leaders. General Muntu, Colonel Besigye, Norbert Mao, myself, the leaders of JEMA, tremendous confidence. This will not fracture that relationship. General Muntu and I are very good friends, same with Kizza Besigye. They have made the decision they have made. We respect that decision, but we believe that what should trump everything right now is our togetherness. That's the way we are going to remove this rotten regime, liberate our country, and inaugurate a new era for our country. So we've come together and we've said the person we want to lead this charge at this moment in our history, we shall be part of a team, but with a leader leading that team is Honorable Amama Mbabazi.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Olara Otuno. Our time is fast spent. Thank you for taking the time to sit with us. We have been talking about matters TDA and also the meeting that took place in London and the one that happened in Kampala today. Thank you very much, Dr. Otuno.
Thank you.
Now, over 620,000 pupils begin writing their primary living examinations. About 8,950 scouts have been deployed to police the exams. The start of the exams was, however, marred by delays in some centers.
We received the exams very late. It was 28 minutes past 9, so the kids have started late.
Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And
we are not comfortable and happy because exams have again come late, but at least not so late because by 9:30 they have started. Lucky enough for us, we have already prepared our children for all those circumstances because they normally come late at times for some few schools.
Well, let's now take a short break. Malcolm Sime will be joining us for the latest in business.
We are urging the political party candidates to comply with the directions and advice of the police, especially where there is a procession. The starting of the procession, the route to be followed, the time and place at which the procession will terminate, please let they be guided by the police.
Today in History is brought to you by
ICA Group. We believe in promises that last a lifetime. When we say our promise to support you will never change, we mean that we will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school.
To all pro-change Ugandans, the National Organizing Committee requests the honor of your presence and participation in the unveiling of Amama Mbabazi as a fully nominated presidential candidate on the 3rd of November at 11 a.m.
When we say our promise to support you will never change, we mean that we will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire. We will be there with you in all your life's changing moments. At ICA Group, we believe in promises that last a lifetime. That is why our insurance, pensions, and investment solutions are tailored to support you through life's changing moments.
Wait, is this your kid? Feed him, man.
He's my cousin. He has a fever.
Did you get the game malaria tabs?
No, I don't think it's malaria.
Ah, doctor, how would you know?
Look at the legs. They all look like flu.
Now look at this idiot. How do legs get flu? Maybe it could be a headache. That thing has been spreading around.
Also the way he cries, yeah? Sounds like typhoid. It could be
Look at this
typhoid.
guy.
Or we could just wear a dice.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Yes.
What are you guys doing to my baby?
Look at your kid.
It's him. It's him.
Why gamble with fever when you can simply use a malaria tester? Ask your healthcare provider for a malaria tester to know for sure if your fever is malaria so that you get the right treatment.
My baby's life.
Like I think it's fast.
Yeah.
And it's only 2,500.
Malaria tester saves time, money, and life. Look for the malaria tester wherever you see this symbol. A message from the Ministry of Health with support from Unit Aid and Malaria Consortium.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Ooh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Saba Simu, Uganda's fast 4G phone, built for a true 4G experience. The Saba Simu comes with 50 minutes and 1 GB of data. Plus, it's dual SIM with 8 megapixel front and back cameras. Now available at all Vodafone stores and outlets. Power to true 4G lovers. Offer valid while stock lasts. Vodafone, power to you.
Business news is brought to you by Stanbic Bank Business Current Account.
Welcome. This is NTV Business. My name is Malcolm Sime, and once again, the importer dollar demand is here. New car importers maintain that they will continue to peg pricing of new vehicles on the dollar, given the volatility of the local currency. And according to the country manager, Cooper Motors Corporation, Haman Balasi, the move is a necessary measure as a buffer against currency exchange-related losses.
The shilling has shed off over 25% value against the dollar since the beginning of the year, driving importers of several high-value items, including new vehicles, to price in dollars.
And this is also impacting on our Ugandan customers by way of purchasing such units in Kenya, in Uganda shilling. So that's why I'm saying the only way out is to remain in dollar until price our units in dollar until a situation where we can see our shilling are stabilized.
Currently, the shilling is trading within the 3,500 region, having touched highs of 3,700. Observers, however, maintain that the currency situation remains fragile despite the recent reprieve.
When you look at the graph of our car market sales, has not been doing well because of the pre-owned vehicles. But we are seeing some indicative signs of customer inquiries, whereby now we are seeing corporate, like we've sold some number of units to corporate entities at the moment. But individual customers, one-off.
A weaker shilling, according to Cooper Motors Corporation, has complemented the already existing challenges for the new car business, including used car imports cumulatively hitting levels. The company reveals that sales for the first quarter of the financial year ending September have been dwindling because of the pressure from the pre-owned car market. Players are now counting on the new government policy, including the new environmental levy of 50% for reprieve.
Because of the saturation of pre-owned vehicles, this drove some of our clients to pre-owned vehicles because that is where they could fit. But because of this shift of the environmental levy, we are now finding customers inquiring.
Players are now counting on the new government policy, including the new environmental levy of 50% for reprieve.
Recently, big car dealerships like CMC Motors that brings cars like that Ford behind me, Toyota Uganda, Spear Motors and Nissan moved to peg their rates onto the dollar, citing the shilling's volatility. But what this means is that low-income earners will struggle to afford new cars, and later on businesses that charge in local currency and have to turn this into dollars to purchase new cars. Malcolm Sime, NTV Business.
Thank you, Malcolm. We now move over to land reforms. The latest World Bank report on ease of doing business has seen Uganda score poorly on registering properties, and as Reynald John reports, at position 120, down from 118. These constraints also render securing of credit by use of property as collateral very complicated and very much expensive.
Obtaining formal registration for land and property remains a major challenge on ease of doing business, a new World Bank survey has stated.
However, the operationalization of the amendments in the Financial Institutions Act 2004 and the operationalization of the Collateral Registry, Movable Assets Registry should help improve the getting credit indicator further, notwithstanding that the Bank of Uganda CBR has gone up purely to crowd out the private sector credits.
That aside, the risk of failing to obtain credit from financial institutions through use of property as collateral also still lingers on.
The majority of our population live on this land and want to transact business using this land. But given the amorphous nature of their holdings, financial institutions are reluctant to deal with this kind of land. Yet, on the other hand, many of these occupants do not have the capital to process land titles, get their land registered.
The 2016 World Bank report on doing business, indicator 4, on registering property, places Uganda at position number 120, down from 118 in 2015.
still need to put in place, especially regarding registering property. That's in terms of improving the way we are doing our business in conducting our business in the registries and so on.
Relatedly, on getting credit, indicator number 5 saw a more competitive ranking at position 42, up from 128 in 2015, largely due to the verification of bank customers by the Credit Reference Bureau. Reina Ojan, NTV Business.
On to the markets now. The shilling has maintained its gains made against the dollar last week, continuing to trade within the 3,500 shillings range on what market analysts believe to be reduced demand for the greenback. And we have this in our compiled report about the markets. Sorry about that. Apologies for bringing you that report again. But going on, trading in MTN Group Limited shares was halted by the Johannesburg Stock Exchange on Monday, pending an announcement over a $5.2 billion Nigerian fine, and the company's bonds dropped for a third day, driving yields through a record low. Let's have a look at this report.
The stock fell as much as 9.7% before pairing losses and was the biggest decliner on the benchmark FTSE Johannesburg Stock Exchange Africa All Share Index. The securities have slid 22% since MTN said it's facing the fine on October 26th. MTN failed to convince the Nigerian Communications Commission to lower its penalty for failing to comply with an order to disconnect customers with unregistered phone cards. MTN hasn't agreed to the fine and continues to meet with Nigerian authorities to challenge it, a person familiar with the matter told international news agencies. Sources revealed that investors were expecting something to come out at the weekend and it hasn't, increasing the pressure on the stock, especially after Nigeria's insistence that the fine has to be paid next week. Trading is expected to resume after MTN has released a statement on the matter, sources at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange reveal. Closer to home, Uchumi supermarkets have severed links with two employment agencies that had hired over 1,200 employees to work in its stores. The retailer has announced that it has terminated contracts with third parties that it outsourced workers from as part of an ongoing staff rationalization. The affected workers were involved in frontline tasks such as store cleaning and arrangement of goods on shelves. Chief Executive Julius Kipngetich said the decision was taken to improve efficiency. The supermarket chain has already closed operations in Uganda following the closure of its Syokimau and Moawa branches in Kenya. The company is currently carrying out an audit, which might also see more staff on its Kenya payroll, forced to exit in a cost-cutting measure aimed at returning the once vibrant retailer back to profitability.
That's all we had for you from the business desk, and now we take a break. Joel Kamadi will come to give you the latest in sports.
Stanbic Bank Business Current Account. Enjoy unsecured bid bonds, import and export financing, and 24-hour access to business online.
Bukwano Star White Laundry Bar Soap makes you the star you are.
Hello?
This is the home of the champions.
You're good. To catch this and lots more, call us or visit our website and get your connection today.
Special announcement.
The Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement invites party members and the entire public to the nomination rally of the party's presidential candidate, retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, on Tuesday the 3rd of November 2015 at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. Prior to the rally, the party will first present its candidate to the Independent Electoral Commission at Nambole Stadium, but the public is advised to keep waiting at Kololo for the official rally. The function will start at 9 a.m. and members are hereby requested to don the yellow party colors and observe the traffic rules on the way. NRM leaders within Kampala and the neighboring districts are requested to mobilize the members towards this cause. Long live NRM, long live Yoweri Museveni, long live Uganda.
Who are we? Well, let's start with who you are. Take this guy. He likes to cook, so we'd like to do our bit to keep his restaurant running. Oh, and we also had something to do with that payment. We might not give lessons on aerodynamics or complex chemical reactions, but like this man, we do everything we can to empower young minds. And while we don't have an eye for fashion, we know someone who does. She does, and her fabrics are going to Milan, and we're helping her get them there. You see, we don't stop at just banking, because you don't stop at just dreaming. Stanbic Bank, moving forward.
To have your company on NTV Sport. Tonight, Uganda Cranes has gotten a shot in the arm 10 days before it plays away to Togo in the first leg of a 2018 FIFA World Cup qualifier. Now, this is President Yoweri Museveni promises to send the team to the Togolese capital, Lome, on a chartered flight. President Museveni has also set aside $44,000 and 70 million Ugandan shillings to help the team prepare for the two-legged encounter against Togo. Uganda plays the first leg in Lome on November 12th before hosting the return leg 3 days later at Mandela National Stadium. Now, President Museveni has staked a bonus of $3,000 for each player in case Uganda eliminates Togo. Uganda has not managed to beat Togo in 4 competitive matches. Now, moving on, match day 10 of the Uganda Premier League takes center stage tomorrow. Kefa Chisala will take charge of his first match as URAFC coach when the tax collectors take on JMC Hippos at Kakendo Stadium. Also in action tomorrow will be Express FC and SC Villa. This after their eagerly anticipated derby was washed out last Friday. Express host Soana at Wankulukuku, while Villa travel to Jinja to face Sadolin Paints at Bugembe Stadium. Vipers, the league's defending champions, will also be in the thick of things. Derek Ntege has been to watch the team's final training session ahead of its encounter against Bright Stars and now
League champions Vipers from 7th place Bright Stars. Vipers' unbeaten start to the season has seen them score the joint highest number of goals. 4 of the 12 goals the team has scored this term have come courtesy of Baruch Meir. The midfielder says tomorrow's match at Buyuke Stadium will not be all about him.
I'll try my best to score tomorrow, but the good thing is about team winning, but it's not about me scoring. But if the team wins, that's a good side of the team because we have to keep ourselves at top as a defending champion. With
Nicholas Wadada suspended, Meir will take on the captain Zamban during tomorrow's match. Midfielder Saddam Juma was on the mark in Vipers' last league outing. A 2-1 away win to Sowana FC.
I think for tomorrow's game, of course we have to win, but I don't know how we're going to win. We only have to go and fight out, all out.
The Vipers are expecting nothing but a tough fight from what is in many respects a wounded team.
I think we as Vipers will work as a team, and I think if tomorrow my boys can work as a team, there's no doubt we shall win.
Goloda will have a fully fit squad to choose from with no one on the treatment table.
That is the good thing, we don't have any injury. The players who are in injuries were Sentamo, Silaji and Sembia, but they are back in the squad.
KCCA plays their bogey side, Lueza and Luzira, in one of the days of the games. Both Vipers and KCCA have identical statistics going in. Both Vipers and KCCA have identical statistics heading into match day 10.
All right, let's talk tennis now because the Uganda Open has tonight served and volleyed its way into the psyche of tennis fans. A number of cricket players have warmed up to the tournament after sealing tidy wins in the round of 32 at Lugogo. Left-hander Jonathan Sevanjo's power was too much for Fred Masava, who retired while trailing 6-1 for love. Another cricket player, Derek Bakunzi, was also victorious in straight sets against Marvin Chiriowa. Bakunzi faces three-time winner Duncan Mugabe in the next round after the latter got a bye. Mugabe's brother, Daniel Ruyange, who himself is a distinguished cricketer, used his powerful ground strokes to see off Oliver Buffon 6-love, 6-1. Other winners on day one included James Bayego and Geoffrey Chirumira. Action continues tomorrow at the Gogo Tennis Club. We switch gears now because the rally crew of Ronald Sebuguzi and Leon Senyange has tonight been named Nile Special Uganda Sports Press Association Personality for October. Now, the crew was feted for winning the Umospoc Independence Rally. The crew garnered 480 points, 15 more than the Uganda Cranes team that qualified for the African Nations Championship finals. Besides the Cranes, other commendations went to athlete Moses Kipsiro, who won 2 road races in England during October. Amos Njomugenyi was also commended for winning the National Pool Open. Finally, across the border, Lewis Hamilton has said he had faith in his Mercedes team despite admitting that he did not agree with their strategy in the Mexican Grand Prix. And Jose Mourinho is to be the subject of individual legal action from former Chelsea team doctor Eva Canero.
Lewis Hamilton was second to teammate Nico Rosberg after disputing a decision to stop for fresh tires, feeling it denied him a chance to win. Hamilton's race engineer Peter Bonington told Hamilton over the radio that the decision to make an extra pit stop was made on safety grounds because of tire wear. Hamilton had trailed Rosberg for much of the race, unable to get close enough to try a passing move. He questioned the decision to go into the pits because staying out would have meant he retained the lead, with Rosberg needing to close an 18-second gap in 24 laps to catch and then overtake him to win the race. Meanwhile, Mourinho will have to appear at an employment tribunal unless there is an out-of-court settlement. Eva Canero was dropped from first-team duties after Mourinho said she was naive for treating Eden Hazard during a draw with Swansea. Her lawyers are already suing the club for constructive dismissal. The legal papers are expected to be served on Mourinho this week as part of separate but connected claims against him and against the club. The doctor's lawyers said neither she or they could comment as the legal proceedings are active, while Chelsea have also not commented on the case. The individual legal claim against Mourinho of victimization and discrimination means Canero's lawyers are alleging he was instrumental in her apparent demotion.
And that winds up NTV Sport for tonight. Thanks for watching.
Well, this is the month of November. Gentlemen, are we growing the beards for November?
Yes, yes. I saw Kamadi's beard earlier. And,
well, it was too much. Someone told me that I looked like I was from Survivor Africa, so I had to trim it a bit and make it something sensible.
So
but
you're not
yes,
going to cut
no,
it for
I'm
this
not
one?
cutting it for this woman.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I'll do that too.
We'll be waiting to see the results. Thank you so much for having joined us. We'll leave you tomorrow's projected weather.
NTV Weather is brought to you by
Umeme, powering Uganda. The heavy rains and strong winds we are experiencing may cause damage to electrical installation near you. Please stay away from any fallen poles and electrical wires. If you see something like this, say something by calling our toll-free numbers 0800-285-285 or 0800-185-185, or send us a WhatsApp chat on 0772 285-285. You can also send us an email at callcenter@umeme.co.ug. Umeme, powering Uganda.
Do you remember why you first loved football? Was it the players, guys who just gets the job done, minus the drama? They're back. Or was it the rivalry, the teams you screamed for, cried for, who died for? Welcome home. Maybe it was the game itself, that beautiful balance of the physical and the flamboyant. Let's play with the Bundesliga. Germany's greatest export is live and exclusive to Star Times. So tune into the only place you can watch the real league.
Tonight is our 10th anniversary, and your dad, he bought me these lovely dresses, and he's taking me out for dinner. Okay, I have so much for that. Bye, see you later. So how do I look, girls? Just like a star.
Bukwano Star White Laundry Basso makes you the star you are.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers, and FIFA tournament football games on One Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena, and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend, exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
This is NTV.
Pastoralism is any predominantly livestock-based production system that is mainly extensive in nature and uses some form of mobility of livestock. Pastoralism depends on three main pillars, that is the livestock herd, family, and most important, the natural resources. Natural resources are composed of pasture for livestock, water for people and livestock, and natural salt pans. However, the climate in the rangelands is characterized by scarce and unreliable rainfall, and this has continued to change. A case in point are the pastoralist communities in Karamoja and Pokot, Kenya, who are a result of climate change, have experienced prolonged dry spells, increased animal diseases, famine, and drought, which has affected the overall development of the region, as well as exacerbating issues like food insecurity and conflicts over natural resources. In the sub-Saharan Africa, the effects of climate change on dry lands poses difficult policy challenges, and this has greatly affected pastoralists. In Karamoja sub-region alone, climate change effects have greatly affected the cattle corridor ranging from Amudat, Nakapiripirit, Moroto, and Kotido up to Kabong districts, with the Turkanas and Pokots of Kenya crossing into Uganda in search for pasture in the flat lands. The coalition of pastoralist civil society organizations
COPACSO, a membership organization that provides a platform for civil society organizations to engage with policy formulation and advocacy for the recognition of pastoralism as a way of life and the right of pastoralists to benefit from national and local resources, is implementing a project funded by Dan Church Aid that aims at strengthening the adaptive capacity of pastoralists in the Cattle Corridor region of Karamoja and North Pokot through disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. This documentary is intended to showcase the effects of climate change on the pastoralist communities, how they have managed to adapt the effects as well as recommendations for better adaptation by the communities. Pastoralist communities have hence been adversely affected as a result of the effects of climate change, especially on their livelihoods, as they are forced to move longer distances in search of water and pasture for their animals. And for the agro-pastoralist communities, the crop patterns have also changed as the rains are increasingly unpredictable.
Bicara kana tamata. Tala karing nya ni alon nan. Ni abong na bote to kumune e bongo to nyama e bongo. Ni de per ara ko dik mujana tu ni ni.
Amdat district has livelihood zones which include Loro and Amdat for pastoralism and Karita for agro-pastoralism. But all these are affected by climate change and have lost the traditional way of adapting to the situation. The pastoralists say have lost calendar for rains and their lifespan affected due to walking long distances. Aryong Deborah Alinga is the environment officer Amdat district. She is concerned that all grazing areas have dried up and cultivation along river banks is all long gone.
That even during the rainy season, we expected like our animals are moving back, but they move back is no faster. The place is still very, very dry. Places that used not to receive rains, they will rain like now in the under the river banks. People's gardens, no people they cultivate along the river banks. But once the river will pass, they flood, and that is the end of it.
These animals, when they progress in certain area, they move. Like we are in a cross border, we are along the border. The livestock affect the climate affecting in Kenya. There are no grass. All these livestock from Kenya come to Uganda, and the little grass we have is stretched. So we end up moving from even Amda as Nakapulis looking for pasture. So this is one of the biggest challenges the climate change has come up.
13 valley tanks constructed by the Office of the Prime Minister in Amdat district alone to provide water for the animals. But the district chairperson, Amdat, Watum William Rolam, says the grass around these valley tanks dries up, forcing pastoralists to abandon water and walk away for long distances to find pasture.
Looking for grass. Even where we put valley tanks, the grass can get finished and they have to move again and leave the valley tanks because the grass is little, also little rain. So you find moving from one border to another districts and causing some conflicts in terms of land conflict, people's garden, looking for pasture.
But the pastoralists want government to construct more valley dams and boreholes in all areas of grazing.
ayena le chomen kete le chomen ke ja pe pe chomen lo ko ro mi chi anget de ke de ro bene la to na kale kum mo kunja o ke chi yep kete le pi lo pe kete ya mi wan chomen pero ka kete ni ba chomen ni ro me kai na
Tree cutting and charcoal burning is another challenge. Harita sub-county in Amdat was a green belt with good agricultural practices, but now the area has turned dry and hot. To this effect, district leadership set up bylaws to stop tree cutting, which saw some community members arrested and prosecuted over environmental destruction.
The penalties. You charcoal burning. We have even, there are people already in prison, the amount of prisons for those who are burning charcoal.
3 years ago, people migrated from as far as Rongo, Mbale, Ududa to come and cut charcoal. And now the place is as hot as any other part of the district. Some places like Chorocho that used to be food basket areas are no longer producing that much food that we used to supply to Kenya. People are asking for relief.
However, 90% of pastoralist livelihoods depend entirely on livestock, which means that once the health of the animals is deprived by the effects of climate change, then the health of the community will be automatically affected. In Achorichor Parish, Amdat district, the Semotuo animal drug shop was constructed with the help of Dan Church Aid through ACTED to support the communities in improving the animal health, and this ultimately helped control diseases, especially the tick-borne diseases, as Timokea Christine, a beneficiary, explained. The variations in climate change have also led to the outbreak of diseases, especially ticks. This agro-pastoralist, Achoklo Peimar, a resident of Mogoth in Rupa sub-county, Moroto district, says that the animals face a lot of diseases as they move from place to place, and now wants the government to provide drugs that kill mainly ticks.
Because of these variations in climate, there are outbreaks of pests and diseases. And yet, ticks breed very well in these grazing areas.
Unfortunately, some are facing the challenge of drought that has failed the growth of crops. Achoklo Peimar sowed sorghum in this garden, but has failed to germinate due to the effects of the long droughts. He is now worried of how he will feed his family. But pastoralists are slowly adapting to the situation, with some already practicing agro-pastoralism and have learned to grow different types of crops seasonally. Cereal banking is another intervention that helps agro-pastoralists to store and preserve food to avoid starvation, especially during the long droughts and absence of the rains. These are commonly known as granaries, where households store their food crops for survival during drought and sit for planting in the right season. Alupo Susan is the Assistant Community Development Officer, Lolachat Sub-County. She says Natirae cereal banking is a successful project as it has empowered communities to learn savings through growing and selling of sim-sim.
Through the little profits they get, knowing that they should keep the capital for other purchases for future, because they are looking at serial banking and they come in the periods of hunger, like from April to July. And for them, they share these profits after realizing what they have got. And also, like Sim Sim, they harvested and sold it. It's now that they are selling their Sim Sim, because this is the period when community is buying cereal, Sim Sim, so that they can grow.
But the Pokot community of Nasali Parish in northwestern Kenya are not different from Uganda. They also suffer effects of climate change. Through their agro-pastoralist farmers school, Kakou Rail Avan, they work together to grow food crops and ensure food security at household level. Unfortunately, the weather pattern has affected cultivation and water is a major problem. They are agro-pastorists, and as Aguma Merikit, the chairman of Nasali Parish, explains, practicing agro-pastoralism has helped to supplement on their food, especially during the dry spells. This documentary is intended to showcase the effects of climate change on the pastoralist communities, how they have managed to adapt to the effects as well as recommendations for better adaptation by the communities.
The essence of what we are doing really is to produce evidence-based, strengthen our evidence-based advocacy, because there is no better way of telling a story than the affected person, him or herself, telling it. That's why you find that as much as possible in this documentary we are highlighting the voices of the pastoralist community themselves, so that they tell their story from real life experience, not textbook material. And therefore, when we are presenting this case to policymakers, to development partners, we are telling a story from the perspective of the affected people.
Naganoi.
okiraba tebyandituuseewo era njagala nakumanya omusajja oyo waggwanga ki singa omuntu atandika okulaba just ekifaananyi n'afuna feeling oyinza okukwata embuzi naawe.
Get this now as your Airtel Hello tune by dialing *157*12# at only 600 shillings per month for download and 600 shillings per month for subscription. To choose from many other interesting sound bites from NTV, simply dial 15715 and follow the options.
If you are watching me, you're a lady and you have had sex with more than one man, then you are most likely going to be considered a prostitute. With me here are a number of ladies who have been practicing prostitution and have been termed outcasts. Circumstances have forced them into this lifestyle. Some orphaned and abused by relatives, trafficked in hope for a job, and others married off at a tender age. Now, they will come together with the hope to transform their lives. They will compete against each other and they will need your support in this journey. I am Brenda Amayo. This is Blame Me Not, exclusive on NTV.
I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Morena, we will stay here another day to be sure. Then we will go out at dawn, okay?
That's not the reason why you came here.
No.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Mysterious creatures. We named them dragons. These bones gathered dust in museum storerooms until a scientific revolution, and we realized that the bones belonged to dinosaurs. But what became of the dragon? One man is ready to pick up the trail. If anyone can unlock the truth, it's this modern-day dragon hunter. The dinosaurs may be long gone, but there's still one beast that survives in myth and legend. A beast that has led people into battle. Cities have been named in its honor. A powerful icon that has infiltrated our world. Now, for the first time, we ask if science can explain the legend as we go on a spectacular quest for dragons. Most scientists agree that around 65 million years ago, the age of dinosaurs drew to a close. A giant meteorite hit Earth. And most believe it wiped out the dinosaurs. Still, some prehistoric species did survive for at least 300,000 years beyond the impact. Was a dragon among the survivors? Or are these creatures merely human fantasy? Dr. Phil Manning, paleontologist at the University of Manchester Museum in the UK, has brought dinosaurs to life to walk across our screens. Phil may be a scientist, but he also has a passion for dragons.
What I really want to do is deconstruct a dragon. Take apart the essential elements that make a dragon. The teeth, the claws, the long sinuous body, the huge head, all these things which I know and I'm sure can prove that science has already identified as being parts of dinosaurs.
Many clues about the origin of dragons can be found at the cutting edge of science.
Their ancestors used to eat our ancestors.
Theoretically, if you could have a dragon that could produce phosphorus or potassium, then methane and oxygen might be enough.
And it's the most important fossil on the planet.
Trekking across Europe and the Middle East to North America and the